legend. Take one, me, you're in the presence of a legend. Street fighter, on survivor. Hit the grind 'cause we keep getting higher. Don't miss this, you wanna witness. My star rise like a beast, no weakness. No weakness, no weakness. Only know how to go undefeated. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. 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 I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. 24/7, time for a lesson. I'm a good teacher, you're a new obsession. I'll bring the thunder, I'm excited. Double click, click, yeah, faster than lightning. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. 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 I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Hot like wool on a mission. Stack like wool, let it pivot. Sound like wool, it'll miss it. Top down, low, that position. No, we don't need a mission. No, there's no intermission. No, we've no inhibitions. Walk on road with the winner.
Move on up, get to the core of it. It's your time to remember the dreams. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby. Set me free, you make me come alive. Oh, tomorrow comes and I will follow you. Oh, turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Hey Tacticians, Niberia here. With the first Golden Spatula Cup behind us, we've got plenty of top-tier EMEA gameplay to break down. It's time to open Pandora's box. We'll start with Stegzor's board, a classic tempo composition that played a starring role throughout the tournament, Azir. This composition focuses on getting strategist units on the board and relying on the damage of duo backline carries Azir and Lux. Both Lux and Azir get their main synergies for maximum power. Nasus and Cassante provide bulk and crowd control and enable the Shurima synergy, giving Azir a boost to his favorite stat, attack speed. Lux gets her Demacia core through Garen and Jarvan. Jarvan's CC absolutely ruins enemy boards, locking them up for long enough for his backline carries to start chewing through the enemy frontline. Stegzor's Azir is holding 3 attack speed items. Rageblade increases his attack speed with every auto attack, ramping him up smoothly into the fight. Static Shiv shreds MR to increase his and Lux's damage, and Quicksilver keeps him safe from any stray CC. Ideally, this slot would be filled by a Gunblade for some healing and extra damage, but the Quicksilver will ensure that Azir can attack away for the whole fight. Lux's Giant Slayer and Guardbreaker give her bonus damage against the biggest and beefiest units, allowing her to dispatch them with ease. The third Demacian Radiant item will make her pack an even stronger punch. The key augment here is Long Distance Pals. By keeping his Nasus and Azir far away from each other, they're each granted massive amounts of stats from the other. In the final fight, the Swedish tactician positions Cassante in the corner, next to a massive Zed, giving him the chance to boot the rogue out of the ring before the real fight begins. A well-positioned ZZ Rot portal saves him, but despite the massive threat now roaming free across the board, Stegzor's Lux dutifully fires away behind her massive Nasus frontliner. Alongside the Sun Disc from his Shurima's Legacy augment, Stegzor's board is able to narrowly defeat the Slayers. Let's move on to the most explosive lobby of the final day, with 4 reroll compositions making it into the top 4. In the final showdown, we'll see Stegzor run it back with Strategists and a shiny 3-star Azir against Scapeus, who not only managed to find a 3-star Akshan, but a 3-star Shen as well.
The Akshan board has few core units. 3 Freljord and 3 Shurima are mandatory, but Akshan doesn't need any other synergies. This means you have multiple free slots open for strong and uncontested units. Shen is not a standard inclusion in the Akshan composition. The stun of Jarvan makes him the frontliner of choice. In this game, however, I saw that while all 8 players were alive on stage 5-1, nobody but me owned a single Shen or a single Aphelios. I tried to 3-star one of them on my level 8 rolldown, and I was lucky enough to hit a 3-star Shen.
Equipped with double scaling items in Ginsu's Rageblade and Titan's Resolve, Akshan will excel in drawn-out fights. With an Infinity Edge on top, his main source of damage, his spell, can land critical hits, making him an even more potent carry. Thanks to his Dragon's Claw, Shen works wonders against AP-focused compositions. A Shroud of Stillness further stifles spellcasters by slowing their first cast each round. Rounding it off is a Protector's Vow, letting Shen get off that massive 3-star shield early in the fight. Zephyrs are the key to victory. Our Czech champion was able to nab an Azir with his, pulling Stegzor's main carry out of the fight for 5 excruciating seconds. Akshan now had time to ramp up to full power behind his impenetrable Shen frontline. Scapeus' augments were the key to his ascendancy here. Salvage Bin to play for tempo and item flexibility, and duplicators from army building to bolster his forces. Of course, we couldn't have a GSC wrap-up without our champion, Sasa, or his disgustingly powerful Ravenous Hunter, Warwick. Rapid Fire Cannon and Ginsu's Rageblade give Warwick a massive amount of attack speed, and the bonus range from RFC keeps him safe from enemy CC and damage. Bloodthirster provides all-important Omnivamp, keeping our Woofy boy alive to scale to infinity. The key synergy is, of course, Challenger, with Sasa sticking 6 of them on the board. Warwick appreciates the attack speed, and the set in the front line gives him the bonus tankiness from their shared Juggernaut trait. There's some creative positioning going on here. Kai'Sa goes into the front line to eat up the enemy's Zephyr, buying time for Sasa's carries to ramp up. He's matched the sides perfectly, with the dangerous Noxus carries far away from his core duo of Warwick and Callista. Katarina jumps into the empty space in the middle of the board, right into the claws and spears of Sasa's carries. Darius doesn't have a chance, and the challengers obliterate the enemy board and nab Sasa a clean victory. There's always more trouble to be found in Pandora's box, but that's all we have for now. Go forth and use it to win some games, and we'll see you next time.
Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying to be good. Please believe me, I'm not this what's happening. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you so care? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah,
what you doing to me?
Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down, 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 down. Tell me if you like what you see. Tell me if you like what you see. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down, 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 down. Tell me if you like what you see. Any second I will bring the house down. Tell me if you like what you see. Any second I will bring the house down, 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 down.
I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment and I own it. Stay in focus and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh. My moment. Oh. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh.
marvelous vibe. And I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, cause everything about you is the key to my heart. Alright. That's right. Come on, come on. Dang, diggy, dang. Diggy, diggity, dang. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Hey. You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, cause everything about you is the key to my heart. Alright. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. Alright, okay. Hey. Alright. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Hey.
I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, 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 moving wild. Money, diamonds, I'm in full control. Private islands, this is how I roll. PJ, easy, where you want to go. Watch me, watch me, watch me roll. New York, London, I'm in ecstasy. Landed Paris, with a place to be. Always flexing, all eyes on me. Watch me, watch me, watch me roll. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, 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 moving wild. Hey, you're looking wild. You're looking wild. You're looking wild. Watch me, watch me, watch me. I like the way you're looking. New York, London, I'm in ecstasy. Landed Paris, with a place to be. Always flexing, all eyes on me. All eyes on me. Watch me, watch me.
You better leave your worries at the door. Release that energy on the floor. You don't need those bad vibes anymore. Trust me, I've been through it, and it ain't worth any of your time at all. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. Cause baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. Tonight, no, we don't follow any rules. Oh no, you gotta let loose. Yeah, just let loose. I know you feel it now. You gotta let loose. Baby, get out of your head. Won't you come on out and dance with me instead? focus on you, leave them all on red. Trust me, I've been through it, I've done it all. Some things are better left unsaid. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. 'Cause baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. Tonight, no, we don't fall.
So every time we have an event in person, I get really jealous of you guys. 'Cause the department is called hair and makeup. And in case anyone's new to the stream, I don't have one of those, so I go really hard on the other one. But I've decided that maybe instead of hair, I can do hats like every other bald person on the planet. So this is my first attempt. How do you guys feel? I've got the like Rising Legends swag hat, so I feel like it's at least fitting the broadcast. What do you think?
I think on brand is the most important thing, and you've absolutely nailed that. So
Okay,
Nigeria,
okay.
I like it. We'll maybe be selling merch in the future, so maybe we're plugging that a little bit early, but
That's
I
right.
like it. I like the idea.
Peter,
I might be
Peter,
getting
what
the
do you
wrong
think?
end of the stick here, Matt, but I'm right in understanding you're going to have makeup put on your hat.
I think I should. Honestly. Whenever John does my eyeshadow, I think he should put a little like right here, kind of give it an accent color that matches. So I traveled to meet my godson for the first time like 2 weeks ago, which was very exciting. And what ended up happening was I got stuck on the tarmac for 3 hours. But David, you were talking about being on brand being the most important thing. I was stuck on the tarmac in my TFT windbreaker and TFT hat while playing TFT. So maybe I converted at least one person, because that's the hope. Because we all want them to come here to Rising Legends, the premier EMEA competition for Teamfight Tactics. Of course, in case anyone can't read, just to introduce us, because I always forget to do this, I'm Matt, or Niberia, joined by Counterfeit Cast on my far right, and in the middle is David, aka Impetuous Panda. I'm going to call them all by their first names. You'll get used to it. That's why we have the tags there. But of course, we're here in Golden Spatula Cup number 2, kind of smack dab in the middle of our season. One of you two, eeny, meeny, miny, I don't have makes, so I can't make it a pun. David, tell us what the stakes are here today, what they're all fighting for.
You're fighting for a spot in regional finals if you happen to become victorious after these 3 days, but also a lot of GSC points and prize pool are, at stake for day 2 and even day 3, of course, in this case. So that's really the goal. Everyone's trying to accumulate more and more points to try and guarantee their spot in the finals at the end of this set.
Yeah, those GSC points are going to move you forward into the finals, like you were saying, David. But Peter, of course, I said the magic number, and it's Golden Spatula Cup number 2. So we obviously had one before this. What was your standout moment from that first Golden Spatula Cup?
Well, I mean, I feel sorry for anybody who did miss Golden Spatula Cup number 1, because we had something happen which possibly will never happen again, which is getting our first 2-time Golden Spatula Cup winner in the shape of Sasa. So I think that's going to be the thing that sticks with me going forward. Bearing in mind, Sasa is also still playing here today, so maybe we get our 3-time Golden Spatula Cup champion in this event.
I think that would break my brain a little, I'm going to be honest. Because when Sasa won, I was like, oh my god, it happened! And like you were saying, maybe never happens again. But of course, we do have a quick recap for you if you're wondering, how the hell did that happen? What did Sasa do that got him there? We got you covered. We got an entire video just dedicated to his championship run. Check it out. We're here at Golden Spatula Cup number 1, and yesterday we eliminated all of our players down to just 64. I've lit a small candle to honor the players of ours that left us. All of our friends that we've seen before, lost like leaves on the wind. Anyways, a TFT Rising Legends, we're here, EMEA TFT competition.
Somebody will have to lose here, and it seems like it is going to be Ager.
you've achieved something that no other player in Rising Legends history has. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling awesome. Hey, my name is Sasa. I'm your two-time GC champion from Germany. Like, ever since my first GC win, I've been doing really well domestically. Like, being in the German TC, I got second behind Selvi and won the A1. Like, those are the two biggest tourneys.
How can you be so consistent? What are your preparations before each and every tournament or Golden Spatula Cup?
It's just like talking about the game with my friends all day. Yeah, we have like a study group since like 2 sets or maybe a bit longer. Memo, Wägga, Elia, Kevin Parker, I have Max, and me, of course.
Every single time players are picking up Ravenous Hunter, it is going extremely well for them. So I'm in chat saying, praying for Ravenous Hunter augment. So we'll see how that goes if that happens. Stay tuned.
It was Sasa who has, you called it, Ravenous Hunter, Matt. And again, we still see the Ravenous Hunter on Sasa's board.
It looks like Sasa will take home this round.
Yeah, the Warwick augment was the most broken augment in the game.
In Fury over the course of the fight, that should go out in his favor, but the only thing that's going out is him out of this game right now, and that is going to be Sasa going out in 7th, however.
Yeah, of course I got a bit worried when I got 7th, but I knew like if I adjust my mistakes, I can just go top 4 the last game, and I have still really high chance of winning, so...
Wait, hold the phone. Nothing else we've said has or will matter. Sasa, his prayers have been answered. He was the one asking for the augment in the chat, and Mortdog listened.
Before the final game started, I typed like manifesting the Warwick augment, and then I got into game and I actually got it. Like, that was like really fun.
He's already on his way to getting the 3 items on the Warwick.
They're on as well and make sure there's so few options to stopping this Warwick.
It is Sasa, our first and only repeat Golden Spatula Cup champion.
I want to thank my girlfriend for the candle diff.
Candle diff.
I love her. Like, my girlfriend painted the candle and lighted it up for the final to give me luck, and it worked out.
I think we owe your girlfriend a thanks, all of us, for lighting up that candle and for playing for that Warwick before our very special event today.
Like, my plans for now are just I just want that my friends make it to the finals as well. Maybe I can take one of them Worlds with me. This will be the set where the Germans go to Worlds.
I feel like this hat kind of all right, look. I was looking at myself. I know Sasa had a great interview, the candle buff. I even brought down a candle to do a bit. But honestly, I was looking at myself. I'm like, this kind of has like Pokemon trainer outfit vibes. I think I could see myself in like a Pokemon DLC. I'm just saying, you know, if you guys are interested, my likeness at like $2. I'm cheap. I come cheap.
All right, $3.
$3. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it, Peter. You can use me in whatever material you want. We'll sign that contract later. But of course, you guys were up to something a little different than me cosplaying a Pokemon trainer over the break. In between Golden Spatula Cup #1 and this one #2, we had a little bit of an event, a LAN event down in Málaga. Of course, the GAMEPOLIS Invitational. Do you guys want to talk about that a little bit?
Oh, it was a very fun event, very unique. I think it was Invitationals was a bit of a mix. It wasn't kind of ultra competitive, despite having some competitive players. Also had some content creators. And very unique format, 2v2v2v2, kind of a team format outside of Double Up itself. And more interestingly, it had a bounty system with these extra challenges outside of the game itself that added kind of an additional layer of complexity that made it really, really fun to watch and I guess to play in as well for our players.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Italy did incredibly well there with the team TFT, Vomendeth, that's Luque and Balotelli. Luque, who will be playing in this event, winning the second, doubles TFT event premiere that's ever been put on, which is an absolutely incredible thing to be able to say. Czech players as well, Naruto and Zai, making a really strong impression as they argued furiously on the stage and griefed each other all the way through, which is quite impressive for a team that made it all the way to lobby number 1.
Well, what was the experience like, getting to meet all of the players? Because we've had a couple of in-person events, but this is, one of the bigger ones we've had with those massive teams. Is there any highlights for you, David? I know you've met a couple of the players down in Poland, but, this is really one of the first times we've gotten to see players in person in Spain.
Yeah, I think that was actually the best part of the event. Outside the competition itself, which is very cool and unique. I think finally an opportunity to meet in person, to have all these players connect outside of just Twitch chats and be able to, talk in person, form relationships, maybe friendships for the future in terms of scrimming together or preparing together. I think it was really unique, and especially the mix between nationalities. Usually, you're very locked into the French community, the German community, but in this case, we saw players interacting from all different countries, and it was just really fun to see and fun to experience as well later at night.
That sounds a little sinister, but if we talk about the TFT community, having the LAN events literally shows that in person. You have players like AK Wonder, of course, who positions himself very much at the heart of that kind of community, like dragging people out to restaurants on overly hot days. So, which is always a terrible idea, but it gives people the memories that they'll take back from those events and the friendships which really make up the community in its entirety.
I think the big win for me is, of course, the Italian community coming out on top. Luque, two times double team champion. Proud of the boy coming out there, really the linchpin of the Italian community. Him and Balotelli have one of the biggest community servers there, so they'll host tournaments from there, so it's really cool to get to see both of them coming in. TFT is their life and taking home the championship for it.
And most of these players are playing today as well. We have Luque, I Wonder, Luche. A lot of these players, the top pros that were at this event are here today as well. So hoping to maybe, in the case of Luque, find another win maybe. Hasn't really, I think, made it to day 3s even in the past. So this is his chance to do so individually as well.
And speaking sorry, go ahead, Peter.
I was going to say, for our different countries and things as well. I know for the Italian players, I think, David, at the event, we were really hoping this would be something that will push them forward as a country to, push forward and have stronger performances in future tournaments. Hopefully that will happen here.
We'll have our fingers crossed and our eyes out, but in the meantime, we have another player who is there at that very tournament. From the French scene, we have Dohky on the line. Dohky, how are you doing today?
Really good, really excited to see this high competitive TFT weekend.
So Dohky, as the French expert coming in, I'm going to pick your brain a little bit and tell us, coming into this tournament, who do you think is maybe on really good form outside of the obvious players, maybe like Double 61, Cam, etc.? Who do you think is kind of that player that you don't expect, but that might actually perform very well this weekend?
Actually, we have a young player in France whose name is GoBuster, who played well in the last GSC of last set, I guess. And he can't perform in our French league because he has chess tournaments in the same dates, but he's really good at TFT.
Okay,
I'll
take the answer.
Cool. So, Dohky, I want to kind of to zoom out a little bit here, because I don't know if you saw Sasa's interview coming in, but one of the things he said was that this is the set that Germany goes to the Worlds. In the previous set, it kind of felt a little bit like that was going to be Germany's set to do really well, but ultimately it was the French players going instead. How do you see Germany at the moment and the German players? Do you think Sasa's right?
He could be right, but Germany is really good usually during sets, but it's like the last step, they're missing out something. So I think we can't predict if they are going to World this time. We need to wait till AMEA finals, I guess.
All right.
We're looking forward to those finals. You've already mentioned GoBuster, but is there any other player who's really impressed you from the French scene? I know you do a lot of casting and you have a lot of visibility. What are some players, maybe even from the Golden Spatula Cups as well, that have stood out to you besides GoBuster?
I have to say Enzo. Enzo is too good at the game. I have to say him because he can still win a GSC, I guess. With his 5th place towards, he's still good at the game. I talk to him a lot, and he really wants to win. He wants to win so badly, and so I think he can get the win today.
And regarding the meta, I wanted to ask you very quickly. I know you were playing at a very high level, both on NA and on US, so we've been in some games together as well. Overall, do you have any hot takes regarding the meta? Any kind of surprise comps you think we might see this weekend that are not expected?
Surprise comp? I don't think so, but I think just we need to focus on the early game because Samira actually is really, really good, maybe too strong. So the early game will by who gets the Samira to win the stage 2, I guess.
Well, I guess I would follow on to that question then. Actually, no. I think we'll take this opportunity, of course, we were both in Malaga. I kind of want to say from you, what's your the memory from the land that you've kind of kept most closely in your heart afterwards?
I mean, it's outside of the game when we went to restaurant, to bars together, especially with the Spanish community, because there is a big rivalry between the French and the Spanish community. But now, when I faced like Safo or Xuso or Akawander or Snoody in ladder, I'm happy. I'm happy because beside the French boys, it doesn't matter if a Spanish boy actually win the Golden Special Cup. I'm really going to be happy for them, I guess.
That's really cool.
I'd love to hear it, Dohky. And of course, you are our French boy today. So we want to give you the opportunity, of course, to give a shout out to anyone you'd like, friends, family, your massive fan base, all the Málaga boys. Oh, I went way wide on my green screen there. Sorry. But yeah, go ahead with the shout out.
Yes, I want to thank just the viewers, because without them, I'm nothing. So just thank you to all the people watching me and watching the French community and making me live for my passion. Thank you. Just thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dohky, for coming on to this interview. Hope the rest of your day goes absolutely incredibly.
Thank you, guys, and have fun.
Thank you, Dohky.
We'll do our best. We always have fun here, Dohky. We're always having a grand old time.
We took it personally.
Jeez, it sounds like we're offended by him saying we need to have fun. How dare you have fun in the pre-show? Oh, horrifying. Horrifying. Yeah, but speaking of fun, we've all been having some fun on the ladder, and maybe we put that in air quotes for certain compositions. But of course, we want to go over the meta so that you guys know exactly what you're going to be facing today, what our players are going to be up against. And of course, speaking of one of those air quotes fun compositions, we've got the Samira reroll, one of those new compositions coming in with the buffs to both Samira and Cassiopeia, an incredibly strong carry in the earlier stages that can last even into the later stages. And David, as you were saying, even as a 2-star, so you don't need to go all the way down this route in order to find success with her. But on the other end of things, you've got the Karma reroll, this vertical Invokers composition that's sort of been on the fringe of the meta ever since the set began, but is now solidly once more in the spotlight. Little tips for both of them. Samira really loves those win streaks and is one of the few compositions that can do so because of the Noxus trait. Those stacking stats do so much for you early once you get that 2-star. And as for the Invokers, don't build mana items, please. They have enough mana on their own. Just pump out that damage. So those are two of the compositions we're going to be seeing and 2 exemplar players over there on the bottom of the screen.
I can definitely tell that was a popular one in the chat from what people are posting, but we have got other compositions, we swear. In 13.15, Zorn has become vastly more predictable. So you've got a guaranteed offensive or hybrid mod first one out. But if you go beyond 2 Zorn, particularly if you find yourself a Zorn emblem, you can go up to 6, and therefore find yourself 3 different chem mods, which will be offensive, defensive, and hybrid, which means you've got about a 50% chance of landing yourself a chem tank. And anyone who's played against the chem tank Jarvan composition, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about as your board disappears in a flash. But even if you don't have that Zorn emblem, you can still do a lot of fun stuff. Freljord, despite not really sharing very much traits crossover at all, with the Zorn, still slots together really well and can even turn into a 2 Zorn Freljord and then legendary board later on. So I think a really powerful and a really versatile comp in this meta.
When it comes to Legends, I think we will expect a lot more variety for this tournament. I think Ornn will still be the default pick for many of our players, maybe Poro as well, but Caitlyn does finally find a chance to join the spotlight as well. Joe Bookmark in North America has been pioneering this very aggressive, very high tempo strategy of picking Stars Are Born, having an incredibly strong board all of stage 2, and it really pairs perfectly with this Noxus strategy with maybe even Challengers with Ionia, with such strong 2-costs like Swain and Set and Warwick. So if you like playing high tempo and preserving HP, Caitlyn might be Legend for you. At the sake of losing some consistency with your other augment choices because they are not very good outside of Stars Are Born, And on the flip side, if you like playing Fast 9, Asol did get nerfed a tiny bit when it comes to pace to learn, but still a very viable strategy with how strong 5-cost legendaries are right now. I'm looking at you, Ari, and Belveth, and maybe even Aatrox in this case.
Yeah, Belveth was one of those threats that got introduced to me last Golden Spatula Cup, and I was like, can't wait to go against that one. That seems horrifying and terrifying. But I think one of the things I wanted to highlight, you mentioned it earlier, Peter, that Chemtech Jarvan, we, during rehearsal, were watching Bebe as like a test so we could test our technology. That was gross. That was absolutely disgusting. If the Jarvan ever did die, which most of the fights he didn't, it was just this massive explosion taking out the entire board. So I think looking forward to it. I'm not really sure what my emotions are around it. Sometimes you get those comps where you're like, that's cool, but I sure don't want to run into it.
Maybe not look forward to it as much as prepare yourself for it.
Yeah, kind of steel myself, brace myself for the experience. And we have halfway through our circuit, as we already mentioned, plenty of experience here for our players. This is Golden Spatula Cup number 2, but you can see on the calendar we've got quite the series of events to go with Super Brawl, Golden Spatula Cup number 3, and then of course the Rising Legends finals coming right up.
I would say, our players really enjoyed the Málaga LAN playing as teams of 2 for the Super Bowl. We love that as well, playing as teams of 4. We know last time that came around, people went absolutely crazy in the chat for it, so really looking forward to that one still to come.
Yeah, it's a very unique format. I think it's something that we see very little for how fun it is to both cast and play in, from what I've heard from players. So really excited to have that come back, and really excited for that very unique 40-part format with such a of extra layers of complexity added onto an already incredibly complex game. It just makes it so fun.
Sorry, I got distracted because one of our casters, who you'll see in a couple minutes, is just posting copy pastas. And whoever wrote that Samira copy pasta, really giving me like 13-year Tumblr vibes, like really vintage Tumblr. So, you know what? I appreciate that blast from the past. So thanks. No, Makes, no RAR XD. Get out of here with that. Show me some players. Throw some players onto the screen. Get me out. Awful. It was awful. The worst of the flashbacks. But of course, you can see on this list, I feel like when we were looking at the broader player list, it felt like several blasts from the past, an artillery from the past, if you will, because we have all of these players that we've seen so much of before, like Dasic, Aqua Wonder, Sinar, one of our representatives at the World Championship back in Fates. A lot of those names coming back, like Lalana as well.
And even names like Alan DQ, who is, a blast from the as fast as you can go when it comes to TFT.
Oh, yeah.
Set 1, set 2, rank 1 on ladder, left the game to play Legends of Runeterra, became a world champion there, and is now back to TFT full time, has been grinding the entire set, and has actually made it to this GSC number 2. So really excited to see what he's able to bring to the table for the tournament today.
Looking at number 9 and number 10 as well, you mentioned Lalana, Manatee, a player from the UK who is close to my heart because the UK is certainly a developing TFT region. They've been getting help from Lalana and from Kerfuzzles, who are both playing here today, to be able to really up their game. This is their first Golden Spatula Cup that they're coming in, so hopefully we'll be seeing big things from them as well.
Worth noting as well, this list is from the Open qualifier, so these are the players who got in via that previous tournament experience, so they're going to be a little bit more warmed up in the competitive aspect compared to some of the latter players who may not have participated in that Open qualifier. But we've got a bunch of heavy hitters on the list of ladder players as well. We've got players like Solo Gasang, who has really had this reputation in previous sets of being a ladder warrior, but as of the last 2 sets, I feel like he's really stepped up, and I feel like that reputation is quickly falling away, and he's becoming a fierce competitive player in his own right once more, like he was in Galaxies during that Battlecast reroll era.
And the Polish duo as well, Travis and Lelouch, representing Z10 Esports, they've been doing so well the entire set. They've been pretty much on Solo Gasang's heels the entirety of these snapshots. Really excited to see what they bring to the table alongside we can say they're just such big names like Gang and Double and Cambiz. All have done so much in the MEA in terms of regionals even, but now bringing it to a smaller scope at GSC, hoping to accumulate points to make it to regionals this set as well.
And I'm particularly looking out for Skipeus, right down towards the end of the EUS ones, a player who you see absolutely everywhere. Any place you go where there's a TFT competition, Skipeus will turn up in some form or another. We've talked to him a little bit before it started. He's supremely confident coming into today that this is going to be his chance. He even said something to the effect that this one was going to be easy. So we'll see how it goes for him longer term, but he's certainly a player to watch.
Yeah, I want to highlight over here on the US players, we have several names we've seen before. If you've been following along with the competitive scene for Rising Legends, you're going to recognize more names that are going to be new to you. And I think this is one of the first times we've seen that, where half these players, more than, are players that we've recognized from previous GSCs, these heavy hitters who have been here several times before. And even those players on the fringes, like Jimray and Super Eagle, have made it several times in here. Havali as well, an up-and-coming player who has shown incredible consistency throughout previous tournaments. So this is a really exciting list for me from the ladder coming in. I'm glad we all agree.
Shurikane, I want to bring up Shurikane as well. He peaked. He hit rank 1 this set. He's someone that was, I think, made it to Worlds before, has won an Ultra League Championship as well, has not had the best sets in set 8, set 7, etc. But is back, and seemingly his level is very high. So really excited to see what he brings to the table for Poland as well.
And of course, I did want to bring. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Peter.
So just very briefly before we move forward, I know we've kind of lost the list of players at the moment, but I do want to kind of point out. We talked a little bit before about the whole Germany-France rivalry going on. In our previous GSC 1, there were a ton of German players playing. Today, the number of German players qualifying through ladder and things has dropped dramatically. So if they're going to take a second one in a row, it's going to be pretty surprising.
Really tight competition here today, but of course, our players aren't the only one going to be in the heat of battle, the thrill of competition. We've got a competition for you as well, and I'm going to talk about it while I take off this hat because it's getting so warm. We're going to have a prediction from you guys. You're going to tell us the 3 players you want to advance to tomorrow. Now, this is the mantra for my life. You don't need to be right. You just need to be entertaining. So give us your hottest takes, your spiciest memes, your funniest copy pastas, and we will select one of those entries to win those highly coveted former prize for regional championships. TFT eggs, baby.
Oh boy.
Now it's money. I can talk about it. We can meme about it again. We got 117,000 euros on the line now. We can go back to joking about it. It's fine.
So I mean, these are the golden days for TFT. Absolutely, everyone knows the development of TFT expanding dramatically, the competitive scene doing so well. And we've been told as well from the open qualifier just past we talked about before. There's an absolute ton of people just straining to get through the doors, even in tournaments that have got 512 places.
David, can you do me a favor?
Depends on what that favor is, Nigeria.
Just say yes.
Pick a language.
A language. German.
All right, we got a co-streamer for that, baby. We have so many co-streamers. We have German, we have Spanish, we have French, we have this little-known language called English as well, if you want to check that out. I'm not quite familiar with it, but I hear it's popular. So if you want to take a look at those, there is a feature in Twitch where it's going to pop up, I believe, right in chat, and you can click over if you're more comfortable listening to your own language. So take a look. We've got plenty of representatives. Brozilla, friend of the show as well, for you all in Hungary.
Yeah, he certainly made quite an impression when it came to the LAN event. That guy picking up and carrying people around the place, it's just easy for him.
Was he actually?
No, he could have. He definitely could have.
I think I saw him at some point, Peter. I think later into the night, some shenanigans occurred with his strength.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
We have at least 2 shredded players coming into today's competition. We've got Brazil, and then I forget who the other player was, but their photo that they submitted is just them deadlifting hundreds of kilos. It was really entertaining.
New player from Poland, Daerondas. He's actually living in Ireland, but someone that has just started playing competitively and has been top 10 on ladder the last month or so. So expecting to see a lot from him as well. Poland is looking pretty stacked this tournament, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of heavy lifting from our Polish players. Looking forward to it as we get into game number 1. We have our wonderful, wonderful casters on the line. Makes, and of course, a brand new face for you all. It's Trouble Inc. coming in today.
Thank you so much, guys. What a lovely pre-show. Of course, hi from us as well. And I have to ask you right away, Trouble, how are you feeling being on game 1 of our Golden Spatula Cup number 2?
Oh man, I'm so excited. Thank you so much for having me, guys. Obviously, I come from like a League of Legends background, but Dunga has always been in my heart. And you guys giving me the chance to cast with you. Of course, you have been incredible in all your shows. So yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited.
We're just as equally enthusiastic and excited to have you here. Find that right position. It's got to go somewhere. You know, I never go anywhere without my Chong, so got to keep that close to you. It's very important. Now, we did look at our lobbies already, and we have a lobby number 1. Well, it's not number 1, but the lobby for the first game ready, and I'm quite excited because there are some old, but also some new names in there. Of course, we do have Daisik here returning to competitive in the set, which is something I'm extremely excited about. High hopes on this player here, making a rerun. He's been streaming a lot. I've been watching a lot. He's been playing Bard in his stream. I'm wondering if we're going to see that from him. But of course, also former EMEA champion Lelouch. And then we have a whole bunch of new faces coming into this tournament, many of them making their way through the open qualifiers, and France once again seems to be a little bit more represented than anyone else.
Yeah, France and Poland. And again, we've talked to a bunch of pros, and what they say usually before they come into the tournament is, hey, I grabbed my buddies from the same country and we have been going over notes, we have been practicing, we have been researching. And the unfortunate thing about being with your buddies in the same lobby is that you might have to kick them out to get that top 4 for yourself. So this is what's really exciting. You work with these guys, you help each other, but now it's just every man for himself.
It absolutely is. And, you don't have to feel too bad. We are reseeding after every single game. So if any of the games go bad, you're sure to face new faces after that. And hopefully you don't have to go up against your friends. But for now, it is these 8 players that we're going to take a closer look at here in this Golden Spatula Cup. As game number 1 is starting, we have Yordle Portals, Warlord's Palace, and Maris Omegnum.
Ooh, actually, this is a pretty good one. We have 3 portals that are actually, all 3 of them are pretty viable. Now, of course, seeing a few people going to Maris Omegnum, I'm like, I can smell some reroll over there, which we might have to keep an eye on. But Yordle Portals is usually what you usually gravitate towards, because even if the champion that gets dropped to you is not something of your liking for your board, you can always sell for more econ. So anything that can make you econ, whether it's a champion you can sell or straight up gold, is just great to be in.
Yeah, and we are seeing that little card in the upper right corner, just notifying you, chat, in case you ever find yourself wondering throughout this tournament what region players are in. You'll find it up there. So this time around, like Trouble already said, it is going to be Yordle Portals. But the first question I have when we're loading into stage 1-2 is, what legends are people gonna pick? As players are picking up units, there is a Samira already coming through for Fifek. That starts to make me nervous, but you can see them on the right-hand side, and especially ceremonials here coming through with Pengu.
I'm actually very surprised, 1, to see Pengu, and 2, not see a single Lee Sin player. Because all these guys stream a bunch, and a lot of them will just go for that reroll, whether it's Samira reroll. Well, Samira is very contested currently in the early game, but you can still reroll her, and also the Kale reroll that has been so popular among the ladder. But the safest always option when you play in a tournament is that Ornn. But I love how you mentioned Pengu, because I think we need to keep an eye on ceremonials to see if he is going to choose any of the Pengu augments coming through.
Yeah, and in case you need any, things to take back for your own ranked games, chat, a good thing to do in the first couple of stages is to click on Samira. Now, The reason for that is just that she's very strong, and you'll see all of her players try to prioritize her. If you can get that Noxus online for ceremonials coming to live right now with 3 Noxus units available, that's going to be great. But here comes Pengu. And are we going to go for that metabolic and play a little bit safe, or is the game plan a different one? There we go.
Let's see. It's the metabolic. Honestly, he has 12 gold. It's worth pressing the D button once to maybe hit an Oriana. Going into 2-1 with metabolic plus Piltover is actually huge because you're permanently healing that HP that you're losing by wanting to lose these fights early on with Piltover. He's one short. He's only missing that Oriana. Is he going to do it? 26 gold.
No, are you coming through? It seems to be he rolls and nothing is happening. But eventually she is going to show up. A little bit of extra gold sacrificed here, but I think with all the extra gold that we had and the metabolic, not too much to worry about. And that Piltover, like you said, is going to be something we can look at for later in the game. We're going to look at a Series of Orion, most likely. That's a comp that's pretty strong right now as well.
I'm just going to say, though, that was 12 gold sacrificed. But we all know how strong Piltover can be, especially with the new cash outs. You usually get like a very juicy one around that 12 loss streak, that 12 power up on the T-Hex. Now with the new patch as well, you can keep your T-Hex, so it's powered up and you get the juicy loot that it drops later on. So I guess 12 gold is a pretty good sacrificial amount of money for that number one.
We're getting our augments on the right-hand side, and I am seeing something that always makes my heart go pitter-patter. Nudgwick here, picking up the total domination. That's going to be something to look out for. This player has decided that Samira is for him, and everybody else will be dominated by the Noxus units.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm actually very curious to see if this is going to be indeed a Samira Slam, because this is a very contested unit, but he already has a 2-star +1 on the bench, so he's pretty close to that. Or if he's gonna go, the good old traditional Noxus route with the Katarina 3-star and the Darius 3-star in the front line. Also, Total Domination is a very good augment if you just want to rush 9. You get all this extra gold in the early stages. You literally snowball stage 2 and 3. A lot of the times, if you've got the right Samira items and the right frontline, you can snowball stage 4 as well, whilst everyone is rolling down for their 4 cost, and then you just go fast 9. So it is a possibility.
It absolutely is, and if we're looking at this board, it's already looking pretty strong. We do have the Cassiopeia, I believe is how my English co-casters like to say it. To me, that's Cassiopeia. But we do have her on the board as well, is going to go in here instead.
I might have a little Greek intel for you. It is Cassiopeia.
I know, I Googled it, but I don't like it.
E&I is an E. Don't worry. In Greek, we have like 5 E's, so it's confused.
That's all right. I will devote myself and agree that that's the correct pronunciation. But yeah, you can see how a strong Nudgwick's board already is coming into play, of course, with the addition of that Irelia to a tank that often is not being classified as a 1 cost, is going to help this board be much, much stronger as well, and now could potentially be looking here, for a little bit of an upgrade on that Giant Slayer that he really would have liked, but both the BF Sword and the bow getting taken out right away.
Yeah, and this is kind of the price you have to pay if you're win streaking in the early stages of the game. You kind of have to take whatever is left. Usually the rods and the bows and the BF swords are the ones to go first. We saw a fight for the bow as well. And Yarrow, he already had 2 bows in his collection, added a 3rd one because it's honestly so useful. Now, here we come. Okay, we have a Kayle reroll without Lee Sin. I'm very excited for this. We already have a Bruiser Crest, which I'm assuming is going to be most likely a Rek'Sai reroll. We do have Total Domination on the board, which means potentially another 3-cost reroll with Darius and Katarina. And now we also have Kayle reroll in this stage. So a lot of the 4 costs are going to be available. The likes of Zeri, the likes of Aphelios, and a lot of them also go under the radar. Mainly that Aphelios is not played a lot in general. So you could see potentially on a good roll down, if you high roll a few of them, you could potentially go for the Aphelios 3.
You absolutely could, but something I'm trying to see, ceremonials. So something that I saw earlier when he did roll for those Piltovers, he actually decided to stay on level 3 and also decided to not level any further right now. He's on level 4 in stage 2-6, which is rather low in comparison to most other comps, but because we have players like a Kale reroll, it's evening out the playing field a little bit and allowing this player to regain that econ that was lost early on, and of course keep that loose streak going that you also really want here. So nice little coming together of all of the things. Right now, we're seeing that Renekton being slotted in here together with the Vi, but if you're looking at the positioning, the Vi being clutched into that corner, making sure she's actually going to be much weaker and not very useful to try and get those losses out.
Actually, Plat Art is so close to hitting everything. It actually makes a lot of sense picking up the Hustler right there, because that means you do not care about interest. Hustler doesn't give you interest, it gives you +3 gold every single round, so you can literally do whatever streamer says, you donkey roll every single round for your units. 2 Tristanas away, 2 Poppies away, 3 Maokais, 3 Viegos. He's so close to actually hitting peak board, and if you can do this on stage 3 and actually chase levels afterwards, this is a pretty good state to be in, because on the 1-star rerolls, you usually, when you're at Krugs, you have accumulated around 40 to 50 gold. You want to roll it down all the way to 20, and then when you're level 5, you just roll your extra gold above 50, which can take you a while to hit these 3 stars around when stage 4 starts. But here, I think Plat Art has a pretty stunning start and 85 HP on a 1-cost reroll comp.
I do have a fun fact about this player, because in the player card, he did say that he's a Lego designer, and honestly, I just want to be his best friend. So yeah, maybe we can get that going. Just a little tidbit of information for you here, and hopefully he is going to be able to find those upgrades now. We're going to see a little bit of extra rolling come in, and Poppy is here. The action going to get sold off. Can we find what we're looking for? Okay, Teemo, not necessarily what we wanted, is going to get sold off for the additional Viego here. Poppy 3 coming in, but really you want that last Tristana. Is she going to come around, or are you going to level up naturally? By default, we can see she is going to be there, and that's massive for Plat Art. Despite spending all of his econ here, he's now stabilizing, which is great news.
That is so good for him, because next round he can drop in a Teemo as well, so close to finding either a Viego 3 or a Maokai 3 or even both of them. And the second you have 3 3-stars on your board, one of your Yordles, well, they gain a little bit of size. They become a 4-star Yordle, and it's going to be the Tristana that's going to be the carry. Although I'm going to say we don't necessarily see too much Tristana carry anymore. If anyone's gonna roll any 1-cost, it is going to be that Kale. But right here, since he got such a huge head start, see what he's gonna get from the augments as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be golden augments coming through here once more. Let's see what we can get. 2 rerolls committed is going to be that big grab bag. Trying to get a little bit of extra components. I'm actually not extremely happy with the itemization here. Rageblade is not bad on Tristana, but if you're looking on the components that he has on the benches, Viego 3 is coming around. You would have had kind of Biss already with 2 of the items, so a little bit painful, but of course that Rageblade did help to get him where he needed to be. And we do have 2 players on 3-2 still streaking on 100 HP. Both Lelouch and Nutchwick here continuing their domination, and Nutchwick even rolling a little bit to try and keep this board as strong as possible.
That is an absolutely nutty board on the Noxus, because you do have a bunch of 2-star frontline, especially when you've got that Swain. He is literally immortal in your frontline. But we literally just saw that Plat Art just peaked on his board. Right now, all he has to do is just save his gold and just level up. That Tristana is 4-star, double items. If any, you could potentially see that Tristana ruining that Noxus win streak.
Yeah, you kind of see why you really want that Hextech here on that Tristana. There's just not much healing going out to that front line, which means they're falling over like flies, and eventually that total domination is going to give the board the rest. That's really unfortunate for Plattard, but at the same time, that's one of the two very strong players in the lobby, and I do think he has a little bit of an easier time against the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I think Natswick, that right there, that was total domination diff. That was one auto attack from losing a very, very precious win streak. Not only because you're win streaking currently, but because his gold is in the tatters currently. You lose your win streak. Look at this. This is possibly one of the boards that you're also worried about, but there's a bunch of 1 stars. So it should technically be easy for Natswick to go through. At level 7, 10 gold, you've rolled down all your gold. So if you lose your win streak right here, it gets a little tricky.
Yeah, one of the two players is gonna lose it, and it seems like Lelouch will be on that end here, being knocked down from the pedestal onto 87 HP is not something you're necessarily worried about if you're Lelouch, but with one player continuing to streak, that is putting pressure onto the rest of the lobby. It means that everybody is going to be losing more HP in comparison to a game where it would be a little bit more even, since they're all losing against this one player. So that is going to paint the storyline for this lobby here, and we can see the first couple of players already in an area of HP where I'm kind of worried for them. Ceremonials does have that metabolic, so we're a little bit more chill on that front, but Yaroy on 36 also being able to find that Piltover, and we were looking at this Bruiser crest here thinking that this might be a Rek'Sai reroll, but that's not looking to be the case at all.
No, it's not. And right now, 3-5 is usually the time where you want to be leveling to level 7, rolling it down, finding your carries, and try to get a big cash out. 2 Zeris already in. You find a third one, you're most likely gonna be getting that cash out that you're looking for. Belveth, Bruiser as well. Depending on which board you're facing, you could be getting a huge cash out right here. That's gonna save your entire game.
Yeah, you can see why Yaroy has so much gold to work with. 8 lost streak. That is the picture that's being shown here. Of course, it's also reflected in this HP, but eventually you do want to turn everything around. You do want to level up the TX. Is this the moment where it's going to happen? And it's looking pretty good. Zeri is going to come through against a mirror match on Ceremonials, which also means Ceremonials is continuing their losing streak here, and Yaroy now needs to find some more upgrades to make this board real strong.
I'm just going to say, metabolic or not for Ceremonials, this is a really tough spot to be in. That was your cash out moment. Unfortunately, he had to play against the other Piltover player. Huge cash out for Yaroy right here with the win. You get that extra +1 on your board as well. So much gold to actually roll down and try to find that Zeri first, which means that you are putting Ceremonials in an even worse position, right? You hit that Zeri 2 first. You've hit your 4-zone board. You've cast out 25 stacks on your T-Hex. You're actually in a really, really great position.
Oh my goodness, this board just came online. If it wasn't strong already, it now definitely is. And like you're saying, that's bad news to Ceremonials. Even with that metabolic, you are going to be looking a little bit longer for those upgrades since you are sharing units here. And you can see the power from that upgrade coming through here. The Zeri is going to have a grand old time despite only having 1 item. Of course, the healing and the gargoyles helping extremely on Yaroy's board on that Urgot as well.
And you also have that BF sword over on your bench, which means pretty much any item can be slammed onto your Zeri that actually combines with the BF sword. So you've got pretty good chances of getting an item that's actually pretty good for your carry. You can also slam something like a BT if you want on your Urgot later on. So that's a pretty good spot to be in if you're playing Piltover.
Oh, Ceremonials also won his round, so big upgrade for this Piltover player as well. But now, with all of the items that we're having on the left-hand side, we need to make something happen. The gold is kind of there. I assume he already rolled a little bit after the cash out to try and find some upgrades, but we're still 2 copies away from that Zeri to actually make the dream come alive here. That would be a big upgrade that he could be looking for. Urgot would be nice as well, but is looking as if the angle into Freljord is also being kept open here with that Ash. I'm not so sure if Ceremonials knows where he wants to go with this.
I'm thinking even something like an Aphelios here would also make sense. You've got a pretty strong front line. You've got the built over T-Hex. 3 Zeris are already gone. 4, if you look over to Blood Art's board as well, he's got that 1 Zeri for the +1 onto the Gunners. So even pivoting onto something like the Aphelios with the T-Hex on your board, it could be huge. You have the Nasus, that's an absolute unit in the front line as well. So never mind what I'm saying. Aphelios sold, we're sticking to Zeri.
I like the idea, honestly. I thought it was a nice idea. I would have liked to see it, but is not going to come alive. Third augments coming through. Gold augments once again. Are we looking at those Chemtech enhancements? I don't think so. Not really having Zons on board right now. This would be an augment that maybe Yaroi would be happier about, but Ceremonial's holding on to it for now.
Yeah. Oh, cybernetic bulk here is actually huge. If you can get to stack your board with more bruises, you get percentage HP out of that, plus that flat extra that it gives you, and you have that spat to add for the flat extra HP as well. That is a pretty good one, because if you remember, Ceremonials did not get gold cash out. He got a bunch of items and a +1 for his board. So this bunch of items that he got, plus the cybernetic bulk that gives him flat HP for an item equipped, I think it really served him right here.
Yeah, we're gonna see how it does as Ceremonials is trying to climb back in the overall lobby standings. Yaroi is looking to do the same, but one more player has fallen among the 2 Piltover players that were losing on purpose, and it's Laras who finds himself down there in 7th. Currently going down to 8th, 1 more loss, 24 HP. Need to kind of check in and see what's going on there and why we can't be finding any wins. And this is what it's spelling: another Zeri, another Zon, another Gunner. And that is what unfortunately happens when everybody plays the same comp. They're holding hands. It's not going to be great.
I'm just going to say though, I don't think any of the, because I'm seeing the pink mod on them. I don't think any of these Zeris have either hit Virulent or Robotic Arm, which are the 2 extremely strong zone mods that you want onto your Zeri. And I think out of every Zeri player, Laras is in a little bit of a pickle, because your secondary carry right here is your Ergo, that's only a 2-star. You only have 2 items onto your Zeri, and the other boards have T-Hexes in them, which means that the T-Hex makes them stronger and you don't necessarily need a 2-star Zeri. So let's see if that's gonna work out for him. Seems like T-Hex is doing quite a bit of work.
Yeah, that's one big old laser beam shooting across the battlefield, and Laras will take another hit now down to 12. The carousel is gonna come in, but I'm not quite sure there's anything that could be found here that actually would change the trajectory. Maybe that Scion to add a little bit of CC, and Laras is saying, yeah, that's the one I want. With that BF sword, of course, is gonna help maybe a little bit. Can slam a Deathblade now if that's what we're looking for. Also Giant Slayer, but I think that was available before as well. So, well, I'm not sure if it's enough to change the story.
Yeah, I think not a lot of economy. You're waiting to get to birds to try and potentially get to that level 8. Stick another unit onto your board. Let's see if anything is gonna save them. The Scion is going to go in, but that front line looks so weak. And even though Senna gives a pretty hefty shield, just because there's no Sojourn on the Senna, there is no 2-star Senna, it's kind of too late to cast, and having the Scissor right there means you're directing all of the pressure onto your Scion. It's going to die really quickly. Only Setsuaniman as well. Luckily, we do have the Ergo 2 coming through with the Collector, so hopefully you can get some easy executes right there, but I think that's the 4-star Tristana board. Yes, it is.
Yeah, hopefully this is a turning point for Laras. Let's see how it goes. The Urgot coming in strong with that frontline. Sejuani supporting, of course, to try and get a little bit of extra damage in, and it's working out beautifully. Laras finding a win here, turning everything around. We are getting word that actually all 3 of the Zeri main carry players did find that Virulent on her, so that is going to be good news. Of course, I think you would have preferred the robotic arm, but it's still pretty good. Maokai 3 coming through here for plot art. That's also going to be good news, I think.
Yeah, now I think Lara's right here has to play with fire. There is no way you're gonna roll down because you're looking for Sejuanis. A lot of them are out of the board, out of the pool already because everyone wants to have a Sejuani in the front line. And of course, when you're level 7, you don't want to be rolling down for a Senna or a Sion. So you're going for the pretty much. I hope I get a pretty good matchup right here on my next one to try and win that. Luckily, I see a lot of 1-stars on the board that Yasuo, even though is itemized, does not have a lot of power to do it being a 1-star. Let's see if it's going to be enough. No!
Yeah, there's just the CC. It's hurting this board so much, and the Kai'Sa in the backline untouched does survive. Lara's taking a massive hit here, down to 2 HP. Is gonna go to Raptors, is gonna get some extra gold, so maybe we can make that level 8 happen, but if I had to name one thing here that's going on for Lara's, I'd be saying Monka Steer.
Monka Steer indeed. He has to pilot a very tricky situation. It's like, I have to go level 8, but I'm literally one fight away from dying. Luckily for him, a bunch of 1-star units survived in the previous fight where he lost, so he managed to stay alive with 2 HP. And we are back onto the Noxus board, where it seems like it's going to be the traditional 3-star Katarina into 3-star Darius, and we might actually see a pretty hefty roll down right here as we're going straight into stage 5.
Yeah, one unit found for Daesik here, finds that Karma 3, that's a nice little upgrade, does have the Ari as well, so everything coming up. Daesik, it seems like a little bit of extra items there for a Ryze whenever he should show up, if we're wanting to put him in here. But we can see lots of players rolling down. Lara's being able to find that level 8 Fifek, finding Yasuo too. Everybody's upgrading their board, and whether or not Lara's can survive against the power of the Karma 3 is yet to be seen. She doesn't have an Archangel, so she's not stacking up like you'd normally see ever so often, but she still does a lot of damage and still alive. That Hex Tech put in the work. Eventually, Lara's can take the win here though, and Daesik will continue to lose.
And very clever from Lars as well. I don't know if we can quickly have a look at his board, but a lot of the frontline units were actually gone. So what he did is he has a Senna, he has a Shadow Isles. He put in a 2-star Gwen with a TG, which means that you're adding, thank you very much, observers, you're adding a little bit more frontline to your units at the front. As you can see, still a 1-star Sejuani, still a 1-star Sion. But that Gwen did so much work in the previous round, complements the Senna, complements your frontline, huge shields since he's got the redemption this round as well. So a very, very clever move, a very quick pivot to try and survive a few more rounds.
Yeah, Nashvik with the Zephyr, getting that Sejuani lifted up here. Is that going to change the fight? I'm not so sure. I think you probably would have rather liked to lift up that Urgot, but it's fallen to the Darius already. Not too worried though, as Darius is the only unit alive and he can go 1 versus 8, but it's not going to happen here. Not now, not with Darius too, but if you're looking in the background, Nashvik 1 Katarina away from finding Kata 3. That could be a massive spike for this player as well.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 Darius away though, and very low economy makes it a little bit dicey. Lara's though, can we celebrate? Thank you very much. That's the
selling off the Darius. I like it. Smart.
Now there's a problem here. That Katarina is extremely strong, but she is missing a rogue to go straight into that backline. And usually you either want your Katarina to complement your Darius or the other way around. In this particular board, your Katarina is pretty much your singular carry, and we could have potentially 2 people eliminated on that one round.
Yeah, Laris on the left-hand side, Nutwig on the right-hand side. Both players are fighting to stay alive in Game 1 of the Golden Spatula Cup. Can they do it is the question. It's looking pretty rough for Laris on the left side. Zeri still fighting, but will be taken down eventually. And Nutwig also gonna get knocked out here. The minus HP will come into play here as Plothart also being knocked out. We have 3 players out in 5-3.
And there's 5 remaining right here. Vivek only on 9 HP as well. That could be literally one fight away from getting eliminated. A lot of strong boards. I saw a Senna 2 on a board. We do have the 6 Invokers with an Ari and a 3-star Karma, an extremely strong comp. If you don't have Guard Breaker, if you don't have any anti-heal, it's a pretty tough comp to break. As we can see, we also have 6 challengers, missing that 3rd item onto Yasuo and Kai'Sa, actually.
Yeah, I really like the pickup of the defensive dash here, but with Lelouch kind of competing on these units, you're in a similar position to these Theory players, where it's just, you're all kind of holding hands, you're all prioritizing similar units, and in the meantime, you are going to bleed a little bit more than needed. Of course, he would really like that Kalista, but it's not coming into play here for now, is on 1 gold and hoping to not get eliminated here. The only player with single digit that could be on the chopping block going up against Ceremonials, who's currently leading the lobby. That's a massive, massive matchup, and I don't think you're coming back from this one as the board evaporates, and so does Vivek.
And if we have a very quick look at the items that are on Ceremonial's board and the 30 gold level 8, it's looking like we're going fast 9 for an Exodia build with a Belveth and an Ari. Talking about Ari, Daesik just hitting Ari 2 on 8. That's a huge spike, especially when you play Invokers and you have the extra emblem to slam onto your Ari. That means it's casting even faster and you're getting the constant mana reave coming through from the unit, whilst Karma is completely decimating enemy board. Only 1 HP for Daesik, but 1 is all you need to have to win a game.
Yeah, it is, but is it enough? In comes the Zephyr, lifts up the Ari. We could see Daesik moving around a little bit, putting that Karma into the center back line, trying to avoid the Zephyr, but can she take down that Yasuo? It's onto her, it's on that back line, and she will get it taken down, but that's all she's gonna be doing here as Daesik goes out in 4th. At least, that's cash out, that's a little bit of points. You're not gonna be too mad about it. All players are looking for is the qualification to the next day, but of course, the higher you place, the more of a cushion you build for yourself, and it's actually Ceremonials and Yaroi and Lelouch that are the top 3 players here in this game.
Yeah, and as you can see, Ceremonials Yaroi are the 2 Piltover plays that we had from the beginning. So for Yaroi, it was worth it falling down that 12 gold just to get that Piltover in. It's gotten him onto the top 3 and 9 win streak, 50 odd gold. He can actually go level 9 next round, starting to get a little bit of that Exodia build. You've got absolutely incredible items onto your Belveth. You get that Belveth too. You're actually being chilling with this board.
Yeah, you are. I'm very curious between Yaroi and Ceremonials who's actually going to be stronger, as both of these players are leveling up right now. We could see Ceremonials go 9 and Yaroi, of course, as well. But both players technically do have 10 units here on the back of those tack crowns. So Lelouch might be caught between a rock and a Piltover Zeri as he's going up against Ceremonials here. In comes the Zephyr once more, clutching out the Xena 2, which definitely is going to help. But is it enough is going to be the question here. Lots of legendary soup on Lelouch's board. The Belveth trying to do as much as possible to take down the enemy units. In comes the Kai'Sa on the left-hand side. One more charge, one more time. She's doing all she can, but Lelouch is gonna lose out on this round.
Oh, and I think Yaroi lost to also a Ghost? I think Yaroi lost to Lelouch's Ghost right there. So it's literally anyone's game because everyone is beating each other right here. It all comes down to who is going to face a Ghost potentially on the next round, which is going to be a quote-unquote easier fight to be in. But as you can see, all these boards are pretty much very close to capped. You're playing triple carry right now, especially with the Heimerdinger too. You've got double Meccano onto the board too. You have a Belveth. Oh.
Yeah, it is going to be Lelouch on the other side, 7 HP. Can he stop the bleeding? Both of these players just found their Heimerdinger too, but I'm not sure the board that Lelouch has built is enough to actually do something here. Yasuo into the backline, doing as much as he can, trying to get that CC out, takes out the Zeri. Kaisa coming in for support, and it looks like Lelouch might actually be able to do it. It's only the Urgot that's standing here, and Kaisa is looking so healthy, so happy. We'll get him taken down. Both of these players do survive here, but now it could be a double knockout potentially if Ceremonials wins against both players.
Look on the board, Yarroy did a big whoopsie. His Belveth loves the Jinx. That means that you're not getting your buff on your two strongest units, which is currently the Zeri and the Urgot on your board. So that was a big whoopsie right there on one of his biggest buffs from the augments, of course, coming through with the damage. So this could have been the difference maker on that one fight. Luckily for him, he is not dead. And we have yet another capped board. 2 items on a Belveth 2, 3 items on a Senna 2.
Yeah, we're seeing it's going to be very, very close here. Lelouch fighting against Yarroy's copy, Ceremonials fighting against Yarroy. So technically, 2 players could go home here, but maybe, just maybe, they can hold on and take out their given enemies. Left-hand side, it's that Yasuo against the world, but it's looking pretty rough. Lelouch taken out here, and I think it is going to be working in favor of Yarroy, who is going to stay in. We go to the carousel, and it's both the Piltover players that have made it into the top 2.
And now it all comes down to, of course, having the little sparks of joy that are Zephyrs and Shrouds, and of course positioning, making sure that you have best items, who has the more 2-star legendaries on the board, what is the power of your T-Hex. Actually, right there, T-Hex is going to be taken completely out of Ceremonial's board to try and put in some more legendaries. The 2-star Urgot is going to be hit.
So if you're Ceremonials, you know you lost the previous round against Yarroy. So you're trying anything at this point, right? Obviously, positioning also can do only so much. If you're Yarroy, you need to be very careful with your positioning. Try not to lose those long distance pulls, but it's looking good. It's Urgot and Zeri who are profiting off of them right now. We could be going into the final round of game 1 here. In comes the Hex Tech Beam from that big dinosaur. Is it going to be enough is the question. Zeri in the backhand left corner, she's untouched mostly, going strong, stacking up that Rage Blade, and it is the Belveth who she's trying to take down, looking really good. Yarroy finding yet another win against Ceremonials here, despite his best efforts.
Oh, huge right here. Ceremonials is actually going to find that Zeri 2. It took up to stage 6, round 6, to find his 2-star core carry on the team. But now he does. All he's looking for, I think he has one more fight in him, 16 HP. If he gets really close, I'm pretty sure you can survive another one. So you have time to maybe find that Scion and find that Aatrox. But when it comes to Yarroy, his board is ultra capped.
It absolutely is. Let's see how it goes one more time. There's a big Scion on the side of Yarroy, a little bit of a smaller one on the side of Ceremonial. It's charging right into that Zeri and the Senna in the background, helped by the TX, but the Zeri in the background for Yarroy is the one that we need to look out for. The last time she remained alive, and she was the one that was carrying the fight for Yarroy, looking to do exactly the same once again, and that will be all she wrote as Yarroy takes first game in Golden Spatula Cup number 2 of this set. What a great start.
I think it was a great start because we see the Bruiser crest coming through. We're like, hey, this could be a Rek'Sai reroll, which is pretty risky because three cost rerolls are very risky to do because you're not always going to hit them. It's very difficult. But then the pivot straight into Piltover, finds the Piltover early, plays through that, and then capping up the board later on. Also, there was a little bit of a whoopsie right there with the long distance spells, but he managed to fix it last second. But yeah, the board was capped and he played that flawlessly.
Yeah, sometimes if there's so many Zephyrs going on, you just sometimes want to lose out on the long distance piles rather than getting Zephyred on your carry. So quick decisions, something can go wrong. Of course, we all understand. I'm very curious how surprised our analyst desk is going to be about the fact that 2 Piltover players made it into the top 2. I am so shocked, but we are going to go into a break and we'll hear from them after that.
Hello, I'm Alexei, you know probably me as Xperion. I'm from Toulouse in France. I play TFT since set 1 and I play for Solary right now. I really like Runeterra Reforged, it's a very good set. We have a lot of competitive thing we don't have in the previous sets. It's really good to play it with different meta, different map, different way to play the game. Okay, for me the best player in the ladder is probably Solo Gesang. He had a really good experience about ladder and all the sets he touched the rank 1 a lot. So I guess it's the best player of ladder in UW. For a tournament I practice for sure in ladder and I try to have a plan when I come in the game. With that I go here, with that I go here, with that I go here, and I don't improvise on the tournament. My objective is for sure to go at the Worlds, to do my best, but my goal is go to the World and represent Solary. I will say thank you to all people who support me, thank you to my team Solary, and thank you to my parents and my girlfriend. They're always here for me and I'm very thankful.
The competition is heating up, and so am I. It is absolutely sweltering in here. Good Lord. But I think, the big highlight for me in that game was we told you we'd see Zon today, and we sure did, you guys.
I think it was more Piltover than Zon in that case. So we even saw a player rolling 10 gold at 2-1, which I have not seen in tournament in a long time. But it goes to show the strength of Piltover right now in the meta, especially with the strength of Zeri as a way to really stabilize and make sure you cash out.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to open up the conversation here around having 2 Piltover players in the same lobby because, with the way Piltover works now, particularly if you get cashed out accidentally before you really get your loss streak fully going, then you're losing out on a massive amount of payout later on.
Yeah, both players did really well with their cash outs. I believe it was Yoroi who cashed out first at 25 stacks. But then Ceremonials managed to really play it down to the wire and get exactly 30 stacks for the cash out. So really well played on that front. And I think the final 1v1, we talked about a little bit of this during the green room, Peter. I think the augments really made the difference in that final 1v1 because Ceremonials on that metabolic accelerator really helped him during the early game. But when you're going up against someone who's got long distance pals, that Bruiser Crest on Belveth, all of that combat power through the augments, you just can't keep up.
No, and normally you're trying to make up that difference just by sheer board quality, which you can get because you've managed to get so far into the game. It's a little unfortunate and unlikely in a lot of games that two players will be able to pull off the same thing, and the other player actually does have that combat augments, but I think this game has shown us that, you can definitely get into Piltover and have it work out extremely well.
And real quick, before we move off that, though, just so everyone's aware, Ceremonials never had a Zeri 2. Just in case anyone missed that. 6-5, Zeri 1. Anyways, David, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I think Nadruk had a very interesting game. He had a very high tempo start, and the Dream Noxus scenario, which is, I think, the strongest comp by far in stages 2 and 3. Didn't prio Samira at all. Did not prio Shojin on the first carousel, which to me was a surprise. I thought he would in that case. He just prioed the Darius instead. Never hit Darius 3, unfortunately. And overall, because you expect players to start dying out in stage 4 and you just coast into a top 4 from the high HP you have, was not the case this game, because the players that were 7th and 8th were the Piltover players, and they did not die until the very end of the game. So it went where he just pretty much fell all the way down the standings in stage 4 and could not really cap his board, could not really recover from that free fall, ended up 7th. So an unusual game for Noxus in this game 1.
Yeah, it was really wild. I could not believe how far down and how quickly he dropped down the table. But she said it just really felt like the lobby just wasn't favoring for it. I would still be pretty surprised if we don't see at least one of our players in every one of these lobbies trying for Noxus, but it might be a sign of the way people are approaching today's event that the Noxus will be maybe a little bit less effective than we would expect.
The big thing I want to pull out of this lobby is how reroll heavy it was. We saw almost every player going for it outside of our Piltover players. We had, and our Gunner player who went, I believe it was 7th. So, that doesn't count. But we had so much reroll going on, which is why it was surprising we didn't see the Samira, right? We had Platar going for that Tristana reroll, which pulls so many 1 costs out of the pool, opening up that Samira pretty heavily. But the Tristana didn't seem to ever get online. David, can you maybe run through why that was?
Well, looking at the final board at the end of the game, I believe there was at least 9 Zeris taken out of the pool by the other Piltover and just Gunner players overall. And Zeri isn't the star of the show for the Trishana, but she is at least a secondary carry that helps carry that load in terms of DPS in stage 4 and 5. You never had that option. You have to tech into Bastion a bit more into the late game, and it just wasn't enough. Tristana is a comp that even when you hit, it's not like Kale where you're level 9 and you're almost guaranteed to win the lobby. I think the cap is a little bit lower, and unless things go really, really well, it's not a guarantee to be a top 4, despite hitting all your 3 stars.
I do want to highlight as well for Dasik, who had the Invoker composition there, talking about our rerolls. He managed to pretty much get everything he was looking for there. We had the Karma 3 online, with the RE2 with an Invoker spat online pretty early as well. So I'm pretty surprised to see that only go into 4th place. I think it's a testament to just how ridiculously capped those Piltover boards end up being.
Well, he was the only reroll player who wasn't contested, right? Like, we had 5-Fek going on Challengers, contested by Lelouch, who was going a more traditional, just 2-star Yasuo Kaisa build. We had, like you mentioned earlier, David, we had Platark going for that Gunners, contested by pretty much everyone in the lobby. And we had, of course, that Noxus reroll composition. That one just didn't work out. I got my hands up for that one. But a lot of contention going on for a lot of these higher priority units. So Dasik kind of had that free line open. Nobody was taking any Invokers except maybe a 2-star Lissandra from Laris, who ended up bottoming out in the lobby.
I think Challengers a comp we'll be seeing a lot of throughout this tournament. I think it's very good for tournament play, especially because you can, it really just plays for 4th place, 3rd place, doesn't really win lobbies, but what you really want on this day 1 is consistency. You want to just top 4 all your games if possible. The Luch accomplished it. FIFAC was 5th, so just barely outside of that. And even if someone is contesting you, it's a 4 cost. You're not trying to 3-star it. You're going to find your unit at the very least 1 copy to stabilize on level 7 at 3-5 or at 4-1. And I think it's a line we'll see many players going into, even multiple players per lobby throughout every single game on broadcast today.
No, I definitely agree with you, David. It felt like a pretty spicy lobby to see in our very first game of the day. Exactly as you say, this isn't the style of play we would be expecting our players to be going for at this point. Very high risk, very high reward. It does at least leave them in a good position to go forwards in the competition. Once you've got that 1 or 2 good wins in, you can pretty much top 4 for the rest of the day and be comfortable of making day 2.
A good start for our more experienced players as well. We have Dasik and Lelouch, kind of stalwarts of the scene coming into this game. Dasik hasn't been putting out the same level of performances he's been known for. That same ladder domination we've seen from him in sets past hasn't quite translated to competitive recently. But, having a pretty good start to the day. Lelouch, former EMEA champion, coming in, getting 3rd in this first lobby. So I wonder how their performance is going to follow through for the rest of the day, and how they're looking overall as that sort of group of highly experienced competitive players.
And Dasik on Earth as well, I think a legend that if you're open to many different lines, if you know the ins and outs of things like Zon, like Vertical Shadow Owls, Invoker in this case, you will find uncontested lines almost every game. Dasik, with so much experience, I'm sure he's scouting the lobby, trying to identify from itemization in stage 2-1 what comps players might be going down into, and picking an augment, or an emblem rather, that is not contested. So someone I'd expect to find a lot of creative boards, but definitely do well today on day 1.
I'm certainly a big fan of seeing Earth showing up as well. We were kind of promised that we might see Dasik busting out the Bard, but perhaps that will be for later on when the circumstances call for it. But no, I'm a huge fan as well, seeing the Earth, getting in as many different avenues as possible. As you said, I think all of our players are looking for ways to express their skill as much as possible, to try and make sure they bring as much of the result of the game into their hands, rather than ending up in situations like we saw in this game, where the units you're going for are contested, and maybe you lose for reasons out of your direct control.
Much more legend variety than we've seen in previous competitions as well. Last Golden Spatula Cup, it was like Poro, Ornn, and we had 2 Væggar players and 2 ASOL players, and that was kind of it. But we've already seen, in this first lobby, at least 3 different legends. So I'm excited to see how that shapes the competition. David, you mentioned Caitlyn and Aurelion Sol earlier on in the show. We didn't get to see them this game, but I'm hoping to see that as we go forward. Just so everyone's aware of what's going on, you may be saying, hey, this is a longer desk than the Rising Legends crew normally do. We know. We're aware of it too. We've got 2 lobbies who are still fighting to the death, down to the wire. Luque apparently just won one of the off-stream lobbies, so shout-outs to the Italian Blender Mafia. Love you, boys. Congrats on that win to Luque.
And the caster bless, I did say he has to perform at an individual level. Comes in, wins his first game. Great to see these kind of OG names, Dasik as well, performing at a high level. Lelouch as well. I mean, it's great to see these top players coming back, taking this set very seriously. I think it's normal. This set has been so fantastic. Everyone has been drawn back into TFT and still performing at high levels. So really great to see.
I mean, this was one of the things from the first Golden Spatula Cup of this set. We did see a lot of familiar names there, but a lot of them went out on day 1 with some very disappointing performances. So to see so many returning players and to see them now doing well, perhaps is a reflection of how our players have managed to get hold of the set a little bit more firmly coming into the second cup rather than the first.
It's very exciting to me because I feel like North America, as a counterpoint, has had a much more consistent canvas of players, making it into that top echelon of play. You look at the players who are winning pretty consistently, you recognize the names, you recognize Dish Soap, you recognize Appies, Soju, let's not talk about it. But here in EMEA, we have some players who make those standout roles. Double 61, I think, is the ultimate example of that. 2-time EMEA winner, 1-time world champion, of course. But outside of very few players, we don't see a lot of consistency in our final day 3 lobbies. But seeing this Golden Spatula Cup already have those same names make it out of the qualifiers into the top ladder spots, I'm hoping through this we're going to start seeing those names that we know and love put up consistent performances like Canvas did last set.
No, just to touch on Double 61, of course, still very much the central player here in the EMEA scene. GSC 1, I believe, was his worst tournament ever in terms of performance. He finished, in the low hundreds.
It happens. It happens.
No, it happens to absolutely everybody. But I'm really hoping that we get to see, again, some of those big names. not necessarily, completely dominate the competition, but give the players who do make it through to day 2 and eventually day 3 a chance to play against these big names who may well have been the reason they picked up competitive TFT in the first place.
I spoke to Cam after GSC 1, and it was just really not the patch for both of the cousins. They were not a big fan of it. I think there are some players that play more passionately or emotionally, where if they like a patch, they dedicate a lot of time and they really hit their peak form. And if they don't, they kind of step aside a little bit. I think that was the case for them. There's other players that just don't care. They just, whatever patch it is, they're playing and trying to compete at the highest level. So we'll see, I think, a very different face for French TFT and for Cam as a double in GSC number 2.
Well, David, I want to narrow down on that a little bit more. What do you feel like are the big differences between this patch and that Golden Spatula Cup number 1 patch that is making some of these players kind of crawl out of the woodwork and, hit the road once more?
Well, there was much more kind of unclickable units in that patch for GSC number 1. There was just comps that were just not viable at all, no matter how creative or flexible you are. And they're both very flexible players, so you're punished on certain roll downs where you could have different options, and you can't go for them because they're just not strong enough. They can't really compete with the meta boards. In this GSC, despite having some outliers like Samira, obviously, and maybe Zeri to some extent, I think there is a way to pivot into almost any comp and any unit come late game, especially the 5 cost, for example, and capping on your board. So it just fits much better for flexible players, especially the late game.
Yeah, just to try and build that, that's definitely what our players have been liking a lot more. There are so many more routes to go down. I think that just gives more opportunities for our players, particularly ones who are more experienced, more comfortable here in the tournament scene, to show exactly what they're made of. To maybe go a little bit outside of their comfort zone. Maybe they've got the emblems coming in. Maybe it's a comp they're not 1,000% comfortable with, but if they can make it work anyway, and again, it's not contested, then they've got a huge opportunity to win big.
Well, so one of the things that's been floating around in my head today, and it was floating around a little bit during the GamePolis Invitational as well, when this set started, we were really like, portals are really going to change the shape of these games. They're really going to inform a lot about how the gameplay goes. How do you guys feel now that we're heading towards the mid-set, towards the end of this point, portals have really panned out? Because I've definitely seen adaptations to portals, but I don't feel like I've seen the meta defined by them as much as I would have expected.
There are some, like Scuttle Puddle, for example, that definitely do warp the meta quite a bit in terms of playing Kale, for example, because you have so many more resources. Others warp the games in a tiny way, where I think at this level of play, every single player knows kind of the niche things to keep in mind on certain portals. It doesn't really dictate what comp you play, but more small optimizations in the mid game, the late game, or even with building items on Glass Industries and picking augments that benefit this. So it's more the small things, this extra layer added on that doesn't change the game completely, but does add this piece of knowledge that you have to be aware of if you want to do well and you want to really min-max the full potential of your game.
Yeah, there are definitely certain portals which are going to play a lot better with different comps, as David said. I think just recognizing that, and also, with our players being such an experienced group, the ones they're going to vote for coming into the game, you have to imagine for the most part they'll be looking for ones which are at least somewhat predictable in that kind of power level. We've got new portals coming in like Holden 9, which are very much less predictable in how they're going to play out, and I'd imagine our players will want to try and avoid those, again, to make sure that their skill counts for the most.
Well, when we come back, we're going to have our lobbies ready. We apologize for the delay, but our players just scrapping too hard. We've got to come back, give them time to breathe, then we'll be back with game number 2. We'll see you after a 2-minute break.
Champ. We're back here. My name is Mason. I'm here with Trouble Inc. We just, threw the analyst desk out of the window. They're allowed to come back after the game, but now it is casters start the game, and we're trying so hard to get that online for you. I promise. But Trouble Inc., we already had a little bit of a peek at what our lobby is looking like, and seems like there's a little bit of a disproportion going on.
I'm just saying, man, I'm seeing a lot of Polish flags. I'm seeing Mr. Google Docs learn the game himself. I'm seeing maybe somebody who won with Piltover in the first game.
See, if you won with Piltover in the first game, there's like a hidden law that you can't get it again, right? That's how that works. Promise. So it's impossible. You cannot get Piltover back to back. I'm making this up, but maybe it's gonna work.
Honestly, I'd be surprised if in back-to-back games someone managed to get Piltover on 2-1. Doable, but very difficult. This is what Earth is for people as well. If you like playing Zone, Noxus, lucky Piltover on 2-1, just go Earth. He's your guy.
Yeah. I think Earth is great. I'm still a little bit shocked by the fact that there was a Pengu. I think maybe we should see more Pengu because it feels kind of safer for tournament play, at least for like day 1, day 2, where you need to qualify rather than like aiming for the top 1. It's like, a metabolic, you rarely deny that. That's a good little augment to have to just live longer in the overall and maybe get a loss streak on. But we are getting our lobby ready, so you don't have to wait much longer, chat. We promise we're hurrying up.
You know what? I actually really like the whole concept behind Pengu because there's not many people playing that, but you've got Tiny Titans in there and all that stuff. You've got metabolic, things that will give you HP as you go, but the most important thing is that if you're a reroll player or if you play Piltover, which are both two comps that you're most likely going to lose a lot in the early, it pretty much stabilizes you towards that mid-game.
Yeah, and that's great, right? Whatever happens, happens, and you still have that to fall back on, which is something you're always happy about. But, Trouble, it's the first time for you on the Rising Legends broadcast, and I do this thing where I force my co-casters to tell me one comp that they want to see today, that they're excited about. It can be anything, it doesn't need to be a strong comp, but a comp you really love seeing, love playing, anything you got for us.
Okay. I'm a big believer of Bastion plus Aphelios backline. I feel like Solari is not as bad as when it first got nerfed. Plus, there's a hidden tech where you 3-star Soraka, Kassadin, and what's the other 2-star unit? And Ashe, and you just play hyper roll Ashe. I've seen it work. I've seen it in higher tier lobbies in a lot of the streams of the players. It's really difficult to hit, and also it's the only thing that is viable with Ascension. Ascension has not been an augment that anyone picks, but this particular comp doesn't die. It doesn't do as much damage, but it doesn't die. So Ascension is just too good for this comp.
All right. I'm sure some of the players, not all, but some of them have been listening, lurking in chat. You know what to do. We're waiting for you to turn on the Ashe reroll, apparently. I'm excited for that one. I love a little bit of Ashe rerolling. It's, 2 costs. Can't go wrong with that. It's always fun. But we are launching our game right now. And something I'm always curious about with this set 9, our analyst desk was just talking about it, is what portals are we getting? But first, here is our lobby. We said it already. Poland coming through. This is a lobby with top players that won or came in second in that previous game. Actually, all of them won. You can see here 8 points on everybody's board. Luque, of course, winning out GAMEPOLIS in Málaga. Coco, a player that is incredibly famed. He's been to so many high prestige tournaments, I can't even count them all. And you lovingly called him Mr. Spreadsheet, was it? Zolo Gazang here as well.
Zolo Gazang. Mr. Google Sheet himself. He always does like the most incredible guides every single time a new set comes out. He is insane when it comes, to solo queue. That's where people know him from. Incredibly high-ranked player. The whole German community, is backing him up. But I think I really love the whole Polska Górom mood that's happening in this lobby. And I think again, we've talked about this, you usually practice and research with your buddies from the same country. We have 4 Polish players. All they can do is get top 4 and no one loses out.
Yeah, just do that. Everybody hold hands. We're going for the top 4. I'm pretty sure the other 4 players in this lobby have something to say about this, but would you look at that? Nobody likes the Dreaming Pool.
I mean, you know what? It unnecessarily just takes one more spot on your bench that you kind of need. So, yeah. Better not. There's also not a lot of comps that you would rather not use one of their components, especially when it comes to like later on level 8, level 9 stages. You usually want to have 4 really strong units on your board. So not a lot of people go for that. Plus, it doesn't give you any econ, and players love econ.
Oh, yeah. I love rerolling, so I can't relate, but Tyro, you got 2 ashes. Maybe this is the S3 stream. I'm ready. I'm ready. Just saying, we are in Thresh Sanctum. If you ever find yourself wondering what's going on here in the top right corner, we do have a little overlay that's rotating, and it tells you the portal. But as we're speaking about that, our legends coming in, and I was so excited about game 1, but game 2 seems to write a different story here with Ornn domination coming through.
Making sure that you have, again, either the items or the economy is so important. And it's actually really cool as we're starting here. We're just through PvE rounds. To sort of mention a little bit of the history of how the legends have gone, right? It was first a Draven with the spoils of war, dropping gold, dropping items, straight into the Ezreal, who dropped you items every round, then straight into the Bard, who also dropped you items 5, 6, 7. So it feels like that in general, in this particular set, is just so important to get the best items that you can and have best in-slot for your carries. And of course, Ornn giving you these juicy Ornn items that you cannot get otherwise is just so important. And the players seem to value it a lot here.
Yeah, you forgot my boy TF there at the very beginning. It was only a couple of days, but I was a believer in the Twisted Fate and Echo reroll. I miss it, but in come the augments, and it's going to be silver augments for these Ornn players. That's a pretty good information. The one thing you kind of want to avoid if you're playing Ornn is getting a prismatic. It's just not that great. Players don't really like it as much, and going with silver augments here is going to help Tyroke, of course, get that Ornn item anvil, but it's going to take a little bit to come online.
Ooh, actually, didn't want to go for the 2-star Jhin right there. Opted more towards the Shadow Isles, a little bit more survivability. You get the shield also from the HP. And for Tyroke right here, there isn't a clear direction yet. Yes, he's got the 2 Sorks in, but the items don't necessarily tell a huge story. He's got to slam the Static Shiv. So that to me either screams, hey, we're going towards a Callista route, or we're going to be playing some sort of Sorks or Invokers later on, and we're just using the Static Shiv for Shred.
All right. Look at these augments here on the right-hand side. I'm seeing so many anvils. Seems like all of our players turned into blacksmiths overnight. It's only Luque and Yaroi that are staying away from anvil-shaped augments for now.
Actually, that is very true. There's too many anvils all across the board, which means that it's going to take a while, maybe for the players to even find the direction they want to move to. So it will either be determined by the items they already have, or when the anvil drops in 8-player combat's time, which will be around the 3-5 point on the stage, then they'll figure out what they will go for. And 3-5 is actually a perfect timing to figure out your comp, because it's usually when people level from level 6 to level 7 and do their big roll down for that 1/4 cost carry. So seems to be a chill game so far. They're just collecting souls, getting stuff every 40 souls.
Something cool that we might see a little bit later down the line, once we get to like Krugs, Raptors, Wolves, is players sacrificing some extra units to try and get these breakpoints before other players do. So maybe that's something we can watch later on. But right now I'm more intrigued by Yaroi, who picked up the inconsistency, because that is an augment that, similar to consistency, gives you something on whether or not you manage to get your win and loss streaks. And for Yaroi, he's looking to actually not get any streaks. You want to keep it mixed up to get a little bit of extra gold here.
You want to stay typically below the 3 on a streak. Now, something really cool is that he didn't get indeed built over for the second time in a row, but Coco did. So that would be very interesting to figure out the HP bar of Coco by the end of 2-5 after Krugs. You usually want to technically be around that 70 HP mark. If you're higher, this is even better. This is why we see a lot of people gravitating towards Metabolic that we saw earlier to try and keep you above that 70 HP. But since the silver augment, that means that the boards technically don't spike as fast as they would with either a golden or a prismatic augment. So you actually have the luxury to play a comp and go on a loose streak.
Yeah. And that's a luxury not everybody has. We're going to see how it plays out as Econ is already coming into play for Zologazlang. We can see 20 gold at least he has on his side, which is a really, really good start here in terms of economy. And players are going to be moving into that first carousel. Now, any really cool pickups that we see here?
Oh, I was actually looking at Zologazlang's board, and I think he has 2 Rek'Sais. So getting a third one on stage 2 would be huge. He's actually eyeing it down. He does have the punch. He's going to take it. That's a 2-star Rek'Sai on stage 2. This could be a huge snowball for him.
Yeah, when I see the Rek'Sai 2, I'm wondering, could this be a Rek'Sai 3 eventually? In the end? I do like me a little bit of a 3-cost reroll. I'm not sure it's in the greatest spot right now, but there is a player that's known for fighting out the good fight and holding down Rek'Sai. It's our dearest Barry, who's also going to be casting this weekend at some point, so he surely would be very happy to see it if that's what's going to happen. But right now, we're hopping on board with Shurikane here, 100 HP, 3 wins in the tank, and wants to preserve this win streak, of course. I'm not sure if you can hear it. My cat apparently also getting really excited about this one.
I thought the noise was coming from the board, but it ended up coming from your cat. That's also okay. Now, here we have Shurikane. He's looking to keep that consistency for himself, even though without the augment it is so important because he's at 100 HP. But unfortunately, his board is not strong enough. That's a 2-star vibe to go against. Ouch. That's 10 gold, no streak. That sucks.
A little bit unfortunate here, but not the end of the world. I'm always a little bit relieved when I don't see players streaking past Krugs. It always turns out to be a very fast-paced game. But with Piltover, we're seeing something similar because Luque is going to be losing out all of these games to try and stack up that Piltover. There will be other players who are going to be much higher in HP for a long, long time, creating a little bit of a wider gap. Kubikson here, looking at these Kales, might see a nice little roll down after Krugs.
Yeah. We have 50 gold in the bank as well for Kubikson, which means, again, another comp that usually wants to go onto a loose streak, banking that gold on 2-7 on Krugs. You actually want to roll down 30, maybe down to 30 to 20 gold, and then you take it slow roll from there, and you only roll a level 5 above your 50. But you technically, again, on these sort of reroll comps, you want to have your 3-star carry, especially if it's Kale, during stage 3, because this Kale spikes on level 9. For you to be able to make level 9, you need to start building up your econ. So hitting it as soon as possible is of pivotal importance.
And we were saying earlier, you are seeing Kubikson trying to get one more soul here in this Crux 5 with sacrificing the Tristana to the left-hand side. It is going to bring his count up just one more, which is the most he can do with the given level that he has, but is something to look out for because, of course, you want those kind of spikes from the Thresh Sanctum rather earlier than later to get the extra power spike. Now, I'm curious on how that roll down's going to go, how much he actually has to sacrifice to bring it online.
Oh, that's really good. He actually got gold here from the Krugs, so he has a bunch left over to roll.
3 more copies on the Kale is what we would definitely like. Poppy coming through as well is going to pick up some other units in the meantime. Maokai 2 coming through. Another Poppy 2 that he is going to be able to find here is getting as much of these 1 costs as possible. 2 Maokais just in the same shop. And eventually that Kale 3 is going to come into fruition here. 20 gold. I think we can be okay with that.
Yeah, that was a pretty successful roll down. Again, roll down to 20, and then you slow roll on 5. And also, you might hit any sort of econ augment on 3 too. So you definitely don't want to be going anywhere below that 20 mark. Oh, hold up. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe around 15. Maybe around 15 is okay. Oh, go gold out of the... Okay. Maybe he was clairvoyant. Maybe he was clairvoyant. He's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to get gold out of Versus Sanctum anyway. Might as well roll it down.
I mean, that's a little bit of a play matchup difference too, right? Because you can only collect these orbs if you're on your own map. So being a little bit happy to not get ported onto another map here and losing out. But it is going to be component anvils coming through, takes the Edge of Night and slams it onto the KL right away.
Hold up, that's very interesting actually. The fact that he took the Edge of Night over Giant Slayer and Gunblade is actually extremely interesting. Last stand.
Wait a second. Alan had total domination available, and he's playing Noxus, and he decided to go for. I'm confused.
Not anymore. This is a fast 9 angle.
All right, saying that this is not what we're looking for. The Samira is just decoration for now, and I could have told by that jewel gauntlet, but I like it. All right, not locking himself into this one. Sologazang, however,
I think this is most likely going to be a challenger board. I'm seeing the gauntlet right there. I'm seeing the BF sword, which is most likely going to turn into a Sojin. I'm seeing the Edge of Night in the front line on the Kled. I'm thinking Yasuo Kaisa board with potential to spike really hard on level 9. And the thing with when you're playing these challenger boards is that you won't combat augments as much as possible. Last Stand gives you the chance to potentially gamble with your HP into a quick level 9 and get the stats later on when your Last Stand procs, and then your challengers get even stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. I did see something on the other board that some players might call disgusting. Sologazang actually 2 Sejuanis, a Rek'Sai 2 with best in slot items, and this is a bruiser board that's about to come knocking. Wow.
And the best thing is that he has, I'm going to try to pronounce this correctly, Gargantuan Resolve.
Yeah,
Hopefully I didn't
good.
butcher that. And that is 2 Titans on that Rek'Sai. 2 Titans that scale both up to 35 stacks and a BT. Sologazang got dropped 2 Rek'Sais. He took the third one from the carousel on 2-4, and he actually snowballed the entire stage with them. He's on 87 HP. That means he's only lost 1 round.
Yeah. It's incredible, isn't it? I do like to call it the Gigantonormous's resolve, just because Gargantuan doesn't feel impactful enough given what this augment actually does. It should be something bigger than that. And you can see Sologazang is kind of just like, oh yeah, it doesn't really matter what I take. I already hit all of my best in slot items. I'll just take something defensive here.
I mean, at this point, you can also start building maybe for your Kaisa, have a double carry. Or if you're that optimistic about hitting the Rek'Sai, you can start getting your Belveth items and potentially hit one later on down the line and have this as your secondary. Right here, again, 3-5, very crucial point, robotic.
Sorry,
that's not robotic, that's exoskeleton. My bad, they look very similar.
Yeah, that is going to be the Latent Forges coming into play here as well. And we are seeing a Trickster Glass, but this is not the comp for it. Is not going to be it for now. We'll use the Death's Defiance instead. But on the other side, Tyro picking up that Randuance is also going to help. And players will spike just on the back of that Ornn item now.
Oh, that is so crucial, by the way, for Lekoko, because Tyroke has not leveled to 7, has not rolled down the gold. He's actually holding that for a healthier level 7 roll down later on. So that was Lekoko's chance to cash out, and he could... Oh, so close.
Aye. Makes 10 gold at least, so
Zero
that
gold.
is going to be a little bit... Not 10. 10 is okay. We take those. It is not ideal, though. Let's see if he can turn it around. His level 7 finds a Cyan here. Could move it in to get a little bit of a benefit on that Bruiser, which is going to be the case. Nasus goes out. In comes the Warwick. 2 upgrades all around. Jinx 2 also coming into play, but... Zeri is Zeri 1 with a Rage Blade, and while she's still very cute, that's not a whole lot.
And if I'm not wrong, that's an implant there as well. It's not the best that you want. You definitely don't want to be facing Solo Gazang's board. And luckily enough, Lekoko is not necessarily facing the strongest board. But this item on Cho'Gath is not the easiest, especially when you've got an auto-attack carry in your backline. That might be the cash out.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good. Turning it around, Lekoko at 27 HP. Alan, of course, do not fall into this trickery. He has last stand, so even if he goes very low, he can still proc that and turn it around based on that. The 2 players in the lower HP totals, but here comes that cash out. Ari, lots of gold, getting 2 Aatroxes.
Give him a third one. Give him a third one, game. Come on. There's one last bubble. That has to be an Aatrox.
No.
Oh, that was a lot of gold. He literally rolled all his gold down in the last turn, and he got 50 plus from this particular cash out. 2 Aatroxes. You can literally sprint it onto level 8, jump the Aatrox into your board. Hopefully you can hit a third one as well on your level 8 roll down. This is a pretty good spot to be in. You just need to find your Zeris.
Yeah, you definitely need to do that. Let's see if Lekoko is able to. Right now, it's going to be the Thief's Glove slammed onto the Cyan. Will give him a little bit of extra tankiness, which would be really nice. Of course, Zon Emblem would have been something really cool here for this comp as well, but is not going to happen. We're still waiting for that Urgot to maybe come in and help this board out. But here's Alan, and like you said, we do have the Kaisa, we do have the Yasuo. It's all 1 star for now, but the items are coming to life.
Yep, and he just hit 6 Challenger, 3 Ionia. That's a pretty good spike for the board. It's still pretty early on. It's on stage 4. A lot of people haven't hit their big star carries at this point, and this is where the Challenger boards kind of get really, really strong. Again, you do have the last stand as well. If you do want to grid, whether it's items or your board or anything, 30 gold, level 7, you can pretty much go level 8 onto birds and stabilize through that. And of course, the next augment that's coming through is going to be also very crucial. Again, for challengers, we're looking for just pure combat augments here. Oh, that's unlucky.
He does have an Edge of Night already slammed, so the not today looking like it's really not going to be today. Takes the Cybernetic Bulk instead.
More combat right there. It's going to be more HP through the last stand as well later on when it's procced. It's a pretty good board. Having Shen 2, Aurelia 2, and Warwick 2 in the front line on stage 4. These are 3 tough cookies rather to break. Aurelia, surprisingly tanky for 1 cost, especially when she goes through her ulti. So I think this is a pretty strong board for Alan's Q to go through to stage 5 with.
Yeah, I like it as well. Let's see how he does. Of course, still has that last stand to fall back on. But Solo Gazang on the other side is making his way slowly towards that Rek'Sai reroll. Seems like he could only find 1 more copy onto his bench for now. But there is a Rice in play, which definitely is going to help his board a little bit as of right now, and you can see those resets on the Rek'Sai bite coming through every single time. Big chomps, but not enough to give Solo Gazang a win here.
Very good, very good. Alsku is actually on a pretty good trajectory right here to go onto birds and spike up his board there. If he doesn't do it, again, we have to reiterate it because a lot of people forget Alenscu is playing with one augment down currently. He does not have a golden augment because until it procs the last stand, he's playing one augment down. This is why challengers are so good with last stand, because they are able to play with that one augment down because they do spike on stage 4. So I would just be really, really curious to see what actually his board translates to, because we have seen Ionian boards with caps onto Ahri. A lot of the people will take the items off of the Kai'Sa, slam them on the Ahri later on, or you just spike with things like the Vomendeth and a bunch of legendaries.
I'm always curious with something like Last Stand, if you ever, like, if you find yourself in a situation where you could go for something like a Kai'Sa 3 eventually, if you don't reach for it. You know, I love me a little bit of a 3-star, and Alan's definitely is going to find the win here. I'm not sure we're close to that yet, but it would be cool to see later down the line. Augments did come through as well. In the meantime, we're seeing a lot of Contagion and also Unified, Jeweled Lotus, Long Distance Pals, you know, those regulars you usually like to pick up.
Hold up, I'm seeing an Ahri with a Spat, and I think we have a Sork player in the lobby. I'm not sure if that Sork player is Tyrok, but if that's the case, he does have a tier on his board. So
that would be a Sork emblem.
If that's a Sork Spat, plus the best Sork that there is in the game, oh, that is huge for his board. Huge.
Aye, does have the Ahri, does have the Lux, everything coming up. Tyrok right now can slam that Sorks onto yet another unit. Does sell off the Sona here, which is something we're seeing it slammed on quite a lot, but it is going to be Sork Shen for now, enabling the 8 Sorks. A massive board to look at.
Absolutely, of course. We are missing a bunch of the aggressive items, if you will, but the fact that you're getting that raw AP from having the 8 Sorks on your board, it should definitely spike a little bit. You've got the Shred through the Static Shiv as well. And let's see if a Lax one with no items and an Ahri one with a Death Cup is enough with 8 Sorks to beat Solo Gesang's board, which is extremely strong.
Yeah, you can see that Rek'Sai charging up is going to get one reset, but not enough. The Rabadon's Death Cap on that Ahri doing a little bit of extra work, but I am curious on Solo Gesang when we're going to see a little bit more of a commit to try and find those units. Right now, he's still sitting pretty with 50 HP, up there in second place of the lobby totals. But he only has 2 Rek'Sai copies. And really, the Rek'Sai 3 is what makes this board come alive.
And it also puts you in a little bit of a weird situation where to spike your board with 6 bruisers, you're going to need to get Scion in as well, which is a little bit difficult to find, especially since other boards have spiked to level 8 or level 9 before you, because you're sitting level 7 rerolling for that Rek'Sai. So the speed that he finds Rek'Sai in his next roll down, hopefully after Bird's next round, is going to determine whether he can move on forward for the Scion or whether he will be looking for a secondary carry, maybe in the likes of Kai'Sa or any other legendary that might come to his shop.
And something for Solo Gesang we haven't really spoken about, we can maybe mention now that we're going into the Raptors here, is his 3rd augment, which, like, if you're looking at these augments and you're looking at his board, it all feels kind of cherry-picked for him, but something more important coming up. Alan's actually proccing this last stand here.
Okay, so when it's triggered, you get 180 health, armor, magic resist, and Omnivamp, which is so important when you're playing challengers. This is stats above stats, above stats, above stats. And this is everything the challengers need. Now, Alenscu, here, he would definitely need that level 8 to try and roll down. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a single pairing. So sitting level 7 and rolling would be very detrimental. We hit the Kai'Sa. One more.
So, okay. Copies of both. Come on, one we can find. I'm hopeful that he is going to be able, but Aphelios seems to come up every time here, is not going to be the unit that we're looking for. Still can sell something off, but here comes the Kai'Sa 2. That is an upgrade. Yasuo 2 also coming alive here, and we're going to sell off the Heimerdinger to make it happen. Both of the carries now powered up, but is that going to be enough? There are boards in this lobby that I would be scared to face right now, and I don't know if it's enough for Allens to actually win this one out. Can the last stand make all of the difference here? Keep your eyes on that Kai'Sa, on that Yasuo, trying to fight the good fight to take down this massive unit of an Nasus, but I think it will be possible. Backline being taken out by the Kai'Sa, and eventually all heroes must fall, and so does Nasus.
Yeah, Alansku must thank his lucky stars that he's actually facing Yarrow right here, because Yarrow is on 58 HP, 40 gold, level 8. He's going for a fast 9. When you're literally on your last foot in the game, you definitely want to be fighting the fast 9ers, because they are not sitting level 8 to roll to upgrade their board. They have enough HP to to lose, so they can go really fast level 9 and get that Exodia board. And by that time, look how many people are already in that low HP mark. You can actually get into a top 4 by having that last stand and the extra stats.
I'm not sure if you actually can, but it is going to be Luque against Allens, who are going to be fighting off. Somebody will get eliminated on the back of this fight here. We have the Zons on the side of Luque and the challengers for Allens, who's gonna come out swinging. Zeri actually being taken out by that Kai'Sa nearly immediately. And I don't think the Urgot can do anything here to avoid Luque's fate, going out 8th in the second game of the day.
Snip, snip. Aya, Gwen on top. Very good stuff right there. Again, last round, extremely strong. Unluckily for Luque, he just did not have a 2-star Zeri right there. Neither optimal items on her either. Now, of course, Alansku is still looking for his last champion on his board. He's looking for anything that will give him any strength further. But talking about further strength, so look at Zhang. It was a good start. It was a great start, don't get me wrong. There's a 2-star rise on this board, but your main carry is a Rek'Sai, and it's only 2-starred.
Yeah, you know, I didn't mean to jinx him when this game started, but all of my Rek'Sai games look like this. Unfortunately, it never goes right when I play it, and I was looking at Solo Gazang saying, like, teach me how to do it right, but it doesn't want to happen here. It's just too much power on the other side, 2 copies away from that Rek'Sai, and he will take a massive hit here. Allens, despite his heroic fighting with the last stand, also getting knocked out here. I believe he's 7th, and Solo Gazang is going to come in 6th, and it seems like the dream of all Polish players going top 4 here. With that, not gonna be possible. But of course, Kubikson next on the chopping block here, 6 HP. Shurikane with 11 is also not much further away, and players are picking up one more thing to try and make something happen here. Tyroka's not gonna go for it. He picked up the Shojin instead.
I was losing for a second because there's only so many spats that you can have on your board. Usually you just want 1 to 2 when you're playing sorcerers, just so it can spike you to that 8 real quickly. But the thing is, you need 2 spats for sorcerers if you don't have the Ari. Since you did have the Ari, all you need is just a +1, and you can just play 8 straight away. So you just take the Q-Con right there, and you just spike your AP board.
Yeah, we're just hopping through the boards here. We saw Kubikson with the Kale 3, everything coming online, but is level 7. And that is something we were talking about. That's so unfortunate if you're a Kale player. You want that level 9. You want the empowerment on the Kale. You want this massive, strong board. And unfortunately, it seems to must have cost too much to actually get this one going. Can the Kale take a win here against Shurikane's board? I'm not so sure. It's looking pretty close. She is not necessarily a unit that can do 1v8 here. And Kubikson will also fall prey once more to that Aatrox.
So we do have our top 4 formed currently. 2 players also on a win streak. Shurikane is one of them. We just saw him just right now knocking out Kubikson. And honestly, I feel like the strategist Demacia Shurima board is one of the hardest ones to play, because you need everything 2-star for this board to actually spike. Oh, Yarrow actually on the 5 strategist board, one of the strongest. Actually, strategist heart is like one of the highest when it comes to pick rate currently, and he's spiking on 5. That's a huge shield and AP ratio that his team is getting from that.
Yeah, and on the other side, you're seeing the board that we were talking about being a very strong board as well, but Tyrogue chopped down to 8 HP, and I'm not sure he can turn it around here. The Ahri is fallen over. It's only the Lux and the Swain that tried to avoid fate here, but will be possible. Yarrow taking a loss despite having those 5 strategists. Tyrogue stays in, and it's going to be Shurikane that's getting knocked out here in 4th.
I think Yarrow is going for a very strong contention for first right here. Level 8, 52 gold. He's going to get another 10 at least from this round. He's going to be able to roll down at least 30 to 40 gold on level 9, which means he's going to be spiking his board real quickly. His other 2 opponents are level 8 with very little gold, so the level 9 is not in the horizon anywhere near yet. And Yarrow going on to that level 9 with 5 strategies potentially could be the difference maker right here. Getting the Belveth's, getting potentially an Ahri 2 first would be huge for him.
Yeah, if you're looking at the HP totals, there was also a pretty clear story. Tyrogue, the player with the Sorks, finding Ahri 2 here. That could be a change in board strength for him. Maybe enough to hold on a little bit longer, but thus far, it seemed quite clutch for him to come in here. Similar upgrades coming through for Yarrow. Finds the Jarvan 2, finds the Ahri 2. Massive upgrades for this board that was already looking pretty strong.
5 strategies, so much HP. You have the Q-Con onto the Azir to buff the Ahri further with the AP. Talking about AP, of course, the most AP lies in Sorcerers, but you have a bunch of shields on the side of strategies, which is so important when you're against Sorcerers. You cannot die to the first beam of Lux.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Tyrogue can stay alive here, but Ahri will do it. Betrayed by your own unit, it seems like the Ahri on the other board knocking him out here, and Yarrow and Luque both finding a win in round 6-1. We are also getting word that Mr. Luque is looking for a very specific unit. You know, I was talking about the 3-star forecast. I wasn't aware our players were listening. You can see that he's 1 copy away from it. And I know where that 1 copy is. If you're looking at Yarrow's bench, he saw what was going on and said, nah, this is not happening.
So, educational time with Troubling. There are 12 copies, if I'm not wrong, 12 copies of forecasts in the game, or around that. So there are more in the pool. Currently, there are only 10 out of the pool. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't math. There are 9 out of the pool. So there are some to still hit.
They are, but we can see that both players hit 0 gold, and it's looking pretty rough. You can see Luque taking big hits here. 1 more like that. That's going to be all he wrote, and he will not be able to find the theory. 2 more rolls coming in here, but it's not going to be enough. Is this the sell board angle? Can we expect that from Luque? And that's exactly what's going on. A little bit of a shuffle around, trying to make it happen, but once more she doesn't appear. Luque just not finding Zeri 3.
That is quite unfortunate, because the problem right here is even if you sell your entire board and get Zeri 3 alone is a squishy unit. It's not like a legendary that you 3-star and wipes out the board instantly. You still need some sort of frontline for a Zeri 3 to function. Unfortunately here, Luque is not going to find that. It could be his last fight.
Yeah, let's see if the Zeri stays alive and if she can do anything. Backline for the other board is the Ahri and the Azir, and they're under attack, but it's not going to be enough. Yarrow takes her out. Luque on the back of not finding what he was looking for, and somehow, back-to-back, Yarrow finding a first place in the games that we're watching.
Honestly, that was great. Yarrow was the only player in the lobby to not choose an Ornn augment. He chose inconsistency, he built up his economy, and so far, I think, from the players that we have seen, the way he continues to deal with his economy and his gold whilst having one of the most stable boards we have seen, whether it's built over or not, is quite impressive. He's one of the very first few players that go level 9 first, 50 gold roll down, already has a stable board. I don't know, man. Teach me, master.
You know, you might find yourself with a DM after this if players watch back the broadcast. I don't know.
I'm down to be called.
We do have a break ready, an interview with Luque for you guys, and after that, our analyst desk is going to tell us all about this game. Lots of interesting comps.
Hello, my name is Luca, and my EGN is Luque. I'm from Italy, and I play TFT since the start, and I'm gonna play GSC today. Okay, so yeah, I got invited, and I managed actually to win the Málaga Invitational in GAMEPOLIS in Spain, and with my brother Balotelli, and it was such a cool experience, like to meet all the players. And actually, I think the team mode, like 2v2 or double up, are really good and are gonna be maybe the future of competitive TFT, because they're really enjoying to watch actually. I think these events are actually really good to develop the community, because like you can actually meet your favorite players in person, or even if you're a casual player, we can go there and play maybe some games with them. So yeah, I think these events are really, really good. Okay, so I think one of the best performers from Europe and on the previous set was probably Solo, because he's always like rank 1 in ladder, but also like players like Lelouch or the French players like Enzo and Brank, Le Coco, and of course Double are really strong. Okay, so like a tip if you want to qualify on the Golden Spatula Cup is to always have your mental strong. Like don't, if you have a bad game, it shouldn't bother you, and just play at your best and stay strong. I want to give a shout out to my community, my awesome Italian community, to my friends Balotelli, Raiko, Zweller, all the Italian players, and Forza Italia.
Roy coming in with back-to-back wins, this time on a strategist board. Not exactly something you see every day, but a really strong performance from him, especially with that capped-out late-game legendary composition.
I think in general, a very strange game. So many players contesting each other on AP, which is not really considered to be the strongest line right now on the patch, despite Lux sometimes being very strong, especially in a high-roll situation, which we saw from Tyroke with the 8 swords with the perfect spatula on carousel into Ari. And overall, no Noxus was also surprising. I think just a very strange game overall with how players navigated the early game and the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, to see Alan, as was pointed out in the cast, abandoning the potential of taking the total domination to go for last stand. On reflection, I can certainly understand the reason they went behind it, but there's such a huge opportunity here with this being lobby 1. To get a first place in this lobby, it really makes it very, very likely that you make it through to day 2 just based off of this, as long as the rest of the games don't go appallingly. So for Yarrow to come through and step into first, that's absolutely massive.
Yeah, the items coming in for Alan were definitely, as Treble mentioned on the cast, leaning towards that challengers even that early on in the game. But like Jeweled Gauntlet isn't the worst item to have on that Samira, and especially when you already have someone else, Kubixon, taking away all of those 1-cost units once again, going for that tail reroll, feels like the angle was still open, didn't opt for it, and I feel like it is a shocking lack of Noxus compositions doing well, considering how much of a menace Samira has been on this patch.
And with Al's game specifically, I think he had a situation where he picked Last Stand. It's an augment that allows you to have very few mistakes once a Last Stand proc. You have to make sure you're stable enough to actually win out. And it wasn't the case. Alan sold a Heimer where he could have actually put onto the board. There was a challenge emblem the next carousel. And he picked Last Stand into a lobby that had a few Exodia players that could really spike in stage 4, for example, the kill comp if they reach level 9, end of stage 4, start of stage 5. The Piltover player, the Coco as well. These are players that, despite Last Stand proccing, you could still lose to if they manage to hit their comp. So overall, a risky strat didn't quite pay out in this game, which is a bit unfortunate for Alan.
I'm really interested to see longer term if we do see any more variety sneaking in the legend side, because as you said, it was a hugely one note from the legend side of things. I think David, you were saying before that we were not seeing across the field a legend we were maybe hoping to see the Aurelian Soul coming through nearly at all.
Yeah, the nerfs to It Pays to Learn made it a little bit just not as strong as before, and the high tempo of Noxus players and Challenger players in stage 2 and 3 makes it so you lose way too much HP. On the flip side, you can't use Samira yourself to save some HP on the way to Fast 9, but I think it's not quite as strong as it was in GSC number 1, and we'll be seeing it a lot less in this tournament.
I'm kind of wondering overall what the secret sauce has been for our Piltover players so far. Lococo really navigated that game expertly, going for the loss streak as long as he could and then rolling down all of his gold. And I feel like Piltover is just so rewarding if you can pull that off now. 62 gold coming out of 0 the previous turn with that cash out and completely turning around his game like we saw in the previous game. Piltover just seems to be very dominant today, much more than I had expected.
And only a single player contesting it in this game as well. It was only Luque who ended up going 8th, just could not hit it all. So that does help a lot with stabilizing in the case of Lococo.
Got the standings here on your screen. 64 players. Luque coming in 9 points, as you mentioned earlier, taking an 8th in that last game. Couple of names we already recognize. Uko Solugasang, both mentioned earlier on during the show. And Sinar, once again, former Fates World Championship contender, has been really, looks like so far today, turning his fortune around. Hasn't been having the most successful previous couple of sets.
As we look further up the table, we can see our players starting to medium out their performance a little bit. It's worth noting that we are playing Swiss style, so if you do well in one game, you'll go up and play against other players with the same record as you saw in our previous lobby where everybody won that game. So it's very, very hard to keep your points up, but it looks like we've got a couple of people who've managed to do it.
Only 2 players managed the back-to-back wins, one of them being Magarki, one of the more known French players who hasn't performed quite to that peak level like Camus and Double, but has been so consistent and really has been performing in GSCs for so many sets in a row now. Very happy to see a good start for him. And Og as well, one of the most consistent players who came out of nowhere in set 8, seems to be having a very good day 1 for now.
Vomendeth as well, one of those players that I want to highlight. First made a splash at Super Brawl last set and then made an appearance in the Golden Spatula Cups as well. French player definitely on the up and up, and we were speaking to Dohky earlier on in the show about the French scene, saying, we're still strong, we've still got it. Yeah, Germany's on the up and up, but they haven't shown the consistent results that we have. They haven't shown those high peaks that France has. So I'm excited to see some French players making a standout beyond Double, beyond Canvas, and that stable that we have seen so consistently in that top echelon of play.
I do believe, guys, we've got a break ready with an interview with Sponsorius, because I know you guys are raring to go to get onto the casting desk for games number 3 and 4. So,
Oilers,
catch you, folks. Always. We'll catch you in a few minutes' time.
Hello everyone, my name is Pavel, and in game I go as Sponsorius, and I am 32 years old, and I come from Lithuania. Yeah, my thoughts about Runeterra Reforged is that this is probably one of the best sets so far. I really like it, and that helps me a lot to play better, as motivation is there. Doesn't make it. Motivation is there to play because I really enjoy it. Yeah. So the most creative player and the most that impressed me so far in this set is Dabudida Budai. He's from Ukraine, and he played really well in qualifiers. He also qualified to GSC. I never saw him before, so it's probably a new player, but he played really strong and versatile. Yeah. So I'm impressed by his play and creativity. He adapts to like every situation really well. As a player, my goals are obviously to I'm taking it step by step. So next step would be to qualify to European regionals. And when I achieve that, obviously then next goal is Worlds. So we'll see. We keep play, keep improve, and maybe we can do it. Okay, so I want to shout out to our small Lithuanian community. They helped me a lot to prepare to this tournament. Our small community is what we're playing for. Like, it's driving force behind our minds. We motivate each other, we play together, so yeah, thanks for them.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for round number 3. My name is Nibiru, joined here by Impetuous Panda. And David, I am so excited we get to cast together again. I did a lap around the house. I lit a candle in celebration that I'm lifting very gingerly so I don't spill hot wax. I'm just ready for some games, man.
I am too. We get to cast together maybe once every 2 sets or once every set maximum. So this is a special occasion for sure. As is the game coming up, I think it's going to be a stacked lobby. We have a GSC winner in it as well from Greece. Wink, wink for our chatters who I know are big fans of Saru.
I wonder who it could be.
There's only one Greek GSC winner. I think we're not quite there where we have the depth of play in Greece just yet. But we're getting there. The players like Og, for example, could be a GSC winner. I think this set, especially with the start to this day 1, 5th place right now in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, Og's been looking incredible. Saru kind of came out and sort of planted the flag on the map for Greece as a country with contenders. Him and Og looked really good. Og more consistent throughout the season, but Saru came out swinging and really hoping to see him come back to that form. We also have multiple Worlds participants coming in here. We have both Enzo and Kerfuzzled coming into this lobby, so it's a really exciting mix of old and new, as you can see on your screen.
Talking about coming in swinging, the Cinderella man himself, Kerfuzzle's a crazy comeback. Cinderella story, qualifying through the LCQ to the last World Championship, and just had overall a great showing throughout the entirety of the end of that set as a player that really surprised everyone in terms of putting UK TFT on the map, but also for himself in his own personal journey, really had a great performance.
Yeah, the player that I really am looking forward to seeing more of today, Matt Black. I feel like he has been putting out some stellar performances recently, maybe coming in under the radar a little bit for a lot of our viewers, but I've been excited every time we've gotten to see him play. Really consistent performances in previous Golden Spatula Cups on stream, so want to see what he's going to be bringing this game.
No one's surprised with Ornn being the majority of the players in this tournament. No one wants Living Forge to start things off. Kind of like the middle of the pack augment doesn't really do too much for most of these players. And whereas Ecliptic Vaults, everyone gets the same, just gold, very, non-variance. This is what competitive players kind of love.
Yeah, going into that start, I really wish we would have seen like Unstable Rift or something just to get a little bit of variety.
Don't do it, Matt. We need some little spice today. Maybe on day 3 we'll bring in the big guns, the triple prismatic lobbies. But let's ease our players into this day first. Make sure they are not having a chance to low roll too badly with portals like Hall of the Nine, for example. I do not want to see much of today.
All right, a little less spice than I'm maybe hoping for. Kerfuzzled picking up a lot of options here in the early stages of the game, and you called it, David. That sure is a lot of Ornn.
And viewers at home might be thinking, is Ornn broken? Should I play Ornn on ladder all the time and auto-pick all his augments because it seems like everyone is playing Ornn? The answer is kind of. He's really just a low-roll protector. He allows you to not really low-roll all of your augments. He has that choice that is always going to be viable at pretty much every stage of the game, which is what competitive players, like in tournaments. They want consistency. They want results that they can count on for their games.
And a consistent composition we haven't seen yet today is that Samira reroll. We're seeing a potential Noxus start here for Sante, with that Samira and Darius also holding that Jace for a potential Piltover opener. So keeping his options relatively open, but maybe praying a little bit for a Kled or Cassiopeia in the next shop.
Very good item components for this Noxus start as well. The Rod maybe not so much, but Gunblade Samira can definitely work out in the early game. Ideally would have loved to have maybe a tier, weirdly enough, for Noxus, because Samira uses both Blue Buff and Shojin so well in the early game. And we're seeing here already Eternal Winter, double Irelia, Samira, Cassiopeia in the shop. I think the game is telling you only one thing here.
Yeah, ship it. I gotta say, you gotta ship that, but he's looking to hold the Piltover still. As you can see, he picked up that Vi just before we swapped over to Rogunis, who sitting on the exact same question. I suspect once we get all of our augments in, David, we're just gonna see straight up Forge down the line.
We're seeing players scouting each other because it's so important to scout what picks other players are choosing from their portable forges, because it indicates so much about player direction and making sure you're not going to be trying to contest someone. If they're playing Death Defiance Rek'Sai, for example, you want to let them have it and not try and contest that, and both of you hold hands 7th and 8th. So important to have an idea of what players are playing depending on the Ornn item they pick up.
David, look at that. I'm such a prophet. Everyone went for the Forge. Whoa.
It is consistent. It also gives you a lot of direction, which I think players do like to have.
I mean, that's why you pick Ornn, right? Like, it's for this augment in particular, just such a strong start to your game.
And also the chance to hit Treacherous Glass Samira 2 at 2-1, which unfortunately kind of guarantees your top 4 in the current competitive landscape. Incredibly strong combination, but we will see what these players end up choosing. I see a mix and match of Infinity Forces and Death Defiance, etc. There are some low roll Ornn items that really don't give you much direction, aren't as strong as their counterparts. So hopefully none of those players hit one of those that really just does not help your early game at all.
Yeah, Kami here not having super strong direction, starting with the Noxus, but frankly, so is everyone. And sitting on a couple of units that could be used for that KO reroll, but doesn't really have the items for it. So just going to full sell out that bench.
Death Defiance on to maybe a Darius later on to the game if Noxus will be committed here from Kami. Will be an incredibly strong direction to take. We see Manazane on the opposite side from Matt Black. Ideally, he's uncontested on the AP line. We saw a lot of AP players in game 2. It makes it so much harder to hit Lux on your level 7 roll down, which is a key part of finding success with sorcerers. In this case, if Matt Black is alone on this AP line, just picking the Manazane here, he'll be in for, should be a very stable game in stage 3, stage 4.
What are you going to run that Manazane on the later stages of the game? Because Lux has been that really consistent carry, coming in previously, but it's not great on her. Is it just for the Ahri later in the stages?
Lux and Ari are both fine. The only problem with Lux is when she double dips with her Radiant item onto a mana generating item as well. So kind of loses the value of Mana Zane with the Radiant blue buff or the Shojin. So that's the only awkward part there. But it can still be very strong. Obviously, Lux being able to initially cast 3 or 4 times start of a fight. She's a bursty champion. She's able to melt front lines. It can still be just so effective at winning fights in stage 4 as long as you hit that Lux too.
We're looking for that in the later stages of the game. And we talked about this Trickster Spyglass earlier on. You were positing that Samira, but we've also seen it. Or sorry, that's not Trickster. It's the Ranger's Focus, I believe it's called.
Sniper's Focus, but you put both on Samira, so
I got the Focus.
The mistake
They're both
is
light blue. I'm a little tired today. Cut me some slack, guys.
They're both good on Samira. They're both good on Kalista. You know, they end up working out quite well in stage 2, as we're seeing here. Kalista almost able to do it, not quite, but Enzo is sitting on 20 gold, so that is at least a silver lining on his board. He's going to have so much eco to work with after this carousel comes through. Very important carousel here, especially for these 3-cost carries like the Kalista. Could be a Kalista 2 early on for some of our challenger players.
Yeah, we saw Fifek trying to go for that Kalista 3 earlier on, didn't quite find success with it, but the vertical challenger, still a very consistent, very strong top 4 composition, as we've seen multiple times throughout the day. Remember that Lelouch game, just 1 round to go, got him that 3rd place.
Ragunis itching for a way to fix his component issues right now. One of the worst component starts in the game is going to be this belt, sword, cloak start. You don't really want to build Zeke's or Zephyr. It's very awkward for any kind of comp, you know, AP or AD. Hopefully, whatever he picked up there, I think it was a sword, will have a chance to fix something there. Kerfuzzled, unfortunately, low-rolled one of these Ornn items, has picked up Randuin's. We saw Tyroke in game 2, getting a 3rd place with Randuin's and making it work, getting some extra front line for that Swain and that Taric. Seems like a similar line being taken here for Kerfuzzled, playing this AP line.
Yeah, I'm always curious to see Randuin's because it is so weird with positioning and leaves you incredibly open to AoE damage. I think it was worse in the previous meta where there was Azir's aplenty and they had that AoE splash damage. I think it might be a little bit better, but like you said, definitely not one of those optimal items. So we see Matt Black has put that Mana Zane onto an AP carry, that early Malzahar just pumping out the DPS.
In stage 2, fortunately, it isn't really bad because you get so many different stats and there aren't really AoE punishes yet. It really falls off a cliff in stage 3, stage 4 when the Jarvans start entering combat and you get these huge AoE stuns as well, where you have to kind of sacrifice the value from the Randuins to instead get just overall better positioning on your board. So that's the real thing to think about there. We'll see what other players, low-rolled Gold Collector versus Garambaz with an Akshan. Could be a pretty huge econ lead considering he has a 4 streak as well.
How do you feel about Collector on Akshan? Because I know we were talking about it earlier on in the set. Pretty bad on Jhin because he like basically one-shots people. Is it better on Akshan because of the multi-hit?
It is. He has a kit, an ability that is perfectly suited for this item. Unfortunately, he's not the Akshan he was last patch, where this would be almost a guaranteed first with his strength of how much gold he would be able to print throughout stages 2 and 3. In this case, he is now a balanced champion, but still a champion you can run your board and can put in work, especially with the synergy with this Gold Collector and the Execute.
Yeah, this is what you're going to be looking for. You can see right there, just taking out the front line and immediately retargeting onto that Callisto, wiping out this entire board. Hasn't gotten any gold from it, but it's going to be another victory. Skarambez and Kami Dakara full streaking into stage 3.
It's going to be so big if Skarambez ends up going into a Shurima board. It's a very expensive board. You want to have, a lot of gold to work with to hit all those upgrades. Could be going into Zeri as well right now with the IE slam, has the Bruiser, has the Ash online as well. So still has a lot of different viable paths you can go into at the end of stage 3.
Who's going to be saving that gold right now? I'm curious what Kami has been running in order to achieve this win streak so far. We do know our Noxus player didn't get the full win streak out, given, I don't recall exactly who it was, but Kami the only other board hitting this top echelon.
You can go for a second there, but we're seeing the units picked up here from the orbs. Nothing too interesting, it looks like, for Garambez. Can he make gold here is the question. The answer is yes. Sells the Echo, sells the Jace, finds a bow, which can become potentially a Rage Blade if Zeri is the choice you want to go for. Ideally, you had a chance maybe at some point to check. Oh, I think, never mind. We might be going straight into Akshan reroll, it looks like, with how early we found Akshan 2 and pair of Lysandras.
And the Runons pretty much confirms that they're a great item here for Akshan. Ever since the changes to his ultimate, those bolts are going to be firing every single time his ultimate does. So a really good combination with the Collector.
And I love seeing this from Karambas. Extremely decisive in his plays, slams items, wants to defend this win streak, gets his board online, doesn't really think about what's going to come later on in stage 4, but really just playing for this win streak right now and making sure he can continue for as long as possible, because Gold Collector is an item that snowballs a lead. If you can hold this lead and still get gold from Gold Collector, you're going to be so rich coming to stage 4.
And we're seeing just how effective that Collector Runon's combo is, as he just takes out 4 units within 2 auto attacks. Just absolutely disgusting. Now we're headed into our second augment choice of the game. Oh, long distance.
We want to find ways to get combat strength on this board to continue this win streak, and long distance pals might be the way to do so. Rolls the right, might be rolling the left as well. And we'll see which of the 2 augments go for. Yeah, long distance pal I think will give him a better cap. Right now, there isn't really a secondary carry that's doing too much on this board. We're seeing the shuffle there with a Cassiopeia 1 taking the benefit there.
Look, she's trying, all right? Cut her some slack.
And now we're understanding why Kami is also win streaking. He is playing Noxus. He has a Swain 2, which is maybe the strongest 2-star unit in stages 2 and 3, especially when he's full stacked like we're seeing here. Redemption, Warmogs, Death's Defiance. I don't think this Swain has died a single time in this game yet.
Yeah, Death's Defiance, one of those items that you were talking about in terms of, like, this is an item that doesn't give super clear direction, but it's been used so consistently to turn your frontline tank into an absolutely unkillable super tank. You can see how little that health bar is going down, and every time that Swain ults, he's going to get more health, but the Collector will just wipe him out, and it looks like Kami will finally be taking a loss.
And that's really Execute was a huge counter to that Swain setup with Death's Defiance, with Redemption, a Swain that can go low health and then heal back up and really have that way to sustain himself in these fights alongside his own, obviously, draining kit with his ability. In this case, the Execute procced, and that was it. Swain died, and once Swain dies, the rest of the board was not looking too hot. I'm curious to see Kami wants to continue into Noxus and play a reroll Noxus game, or if he wants to take this tempo and take this board strength and try and go fast 8, fast 9 and cap out with legendaries.
Yeah, I mean, he's got pretty flexible items, so he's got a lot of options available to him. Won't have to make a decision until later in the game. Now that he's taken that loss, it's just about preserving HP until he can get there.
And the TG slam on Darius especially makes me think he's not really sticking to Noxus. He wants to just, again, ride this tempo wave for as long as possible and pivot into something else later on. We see he's holding a lot of different outs on his bench with maybe Ionia and Challengers with a set there, and Lissandras as well for Zeri.
Revisiting Matt Black's board, we saw the Manazane earlier, still on this Malzahar. Full complement of items now off the back of it, but not quite enough damage to chew through that Swain, pretty unsurprisingly. The Swain will just slowly take down the entire board.
Malzahar's trying his best, but Darius comes in and just hits him on the head with an axe. So unfortunate little accident there for the Malzahar. Hopefully that sorcerer board does come online. And for this carousel here, challenger players are looking and just rubbing their hands together. Kaisa and Yasuo, both with very good components for a challenger board as well.
Might be able to turn Zante's game around, who's at the bottom of the leaderboards right now, 47 HP. Really struggling as Enzo picks up the other big challenger. So options not available if there are any other challenger players on the field.
Curious to see if that's the angle that Zante's going into right now, because I've been in this position many times. You have a very low roll opener, you lose streak all of stage 2 and half of stage 3, but here you go 7 and you spike around challengers around a huge challenger board. But no, he is playing Piltover, so another reason to spike here as well. Has gone 7, looking for those Zeris, looking for those Urgots, finds both.
Zeri.
Will this be enough though?
I'm concerned because this looks like a really late Piltover. It's only got, couple rounds of stacks.
Being 5's on for now as well. Has the Virulent Bioware, which is Zeri's second best mod, so it's definitely a good position. Has Eternal Winter as well. It's on a Vi 1, so not going to be doing too much just yet. Doesn't have Sejuani holding this item, and he's facing Enzo, who has a Bel'Veth.
That's a pretty big Bel'Veth.
And an Aatrox.
Yeah, pretty. Just casually a pretty good board here from Enzo. 2 5 costs, 1 2 items, the other one fully itemized, and just cleanly wiping Zante's board out. I'm not sure how Enzo got into the position he's in, 61 HP, given the board that he's gotten, unless he got both of those units very recently.
Enzo is a very aggressive player, really likes preserving HP, really likes playing for these 3-5 level 7 roll downs. I'm assuming he just got very fortunate on his roll down, hit 2 legendaries at level 7, which is, fairly unlikely. Them being legendaries that actually, suit well with the items you've built already, in the case of both Aatrox and Belveth. And Ari and Cassandra, as you mentioned, yes. So I think Enzo's just going to try and ride out this high roll and find a way to really cap out his board, level 8 and level 9.
I gotta say, David, I've seen a lot of fast 9 legendaries. I have seen 0 fast 7 legendary boards before.
If someone can do it, it's Enzo. He is someone that really, you see his board in level 7, they just don't make sense.
Top 8 world championship diff, I guess. I think he's going to be running into Kami's board. We mentioned how strong it was, but just a Samira 1 on stage 3. Not quite the carry you're looking for, as that Belveth is going to start cleaning up this backline.
I said Swain would never be dying in stage 3, but unfortunately against the true damage that Belveth dishes out, that will be a much, much harder task, and unfortunately Kikara is going to be slowly losing some HP, but we see him, level 7, 50 gold, 78 HP. I think he has in his mind the idea to use these Noxus units, this very cheap but effective board, to propel him into the fast 8, into the fast 9, and cap out his own board around the legendaries that we're seeing here on Enzo's board right now.
For Enzo, do you just push levels as soon as humanly possible, since you have such insane units even on your bench? Like, he's got a Jarvan pair as well.
Yeah, it's the case of trying to think, if I roll, what are the chances I get stronger? Considering his board, pretty unlikely, unless he hits 2-star 4-cross carries that can use his items well. So it's all about just pushing levels and finding that balance between saying, hey, I'm stable enough, I can continue pushing levels, or I have to start rolling down at some point to maybe hit some 2-stars like the Jarvan. Not those are drawn anymore because it has been sold. But that's really the game plan now for Enzo, that fine balance between both strategies.
Rotating over here to Sorrow's board, currently lowest health in the lobby. Going for an Akshan board, I gotta tell you, buddy, that's not gonna go great, because Skarambez, lobby leader, completely undefeated, also going for that composition.
Unfortunate roll down
the pivot
here.
is in order, looking at this bench.
I still commit some items here. Runans or Giant Slayer will work out. Or, yeah, BT on Naxxus. He is your main tank now. You do need him to hold out and find some time, buy some time for this auction to do things. But for now, not going to be working out so well. The Aphelios is an unusual choice here by Ragunas. I think it's just an item holder for now. No Zeris have been found, it looks like, on his roll down. And that means that he's currently sitting 10 gold, level 7, without a single Zeri. The HP is good, but where's the game going for this player?
I think both of the players we saw in that round are in trouble. Saru isn't likely going to be able to find his main carry, that 3-star Akshan. So going to later stages, do you pivot into the Aphelios? Well, you've itemized a Nasus, so it's not really looking likely there either. The Shurima crest will help out with that, give a little bit more flexibility, maybe pray for a Belveth in the later stages.
Could be 7 Shurima as well. Not the most likely of boards, but you do have this RFC here. You want to dual carry both the Akshan and the Azir, or you can at the very least as an option. So we'll see what this roll down looks like. Sitting on so many pairs as well, it's very awkward here for Saru to decide, how much more he has to roll down. He's not strong enough right now. Nasus at 1-star is not going to do enough, I think, on this front line.
Just going to risk sacking another round, maybe continuing to roll down. Matt Black now has gone for that Lux 2 carry with the Mana Zane. So, like you said, has stuck to this AP line. Yeah, it's working out for him. Just evaporating that Aatrox.
6 Sorcerer as well, which is where you want to be. Still has kind of that mid-game board with the Cassidon holding the tank items. Hasn't quite moved into that, final board. But still going to be very strong. Long distance pals, we saw it in the last game with Tyroke that got 3rd place in the end. Very, very strong, giving both of your 2 carries, in this case now Vel'Koz and Lux, so much more AP to work with.
It's exciting to me to see the reappearance of vertical sorcerers, because back in GSC 1, it was like kind of usable, but you had to kind of luck into it, where we've seen 2 games so far of players playing towards that angle and getting to see Lux in her natural habitat rather than as a transplant into a Shurima board.
And it is awkward because if you don't have Sorcerer +1, it is very difficult to play. Your level 7 board lacks either in damage because you don't hit that 6 Sorcerer spike, or in frontline. If you do, you just don't have enough of a frontline to tank or to stall out for the Sorcerers to burst. So only with the +1 is it possible. We saw it from Tyroke in Game 2. We're seeing it now as well from Matt Black on the Sona for now. But looking at this board, the Lux doing so much, even with just the Morello as a Radiant item, just bursting through everything. The Akshan does not even have time. Finally does kill her off, but will it be enough? The answer is no.
No healing. He'll survive, though, off the back of that last kill. So Saru has another round to go through. He already has completed most of his roll down. 13 gold to work with, maybe preying off this carousel. I don't see anything that'll save him.
Were bows on sale this game in Iberia? We see the bottom side of the standings just do not want anything to do with these bows. The attack speed is not the forte of these players in their comps, it seems like. Heimer and Senna instantly picked off on the stage 4 carousel. Incredibly valuable units that can fit onto any board, really, capping them out and finding ways to, add Sunder and Shred in the case of Heimer, and some anti-heal as well for the Mechano, or shielding in the case of Senna.
Yeah, I want to kind of take a look at Skarambez as well, because we saw he was 100 streaking at the beginning of this stage, and then seemingly has just taken a loss every single round since 4-1. Now down to 62 HP from, again, 100 at the start of the stage.
Is this an Ashe 3 that's about to be hit here by Skarambez? It looks like he got distracted on the roll down, said, why not? I will play a naked Ashe 3 on my board. And at least, not even getting long distance spell values, it is the Vi instead, pairing with the Akshan for now, but 2 off of the Akshan. Saru not helping Skarambez in that case.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be holding hands a little bit, but Saru just has 1 round of life left in him. Meanwhile, on Kami's board, we saw an earlier Noxus board. Seems to have supported that with some backline 5 costs. The Ahri just wiping Skarambez's backline.
Exactly as it looked like with the TG on Darius. It was a pretty big tell. He was not going to be in Noxus for a long time, just trying to use them as a way to reach fast 8, fast 9 without losing too much HP in the process, and has found a way to stabilize with an Ahri 2-star. Maybe a way to stabilize here for Skarambez as well. Long distance pals now onto the Ashe. The Nasus is found, but he has no items, and still 2 away from the Akshan 3.
I mean, it's not nothing, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to save him. And Saru, this Shurima Sejuani seems to have saved him another round, but 2 HP means he cannot take a single other loss this game.
And could it be Skarambez knocking him out to then get all 5 of these Akshans back into the pool? Would be huge for Skarambez, obviously terrible for the Greek player who's sitting now at 2 HP. Any loss here in stage 4, and really in any stage of the game, would be fatal in this case. The battle of the Akshans, the crossfire coming through, and it looks like Saru might be staying alive for at least 1 more fight.
Yeah, disaster for Skarambez here, taking yet another loss. Down now to 40 HP, but Saru hanging on by a thread.
Has to find some upgrades here, has to find a Sejuani 2 ideally. I think the Akshan just too far away for now, considering Skarambez is holding on to 7 himself and could be rolling for more.
I want to take a look at Ragunis' board. We mentioned him earlier. You were saying that lots of gold, not a whole lot of direction, given the rather rough state of the board. Has traded a lot of the health he had for that econ, but still not level 8.
Final items coming in here for Saru. No tank items that might help buy more time for this Akshan. A final roll down will be coming through here. Sejuani ideally will be hit here. This Akshan may be more of a bait than anything else. Still 3 away, and again at 2 HP, you have to be trying to maximize the strength of your board right away. You might be forced to sell this Akshan to try and find these upgrades onto the Sejuani, for example, as well.
Yeah, it's looking really dire at the moment. Selling off that Lissandra, doesn't really need it. And just
2 away.
Gambling on Akshan.
The item's awkward here as well. You don't really have a secondary carry to itemize with offensive items. Just to make use of them right now, it will be Shojin, Rageblade onto the Ashe, at least applying some form of utility with her chill effect. Will that be enough against this board though? Sejuani, Eternal Winter, Zeri 2 as well, Heimerdinger online. I don't think it'll be enough despite this last cast coming through from Akshan. And that will be the Greek player, past GSC winner Saru, unfortunately eliminated in 8th place and kerfuzzled very close to elimination as well at 6 HP.
Yeah, what we need to watch for in the middle of the field now, Skarambes now has 7 Akshans back in the pool to work with, has just now hit that Akshan 3, so he is incredibly happy about the results of that previous round.
Who would have thought? I think Skarambes was pivoting over to Saru's board every single round, seeing, did this guy die yet? Did he unleash my Akshans back into the wild? The answer now is yes. And this is a huge, huge cap for Skarambes, who is able to get more and more gold now because of that Akshan 3 as well.
We're seeing now Kerfuzzled bring back that Azir Lux composition, so popular the previous GSC. Made 2 appearances so far on stream as well. But I don't think it's going to be much of a match for Sante's incredibly capped Zeri board.
And just a lot of bad news for Kerfuzzled. Found the Randuins, which is not the best Ornn item early on into the game with the Portable Forge. Did not find the Lux 2. We talked about this board being very expensive. You have to have a lot of gold to guarantee you'd hit all of it. Wasn't the case. The most important carry here, the Lux, was still 1-star. And unfortunately, that spells the 7th place for the UK player. Enzo, also in trouble with that crazy 5-cost board. None of these 5 costs have been upgraded. And he's just at level 8 right now with no gold to work with.
Yeah, hasn't found a single pair of these legendary units. Been rolling at 8 for a while now, presumably. But when you go for this legendary board, the risk you run into is exactly this scenario. Level 8 odds aren't anywhere near as good as level 9, and you're relying on hitting so many 4% units that you'll end up with a bunch of 1-stars and just bleed HP.
And there's just no way to come back from this. Even if you have a very lucky carousel, even if you survive this fight, you don't have any pairs right now on your bench other than Gwen. There's really no upward momentum on this board. It had its time on stage 7 where it spiked like crazy and it was a guaranteed win. But that time has come to an end once everyone's hit their 4-cost upgrades. We see the Urgot 2 with Death Defiance, the Aphelios 2 as well.
Yeah, no luck there for Enzo as he goes out in 6. Yep, I can count. I swear, David. 6th place. Now this carousel providing Matt Black with some potentially much needed damage plus the support from the Rise. That is a really good pickup for him.
Awkward Ari here on the carousel. She's a great unit, especially for the AP players, but she has a Slayer spell, which is not really ideal for any of the boards right now or just the meta in general outside of kill reroll. And so that is not going to be an option despite it being a very appetizing unit to have on your board, especially for Matt Black, as we're seeing here, who has this 6th Sork online right now. Transfer the Sork Spat, it looks like, to the Rise, and this will be a Zon Rise, who does deal a lot of damage if you have the gold for it.
Yeah, the Tornado is going to do a whole lot of work in the backline. But what I'm concerned about here is he's dropped down to 5 Sorcerer from 6. Can't find a way to improve this board to the point where he can either drop down to 4 or get up. So Matt Black relying on this Rise damage for his final potential round of the game.
I don't think this Lux will do enough against the Death Defiance. Urgot with the BT and Titans. We're seeing it there. Urgot right away catapults onto the Lux. Doesn't quite kill her finally. Some AoE damage has come through and the board not tanky enough to withstand, to buy enough time for Lux and the rest of the Sorcerers to deal damage. Matt Black out in 5th place.
Not quite able to pick up that lead he needed. Sante's board has continued to thrive for him, but takes his first loss in several rounds at 5-5.
There are 5 players that are remaining. Curious to see what Kamendikara's board looks like, how far he's been able to cap it, considering we saw the RE2 at the very start of stage 5. Yeah. And I guarantee you that buys you enough time to really go maybe Fast 8, Fast 9 and find more of those legendaries to cap out your board entirely.
And Suspect fully out of Noxus at this point as well, as we run into Skarambes once more, who has finally hit that Akshan 3. Look at the backlines for both of these players. That Zeri versus Akshan will decide the fight. Akshan finally gets a shot off, takes down the Sejuani and the Zeri. That Collector paying dividends as Skarambes gets yet another win.
The moment a hole opened up in that front line, Zeri would be gone to that Akshan with the perfect diagonal there. And that was the case. Skarambes survived for a little longer. 16 HP, 20 HP for Sante. Sante still, at what should be 2 lives still. Skarambes at the mercy of maybe having a very tough loss and ending up in 4th.
All we've got a pause going on. Let me pull up the chat, make sure we've got the info.
I think the Akshan crossfire hit our technology as well. It was just too powerful with the gold clip.
It was the Runon's bolt. and just kind of flung out and hit a server. It happens sometimes. Seems like they resolved it.
Looks like we are resuming shortly. Whatever Akshan knocked off the table is back in place. The computers, the PCs are all online. And we're back in with our top 4. Sweden, Germany. Skarambes representing Serbia as well, a country we don't see too much of. Not too many players.
Yeah. See a couple players like that, kind of the only representative of their country making their way into the Golden Spatula Cups as now Zante pushes level 9, looking for some legendaries to cap out this board. Pause again.
Akshan is back to business.
He's causing trouble, man. It's the Shurima. He's getting sand and everything, throwing bolts left and right. Shouldn't be allowed into the server room.
And after pausing, we can just admire the Sejuani. Eternal Winter, Stoneplate, Vow. So difficult to deal with for attack speed reliant comps throughout the rest of this endgame.
Yeah, it's been a really dangerous combination throughout the game. Eternal Winter has been one of those items that everyone kind of hopes for when they go for that Oran Forge because it provides you with such a strong front line throughout the entire game. It's a rare item that is just as strong early as it is late, and it's really strong early.
It did get nerfed. It was brought down a little bit in line with the rest of the Oran items, but still just very, very strong because of how well it's used by most of the major tanks in the late game. Sejuani, Nasus, of course, being one of them as well. It's just very effective, especially at stopping certain comps that love to attack very quickly. This slows them down entirely, and that scaling attack speed doesn't quite occur at the same speed and really bottlenecks the DPS they can dish out as well.
Yeah, I'm curious how this late game is going to shape out because we have this Zeri composition that quite hasn't reached its cap versus Skarambes, who outside of maybe like Lysandra 3 with that Akshan composition has hit that top power level, and it seems like he's been taking victories in this stage of the game. So it's kind of a race against time for these players that have higher cap potential boards, and I'm not quite sure how it's going to shake out at this point.
Depending on the mods, it might just be trying to swap out some of these Zon units, the Echo, the Jinx for something like a Senna, for example, Heimer, just bringing in these huge utility legendaries that really allow you to cap your board and guarantee once you're level 9, if you hit the legendaries, if you upgrade them especially, you can win out and not just settle for a top 4, which is I think the goal here. Players want to try and accumulate as many points as possible. We're in game 3, halfway through this day 1. You need to be among the top 64 to continue your journey in this tournament. So there is still a lot at stake, and especially for players that had a slow start, they have to start playing for first, not just for top 4s.
We'll take a look now as we come back in after the PvE round. Zante picking up a final item of the game, potentially.
Heimer gets that RFC just to allow him and the turret to attack a little bit faster. We're seeing Kami, level 9, has a lot of items to now settle down, has a Zephyr on the Ahri, does not hit the Akshan, unfortunately, and the Zeri is still 1-star, so this could be problematic. Going level 9, not hitting as you'd expect to, could maybe put Kami out of contention for this first place spot, and it looks like it will be the case here. The Akshan doing so much. Can't quite take out the Scion though. The Scion is doing with Death Defiance, surviving for so long, and the final Ahri cast will come through. Doesn't kill the Akshan, and the Akshan cleans up in the end.
Aatrox!
Wait, no, the Aatrox!
The last second Aatrox with the steel chair directly onto Akshan's forehead.
Oh, this is
and
big.
Yeah.
Scion 2.
Scion 2 with Death Defiance, no less.
And there it is, as I was mentioning, the 5 costs find their place on these boards. Senna is online now as the AD carry for this comp. The Heimerdinger comes online as well. Not any gold really to upgrade the turret, unfortunately, so we'll see if this will be enough for coming to win some more fights.
Yeah. It's looking like, to me, Skarambes could have taken this lobby if he'd hit that Akshan just like 2 or 3 rounds earlier, if he'd gotten that extra damage down. But I suspect this may be a 4th for him, as we see Kami's newly upgraded board going against Zante's Zeri board.
You see upgrades on the turret versus no upgrades whatsoever. Could be a difference maker. The Urgot only on 2 items, though, seems to actually still be enough to survive past that Ahri cast as well. And the Scion 1v1ing the Zeri, 1v1ing the Sejuani, 1v1ing the Aatrox if he needs to as well.
He will die!
Ahri just doing her best with RFC and Shiv.
Look, she's trying. She's contributing, I swear. That Scion just 1v3ing the entire board there. And Skarambes, as predicted, will take that loss into 4th place, leaving just Zante, Kami, and Rogunis.
And the players that are sitting on these pairs need to maybe roll if they think they're at the mercy of just being on 1 HP. In the case of Zante, who we see there hitting that Senate 2, Kami still has 35 HP to work with, so gonna save his gold, gonna try and accumulate as much of it as possible until he absolutely needs to roll, in case he finds one of these 5 costs on the next carousel.
Now watch this Rise and this Scion for Kami, the difference makers for his board early on, hitting that Zon into the front line. But the tankiness coming out from Ragunis' board is absolutely ridiculous. That Urgot tanking up so much damage on the left side. We see Zante's board quickly falling down to that Urgot. Urgot v Urgot, crab action. Zante will survive, as on the right side, once again, Kami's board still ticking away. That Urgot lives nearly forever. But nobody is immortal as Ragunis takes another loss, single digit for 2 of the players in this game.
There it is. That could be an Aatrox upgrade for one of our players who had that pair. See a Juggernaut Crest as well. A few different emblem that could be interesting. Redemption as well for now. All of the AoE damage coming in the late game.
I'm just picking up some extra damage there for one of his carries. Surprised that the Aatrox went unclaimed. Like you were saying, that was a full upgrade for at least one of our players.
The single component could have not been as interesting with just the rod, especially if it's not really fit for any of your current champions on your board right now. What we're seeing here, the attempt at an Aphelios 3-star makes sense. You know, that's not really bought as often as something like a Zeri, for example, but we do not find it. 2 away still for Ragunis, 3 HP. Has to hit the Zephyr if you want to survive. It could be the defining factor of this next fight.
Yeah, going to be taking a look at both the Zephyr and the Aphelios. His positioning is going to decide a lot of this. Needs to shred down those tanks running up against Zante's Zeri. So we see the Aphelios start to fire away in the backline, stuck on those tanks. As I mentioned, Urgot dives into the backline looking for that Aphelios. He takes a ton of damage, taken down. Meanwhile, the Zeri for Zante, uncontested, untouched in the backline. And Ragunis will fall down in 3rd place. Zante securing yet another round.
That means we'll have at least one more fight, potentially 2 or 3, considering the HP lead Kami has over the 2nd place player, over Asante for now. Are there any more crucial upgrades coming through? Just a Shen, it looks like there for Asante, who has that Bruiser emblem.
There's 2 pairs on the left side here for Kami.
Well, the RE2 is already upgraded, so I think just you saw the RE there by the Meccano. Triple Meccano is just a lot of DPS, apart from just the anti-heal utility. The DPS itself is also just really, really crucial in this late game.
Yeah, especially it's going to be useful against that Sejuani the burn, just to take her down without needing the auto attacks.
RE not on the side of the Shen there, so not really getting so much MR resistance there. There's no Shiv or any Shrink on the turret either. We'll see if it'll matter or not. Rubenon's RE not maybe the strongest option there from the TG.
And not ideal, but she's going to be doing her best. Is that Mana Reave onto Rise will slow down the damage from Kami so much. Out comes the Ari ultimate, doing a ton of AoE damage. And that Scion firing away as best he can. Urgot does not get the final ultimate off. And that's all she wrote. Zante goes down as Kami takes round number 3.
What a win, what a crazy mid-game especially. So many 5 costs on most of our players' boards. Some were able to navigate them into huge wins like we saw here with Kami, who was playing Noxus early on, but still found the way to pivot into a very, very strong legendary board in the end. Players like Enzo, the opposite. They found legendaries too early. Yeah. Maybe sacrificed too much econ, didn't have a stable mid-game with a, let's say a normal comp like Noxus, and could not quite make it to that fast 8, fast 9.
Really impressed by Kami as well. You know, you were mentioning earlier on that his position was kind of rough. Didn't have a full board, didn't really have gold, but had a lot of HP to work with. And, you know, the first thing you learn in any card game, any strategy game that has health, it's a resource, baby. And he knew how to make the most of it. So really well played by Kami.
And with Noxus, you're always sitting in that kind of the spot between, do I reroll Noxus and play for a top 4, top 3, maybe more if I really high roll everything? Or am I strong enough to use this very efficient board to just catapult myself into fast 8, fast 9 and try and play for a first place? And that was the case for Kami. So huge win from our player, and just overall a great game to see. We have a break ready with Daerondas, and we'll be right back after that for the analyst desk in 5 minutes.
My name is Miho, my in-game name is Daerondas. I am born in Poland, but I've been living in Ireland for the last 15 years, and I am 22. So my thoughts about Runeterra Reforged, I really like it. I think it's the best set they've released so far for sure. I really enjoyed the variance between games. Every portal is different, every game is slightly different, and keeps you engaged, I suppose, for longer. And the units themselves are very good, and I feel like the recent patches have also been pretty balanced, and you can play a lot of different comps. So yeah, overall, I'm really enjoying it. So for the TRCs, I do really like the system as it gives more opportunities to qualify for the GSC through different means, because the ladder has been very competitive recent times. It's very difficult to get into the top 30, and otherwise the regional tournaments are a bit more accessible. I feel like it's a lot more, not easier, but more manageable to qualify through them. And I do like that there is still the open qualifier just in case it goes wrong, and you can still have some backup option to still try and qualify for the GSC. And it also just gives more tournaments even for practice. So I do really like the involvement of the TRCs in the system. Yeah, I think Lelouch and Double are playing very well this set. I think Solo Gesang is playing very well on ladder, but we'll see if that can translate into tournaments. But yeah, I think Lelouch and Solo Gesang are my favorites so far. The first thing that I had a mistake with was when you have a bad streak, I would say you need to stop playing. That's the first thing. And also, I think watching other people is very helpful to improve your game. I think I spent about, I'd say 50-50 is playing and watching other people to improve your own game. And I would say that's a very good thing to start with. And that's probably the biggest advice I have. I'd like to shout out my family. They've always supported me in what I do. Even if they don't really understand what's going on, they still support me. They're happy for me. Apart from that, I'd like to shout out some of the Polish TFT players. They help me sometimes with a lot of the things, like even asking about the system, things like that. They always help me out if I'm asking. So yeah, that's who I'd shout out.
Welcome back to our Analyst Desk. My name is Makes, and I'm here with Counterfeit, Trouble Inc., and an adorable puppy. But Peter, before I let you take the stage, we kind of have to talk about where this lobby was that we just watched, because I'm sure your dog has some great points to make. Tell me a little bit about what these players actually needed to do.
Well, as you know, as Poppy was pointing out for us during the break, is, you know, obviously she's shown she's very tired of all this nonsense. Yeah, we were towards the bottom of the tournament at the moment, so we've officially reached the halfway point now. For our players in Lobby 3, or rather in Lobby 14 in round number 3, they really needed a strong finish there. That's why my heart sank through the floor when Kerfuzzle bowed out a lot earlier than I would have liked in that game.
That's okay. You still have Poppy with you, which is the name of this puppy, and I'm sure she's going to take good care of you, but there was something in this game that really... you know, I'll have to be a bit vulgar here. It really annoyed me. We started the game and I was like, oh, legends are gonna come through. I can't wait. What cool legends we're gonna see. And then all 8 players picked Ornn as legend. Not only that, they all decided to go for the Forge Trouble. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, you know what? This is exactly why Poppy was yawning. She was like, no more of this nonsense. It's boring. One thing that needs to be said right here, why this augment is so OP, is that throughout the entire set, the name of the game is best items, getting your top peak items for your carry. And Ornn can not only give you your best item, whether it's in your front line or your back line, but it also gives you direction. Death Defiance, you can go Grexa, you can go Darius, you can go Bruiser Urgot. Then it gives you all your backline items, it gives you great tank items. You have so many choices and a way to play out your game to chase your perfect carries or your front line. Now, what I found extremely impressive from Cammy, who actually won this particular game as well, is the fact that he had Death's Defiance, yet he did not use it the traditional way. He would slam Death's Defiance in his front line on a tank to make sure that it survives as much as possible, and he started off his game with a Samira. We thought he was going to play reroll, but then he just pivoted into a very quick fast 9 into an Exodia board. And we mentioned very earlier on, the guys mentioned on the desk as well, how a Samira 2 can pretty much carry you all the way to 9. And I feel like his economy, the way he used the Death's Defiance on a non-traditional way, and the way he pivoted to the fast 9 was extremely incredible from him.
I do think one of the things that kind of came up in this lobby, which we hadn't really seen before, though, was the re-emergence of Deadeye. We knew that Zeri was certainly coming to more and more prominence as time went on, and people were playing perhaps a slightly more slow-paced game overall. I do like that we've got Akshan there with a potential chance to punch through and get the kills on the backlines. And as you see on the screen right now, the Aphelios also managed to pull his way despite being absent entirely in previous games on stream.
Yeah, I personally, I was watching this game and I looked at it and it was around 3-5 and suddenly Enzo had found an Aatrox, an Ahri, and I believe even a Bel'Veth. And I was like, okay, this is it. Everybody pack up. You can go home. But he didn't find upgrades. He didn't find synergies with these units. He didn't really had any opportunity of making the dream come alive of an Enzodia board. It just wasn't there. The units weren't uniting. And eventually he got 6th place. Personally, I was quite sad about that.
I mean, I feel like if you hit 3 legendaries on level 7, you're pretty much high rolling, which is what it was. But you cannot afford to play an Exodia board on a board that's level 7 or even a board that's level 8. Even rolling down on stage 4 when you're level 8 for legendaries is kind of bad for your economy because you're not necessarily going to hit, but you can hit a bunch of 4-cost 2-stars that actually complement the legendaries that you have already found. And unfortunately, we saw Enzo try to grind really hard for that Exodia board way too early. The percentages of the legendaries are way too low, and if you don't hit, you're unfortunately gonna go out. And I think he went out 7th, if I'm not wrong. So it was kind of unfortunate, a high roll into bad decision making.
I don't want to kind of
some games are like that.
I don't want to float the idea here because we've gone from 7 Orns in our previous game to 8 Orns in this game. I'm just kind of wondering here if, given that this seems to be the way which we're going in this tournament, if one of these players here will take a risk, especially if we see any more players at these lower tables, bring out something else. I don't know, maybe the Aurelian Soul, which we know hasn't been popular, or maybe something else entirely, just to try and find a way to exploit what we've seen so far.
I mean, we might actually see it once we get to closer to the end of the day, because the players that are in a bracket like this one, for them it's not enough to just play safe. They need to actually play for a little bit of a high roll. They need these high highs, so eventually other legends could become more attractive. But for now, we are going to take a look at my cat and the standings. Oh wow, production just trolling you out of the cat. I'm so sorry. I tried my best to bring her in here. I'm so sorry. I'll try to keep her here. But these are our players after round 3. That's the break point in the middle of the day. From here on out, you have to turn it around if you find yourself in the lower half of the standings.
Only the top 50%.
Indeed, only the top 50%. And right now, if you were in this lobby that we just watched, that means you were one of the 8 players that did not place very well. It was actually bottom places in the first 2 games. And the ones who did manage to get that top 4 from this particular game 3 that we just watched, it is so important to them because 2 more top 4s, maybe a first, can lock you in for the next day.
Of course, to remember that in our previous song, we saw a lot of players with big names getting knocked out early on, but we are seeing some of the players who are trying to come back and establish themselves. Volta, of course, has been somewhat absent from the competitive scene more recently, but up there in 28. And also, one of my favorite picks for the tournament, Manatee, in their first GSC, also doing really well as well.
really excited about Manatee as well, but right now there's something I think Trouble can be very happy about. Og leading the leaderboard here with first place, but like you said, Peter, many familiar names following suit. We have Lakoko in there, we have Pitik, we have Memo from Germany even making it through to this first kind of half, and of course rounding out the top 16, double 61, none other than former world and EMEA champion. But I promised it to you, chat. Here is the cat. Of course, I would never scam you out on
Doesn't
this
look
one.
very pleased with all the
That's
Orn
her
augments.
face. That's just her
Ari very rarely looks like she's pleased, to be fair.
She
Listen, I'm a
definitely
dog
doesn't like the
person.
Orn.
Yeah, I'm a dog person, so I can never tell when a cat is like actually grumpy or just looks grumpy, you know?
Yeah, for this one, a good reminder is that she just always looks grumpy. But with that, I believe our casters are slowly getting ready for the next game. And I am so excited for this one. I think we're moving up in the leaderboard, in the standings. We're looking at a lobby that has been doing quite well throughout the day. Not the highest highs, but the players that are above that middle checkpoint by a little bit. And with that, can throw over to Impetuous Panda and Niberia. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Megs. We are back with round number 4, getting ever closer to crowning a new, well, I guess we're technically getting closer to crowning a new champion, but that's not happening today. We're going to be seeing who's going to be able to make it into that day number 2 qualification. So I'm really excited to see Og at the top of the leaderboards. I wanted to talk about that a little bit with you, David, because, like, I don't know about you, but last set, I wouldn't have been surprised if Og took a Golden Spatula Cup. He, like, kept improving over the course of the season and kept showing up in those upper ends of the Golden Spatula Cup, never quite able to make it. So I'm excited to see him starting off strong.
Yeah, super consistent. I think he was around the top 5 when it came to the GSC points across the 3 Golden Spatula Cups, alongside players like Cambit, like Wet Jungler, like Juso, very consistent tournament players that popped off throughout the entirety of set 8 Monsters Attack. And it seems like that same form is coming in for this GSC number 2.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of players also creeping up towards the top that we've seen before. Double 61, a promising sign that he's making it through day 1. The trouble with Double, as it were, is that he really, really does not play consistently. He plays a consistent style, and that style can get him into trouble because he really likes to play aggressively on the very edge of what he can accomplish, and that's why he has such high highs. But that's also why we don't see him making day 3 every tournament. He just doesn't have that consistency in preventing the lowest of his results.
No double. In this lobby, we have 2 historic French players, Magarki and Volta. Lalana, of course, a world championship player who is trying his best at 70 points now for this day 3. So a pretty good average overall after 3 games. Simply Wojtek as well, one of the most, or very well-known Polish players who plays in Ultraliga very often and is trying to fight for a championship in this set as well.
Yeah, Magarki's one of those players that I really want to highlight as well. In previous sets was the name on people's lips when they were talking about the top tier of French player. But since Rising Legends has been in and out of prominence, and I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to bring today.
Uh-oh. Scuttle Puddle is a possibility in this game 4, and that means almost guaranteed at least one player will be trying their luck with Kill Reroll, will be trying to use all the extra resources and gold that you get in this portal to make it all the way to level 9. We'll see if it ends up being the vote or not. Lana on Immortal Bastion and a few players on Placidum Library, but it will be Scuttle Puddle in the end. Manatee wins the vote for that group, and I mean, it's going to be a dangerous one, Niberia. We saw some legendaries on the last game. I think we'll be seeing a whole lot more in this game 4.
Oh, yeah. Enzo, if that game had been on Scuttle Puddle, I think Enzo would have made that top 4 easy.
So one little tip that I always mention for our newer players, less experienced players, if you do not have any, interesting options to pick up in terms of your unit shops in the first few stages, you can just place a singular unit on your board. It will be able to solo all of these poor, defenseless, pacifist crabs in a very gruesome manner, and you'll be able to reach a 20 gold threshold in most cases at the end of the stage, so you can really, benefit a lot when it comes to your econ.
And you're guaranteed so much gold. A lot of people will econ through these stages. So you just get this massive kickstart so that the early game is more explosive. Fifek already finding a pair. And looking at the legends, David, some variety.
It's time, finally. Ezreal here as a surprise pick from Ragunis, who was in our last game and was playing Orange, so decided to switch it up for this game 4. Maybe rewarded, maybe not. We'll see as his options are presented later on into the game. But Alana sitting on a Taric, Sorcerer possibly going to be a start here. As the Invoker potential as well with a Soraka. Very interesting set of pairs here for Alana.
Yeah, wondering if he's going to build that Cho'Gath, meaning he'll probably run that double bruiser frontline, at least for a little bit. Cho'Gath, no longer the nightmare he was at the beginning of the set, gets pretty consistently dropped from every single composition now.
Well, you cannot check the Zon here. No Warwicks offered for Alana, so we'll see if he'll end up holding the Jinx or not. If he wants to just make 10 in this case, might be the best option. But yeah, going to be holding instead. The Soraka staying open to Invokers if he does have the Cassiopeia pair as well. And maybe if I'm going to test it, could be playing into Invokers. But Prismatic Lobby for this game 4.
All right. It's going to be an interesting one. The combination of Scuttle Crabs plus Prismatic is going to make this a very weird lobby.
Wojtek is on his last reroll as well, and some pretty bad options, I would say, unless Freaky Friday is actually a very good option if you're playing to challenge, if you're playing into a comp that has that dual carry setup, it will be applicable, and I think good enough to pick up here, and that will be the case in the end for Wojtek.
Yeah, just
doesn't quite have Noxus, unfortunately.
Yeah. He's short on that one, has the 2 Challenger if he wanted to play that, but going to stick with the double bruiser frontline. As we see that Cho'Gath he picked up earlier, getting the bulk of the items. Super Slams coming out here from Wojtek. Looks like going to be trying for a win streak.
Surely this is a Cho reroll, right, Iberia?
Oh, I'm hoping.
Or Cho'Gath, that's enough, right?
That. Yeah, Cho totally can still carry at 3-star, I swear.
Sunfire, totally a best item to slam for Cho reroll.
Oh, Biss.
100%.
Unbelievable Biss.
Does have a Samira pair though. Is very close to hitting some huge spikes if he finds a Samira pair. Maybe a Swain in his next shop. Could pivot entirely onto some kind of a Swain board with that Infinity Force, Sunfire, and Ionic as well. Won't be the case for now. Checking out the Portuguese player, The God, does open up one of his tomes and find some very interesting options. Some players would say the most interesting options, both the Zon emblem and the Shadow Owls emblem.
Yeah, Shadow Owls is one of those compositions we saw on the fringes during Golden Spatula Cup #1. People have started understanding the strengths of the composition. Because it used to cap out only with Senna, it's very difficult to run vertical. But if you can get that early emblem, it is incredibly powerful. So going to be picking up the Slayer emblem to combo very well with that Gwen later in the game.
We see a Shojin Slam. We do in the end. Not ideal for the late game Shadow Owls board. On Senna, it's okay, but you get a lot of mana from the trait itself anyway. But going to help so much with its early game. I'm not sure if it'll be a full-on win streak, considering there aren't many upgrades in the front line, but it will be a very, very strong board, and it will get you very, very far. You do need so much gold to hit that Gwen 2, the Senna, and to have that 6 Shadow Owls online in Stage 4.
Yeah, preserving HP at the very least, which is a good start to any game. Now the God going to probably win streak through this stage. That is a very built Samira, and as we've been talked about all game, Samira 2 is the strongest 2-star 1 cost right now.
It will be a level to 5 right away. One key thing to remember and to keep note of in this portal, gold has a lot less worth overall. Because every player gets so much more of it, every single bit of gold matters less, and instead your HP has a much, much bigger importance than a normal game of TFT, which means we'll be seeing a lot of tempo leveling and leveling to 5 and trying to balance the gold you get with preserving your HP and staying strong on the board.
So this is interesting to me, David. We see Catalyst going for Living Forge, which is widely regarded as the worst Ornn augment, and really just kind of inconsistent, because you get a random ornament every several rounds. So you could end up with a pretty good one. You've got the Sniper's Focus already, but then you could end up with a Randuin's, and suddenly you're like, oh god, what do I do?
It does cap very high. That's the thing that does, lure in players quite a bit. It's not a bad option, it's just maybe not the best. It's quite middle of the pack, around 4.5 back when stats existed, and they'll be coming back soon, thank God. but it is not, maybe the absolute best. You do get an anvil now, so you do have the chance to pick the item you get. And again, it scales so well into the late game. If you make it to stage 6, I mean, you're set to win the game.
The risk coming out here from Catalyst instead of one of the more consistent options. So we'll see how well he can do. A rough start if he's trying to make it into the latest stages of the game here at 80 HP. As you said, health, such a valuable resource.
The components, especially for these lower tier players, Fifek, Catalyst, Solana, currently on the HP, they have to figure out what they want to do with their boards, what they want to slam. They're going to be playing for Loose Streak entirety of stage 2. Catalyst, 80 HP now, could become 65, 70 HP at the end of this round. We just saw briefly a Trickster's Glass Samira. Oh no.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be getting Samira reroll this game, but we are going to sure be getting a lot of Samira 2-stars.
And for those who don't know, Trickster's Glass Samira, just so incredibly strong. The armor reduction kind of stacking from both of the units it just makes her deal so much DPS, not through just sheer damage numbers, in terms of like a Deathblade, for example, but more just the armor reduction reaching negative values and the damage coming just so hot and so quick on these units in stage 2.
I do want to point out as well, when we were looking at the bottom of the board in terms of item components, there was a lot of AP focus there, lots of tiers, lots of rods. So if those players try to establish wins, try to stop the bleeding a little bit, we are going to see more AP lines this game.
Volta still the only player on 100 HP, still has not lost a single round. Could be losing this one though. It's looking like a pretty drawn out fight. Still has not ended, and it will be the case that Volta takes the loss here against his Manazane Cassiopeia. Against Manatee's board and down to 92 HP. Look at the gold. I mean,
slow down the game a little bit.
40 gold already for most of these players.
Yeah. So we have a prismatic start and we have a lot of gold for a lot of the players. The only thing that could slingshot that further is those 100 streaks that give you pretty much infinite economy. Now that that's been shut down, the lobby can slow down a little bit more. We're not going to see that crazy high acceleration unless maybe we see another prismatic, but
here's to see where Volta takes this board. Bastion Crown, not one of the most appealing emblems or +1 crowns to get when it comes to the prismatics. Maybe Trouble, indicated she would love to see some kind of double Rageblade Aphelios board that uses these Bastions and ideally 6 Bastions in the late game to stall out for infinite time for that Rageblade to stack with the Aphelios. Maybe that is the way that Volta wants to take this game.
Because Bastion got a buff. There was a while where that Bastion Kale composition was absolutely ravaging the meta and immediately got hit with the nerf bat, but now Bastion back into viability as that vertical frontline, like you're saying. So we'll keep an eye on Volta's composition as it goes forward. Has very flexible itemization with that Giant Slayer, can fit onto pretty much every carry in the game.
Second loss coming through now, and it is now Magarki and the God, the French and the Portuguese players who are win streaking at the very end of this stage 2. A huge influx of resources going to come in this next PV round as well. A ton of gold players might be leveling to 6 before the PV round is even over to get a better shot as we roll into stage 3-1.
Yeah, near full streaks coming out from these two players as we can see the Gods board. Once more, this is going to be that vertical Shadow Isles composition focused around that Gwen.
And there will be a bit of an awkward spot later into the game. He will have to switch these items off of the Maokai, hopefully finds a second Maokai 2 along the way before he swaps them over to that Shen. For anyone unaware, Shen is the best carrier of the Shadows emblem in the game. He tanks for an obscene amount of time. It just does not look normal how he just keeps on tanking, 7 Darius ults in a row in some of the games that I've been playing in this patch. But overall, if the God makes this board, 6 Shadow Isles is one of the highest and best traits to cap out with when it comes to your late game stage 5 and stage 6 boards.
And this is a hell of a start, David. He's got 2 Slayer emblems now, so there's going to be a ton of damage there for the Gwen plus the Shadow Isles emblem. He's gotten exactly what he wants in order to scale up into these later stages. Tons of bonus damage for the Samira.
Not just for the Gwen, but for whoever's holding this Slayer emblem as well. And because it just gives you straight up damage and Omnivamp, so many of the 5-cost carries use it so well to pair alongside Gwen and Aatrox once we get to stage 5, once we get to level 8 and level 9.
And we're actually seeing it, David. We've mentioned it all day, but this is going to be the Samira reroll. We see 2 Samira 2s, one on the bench, as well as the Spyglass on that Samira. So going to have 2 Samira 3s on this board eventually, even though Fifek is incredibly contested.
And this is the one case where, because you get the double dip effect from getting the the Trickster's Glass Mirror being a 3-star as well, it is definitely worth it and definitely a much better option. And we're seeing the god.
Oh my god.
He's like, how many more emblems do you want? The answer is yes. Slayer Crown and Shadow's Crown both offered here.
He could go 4 Slayer with just a single Gwen. That's where he's at right now. Yep, that's exactly what he's going to do.
As too many Slayer emblems, apparently the answer is no. Tarek is also now a Slayer. Definitely does not fit his vibe usually. More of a protector, but I like it. I like seeing him getting on damage action as well.
So bloodthirsty. That's Tarek for you.
Definitely not a unit that heals people and helps them from dying and is a pacifist.
Not at all. The Omnivamp clearly very useful on someone that does no damage, but it is going to be so strong for that Samira in the backline, keeping her relevant much later than normal. So we head back, taking a look at Catalyst. This is our Living Forge player. Hasn't gotten that second item just yet, but that Jhin is putting in work for him in the backline with the Sniper's Focus.
And very clearly going to be pivoting into an Ionia Challengers board. Has items already built for the Kaisa with a Sniper's Focus, Guardbreaker, and Shojin all being ideal, really perfect items for her, alongside the Ionia emblem, which will ideally finish off on a Heimerdinger or a Belveth or a Senna once we cap out that board. So if he's able to make it, if he's able to navigate that huge tempo spike that both Ionia and Challengers get at level 7, he's going to be in a position to maybe even win out this lobby with the fact that Ionia emblem caps out your board so much higher than just a normal Ionia board.
And in comes a little bit of a roll down for him, going for Ionia Callista as that Spatula holder for the time being. No items on her otherwise, but that attack speed is going to be so helpful.
Yeah, Wojtek's board has settled onto the Rek'Sai line, has a Bruiser Crown, has a Freaky Friday on both that Cho'Gath still, and the Rek'Sai ideally wants to finish off a few more Rek'Sai items, needs to find a cloak on this next carousel, or potentially just a bow for that Titans. We see a chain on his bench. We saw Solo trying to navigate this Rek'Sai line, didn't hit, and that happens to me in all my games as well. If Wojtek is able to really navigate his economy in a portal like this, he should be able to hit the Rek'Sai 3.
Yeah, Rek'Sai and Echo, really the 2 carry compositions where it hurt so bad to not get that 3-star. We saw it happen to our Katarina Darius Noxus player earlier today as well.
So fortunate there for Catalyst. 61 HP, first pick on stage 3 carousel, has a Kaisa with a glove as well. Gonna have a huge spike for this player.
Yeah, picking up that Thieves Gloves as an option there for Catalyst. Volta as well will have Thieves Gloves available, but more likely looking at a Jeweled Gauntlet potentially, or a Rage Blade.
And Wojtek suffering from success.
Oh my god.
Finds a belt, does not find the bow or the cloak they would have wanted. Still has a way to build some more tag items for the future Sejuani that will be joining this board, or maybe a Belveth and a Sejuani. Why not? What a shop to roll into right here.
Maybe 6 Void coming into the later stages of the game here. We see that Bruiser Spatula already perfect for Belveth. We saw earlier today that find quite a bit of success for Yaroi.
Gonna settle for staying on 30 gold here. Thinks there's enough of a cap with hitting this Belveth early. Still missing 1 Bruiser. Has not hit a Vi actually to hit the huge power spike of that 6 Bruiser trait. At this point in stage 3, it's what he was rolling for. Decided, hey, I'm strong enough. I'm not gonna grieve my econ. I need a lot of gold to roll and find this Rek'Sai. Only 3 copies right now.
I think the Belveth pickup is really strong here. It's strong pretty much for anyone with emblems, because there is no better emblem carrier in the game in terms of flexibility.
What's going
on? You can carry Challenger, Ionia, Shurima, Bruiser, and of course, just finding a random Hari. Shoutouts.
I don't know what buttons have been pressed for us to be seeing, so many legendaries at level 7 every single game on broadcast here. But 2 legendary shops in a row for Wojtek. Finds an Ari here as well. Pairs perfectly with the Orianna for now. Everyone in the lobby comes and joins and sees, what's going on this board. Why is there a Belveth with a Bruiser emblem and an Infinity Force?
The world may never know. Picking back in with Manatee, we're going to see a vertical sorcerer from them once more. We've seen it a couple of times today. I think that Rek'Sai is going to make short work of the Cassiopeia in the back line, but the Lux already on board, needs to get that into a 2-star before this board can really come online. But I'm not sure how much time they have left to make that happen, David. 44 HP coming into stage 4.
Just looking at some of these boards, huge spikes for some of our players. Wojtek is still streaking and will be doing so for most of stage 4 as well. At some point, he will be falling off a little bit. And that's where Rek'Sai 3 hopefully comes in and saves the day.
Here on Volta's board, we're looking over. We were wondering what he was going to do. Had a flexible start with that Bastion emblem, and it looks like going to go towards that Challenger Kai'Sa composition with presumably a Bastion frontline.
And a level up indicates that I think he's going to sack 2 more and go fast 9 and hope that he hits some crazy stuff, has items for the Ahri. Ideally finds a mana generation item like a blue buff for a Shojin here as well. Has a Taric already online. Maybe a Shen is found later on as well. But Volta looks like he's ideally going to try and cap out at level 9 around legendaries very soon.
By fact, now on the roll down, looking for this Samira 3. Still hasn't found it. 3 off. And on level 5, still has decent odds. But if he doesn't hit this round, it may spell the end of his game. Yes, 70 gold. Yes, still win streaking. But this is the stage where Samira starts to fall off. Even with 3 of them on the board, it's not going to be enough to get him into the late stages.
One more.
Oh, he's just got a desperate roll. There it is. Samira 3.
You have to be careful when you do combine the Treacherous Glasses reposition your Samira. So unfortunate positioning here just last second. But maybe it will still be enough. Just the sheer damage coming in.
Both of them are targeting the Sejuani, so getting that shred pretty quickly. As we see, this is once again Wojtek's incredible legendary board, but it looks like Samira doing a great job of taking it down. Rek'Sai fully itemized, though, will be enough to take out the Samira.
It would have been a little bit worrying if a Bel'Veth and Rek'Sai board, and especially with Rek'Sai wrapping right into Cassio right away, was not able to win the fight there. Jeweled Lotus going to work perfectly to give some extra crit to the Samira. Has a Giant Slayer ready for some damage amp. Has a Shojin for some extra
2
cast.
Spyglasses.
And this is just a pretty interesting board here. Both, Cassiopeia and Samira doubled up on the board, and you still have a chance to level up so much more. Oh my goodness. This is not normally Iberia.
Can we count the spatulas real quick for the folks at home? We've got 2, 3, 4 Slayer spatulas.
Oh, the Atox is here. Oh no. We're just missing the Gwen for just the craziest 6 Slayer board of all time. And you get a Slayer emblem, and you get a Slayer emblem, and Rise gets one too. Why not?
Of course, because why wouldn't you want Slayer Rise? There's no reason. 7 Slayers, beyond vertical.
And Rek'Sai, I think, is going to have none of it. I mean, these Slayers are not yet upgraded. You have potential for a very strong board. You're not quite there yet. Still 60 HP to work with, so the God has still a lot of time to find the Gwen, to find the rest of the Shadow Walls comp as well. There's 7 Slayers, actually. He's gone over the cap of his current... I think there's too much emblems, no, Iberia?
I think there is, but sometimes you just need a little excess. You need a little bit. And going to be swapping over to that Kai'Sa now to give additional challengers.
Why does Irelia 1 have a Slayer emblem?
Don't worry about it. Don't fret it.
This is actually
figure it out.
A dangerous position to be in. This is a place where you can get dizzy very easily if you're not sure on how to navigate this, because there are so many options, so many variables, and this is a position that I think no player has been on anywhere in this set. It's just so unlikely to have so many different emblems in your favor.
And now he's looking at if he wants to keep the Rise, if he wants to pivot out of the Rise, if he wants to put in that 4 Shadow Isles just yet. Does he want to stay on the vertical Shadow Isles line? He's got 48 HP to decide, but this is going to be a loss, and it's going to reduce the amount of turns he's got to choose.
Yeah, I think he really needs to find the rest of these Shadow Walls units. He can find Senna. He's level 8. He did have the gold to again, pump all the way to 8 and roll down on 4-2, thanks to Scuttle Puddle. Maybe finds one here, but no, it will be just the Rise and the Heimerdinger in this carousel. We're getting word that Simply Wojtek, the player that was going for that Rek'Sai Bruiser Bel'Veth line, has hit a Bel'Veth 2 on level 7, which is, that's something, Iberia.
That, sometimes it happens, David. Sometimes it's like that. So this is the version of Enzo's board that actually wins games. Because Enzo had that similar start, but did not ever hit a Bel'Veth 2. Did not hit any other second star legendary. But Wojtek coming in level 7, wins streaking with a 2-star Bel'Veth and an Ahri in the back.
And as Trouble mentioned on the analyst test, this is a comp that you're, again, synergizing the Belveth with what you're already building on your board. You have a stable, coherent composition that works with the Belveth as well, the Bruiser emblem helping her stack those Void Corals throughout a long fight, and again, having much bigger heals scaling off of her max HP. So it just works so well with the Belveth. Once it's upgraded to 2-star, I mean, even more so.
Now on Magarki's board, he's going to be going for that Ionia Ahri carry composition, and just kind of a Samira chilling there just for fun.
You're going to see a lot of that on Fast 9 boards because she's still a very viable unit to have on your board at any point due to the armor reduction, the utility, plus, of course, her damage now as well. The Ahri one is worrying, though. She will be still a little bit fickle, not going to have huge damage, not enough to actually wipe out this board entirely. And Samira can't do it by herself. Magarki has 30 gold. He has to roll down in desperation right now.
Yeah, this is going to be the deciding turn for him. 8 HP. Needs to find some 2-stars because Catalyst on the other end, level 7, doing much better. There's going to be the pair for the Ahris. Meanwhile, on Falta's board, he does get an upgrade. 2 Belveth 2s in the lobby, a Scion 2, and another Ahri. I don't know if Magarki can hit.
This is the case of having 2 level-up players alongside someone like Simply Wojtek, who just finds a Belveth 2-on-7. You're getting a lot of these 5 costs out of the pool. You're contesting each other. Was the case with the ASOL meta a few patches ago, where if there were too many ASOL players, one of them hit, the rest went bot 4. Could be the case here for both French players, unfortunately. Maybe just for Magarki, really, because this board is looking quite mighty from Volta.
Well, the God is back in the pool with that 6 Slayer, all from Spatulas. Going to be facing up against Volta's newly upgraded board, and I don't think the God has the damage right now. That Aatrox is going to be having to put in quite a bit of work, but the Scion is just completely walling the board. There he goes into the revive. Aatrox getting a ton of shielding, but just is not doing the damage. The mana bonus isn't helping him out that much. Still surviving somehow as that Ahri fires away, finally takes him down with the help of Belveth, but looking dangerous for that board for the God.
Magarki has been taken out, unfortunately, in 8th place. He played for a very high-risk, high-reward type of strategy. Did not pan out in the end. Could not hit his 2-star upgrades on his 5 costs. The Ahri one was not enough despite her itemization, and he is now knocked out in 8th place.
Luxazir coming back in here for Lilana. The classic composition we saw a ton at Golden Spatula Cup #1. Still going strong, it turns out. As we focus over on the Gods board, who is going to have a hell of a turn. Has to roll down, hit those 2-stars, and figure out what to do with these items, because 6 Shadow Isles, 5 Slayer in theory is strong, but that does mean 0 combat augments, so your board matters so much more.
Exactly, your board has to essentially do all the talking. Ideally, yeah, this Warwick, I think, has had enough time on this board. A Warwick one with a Slayer emblem. Not going to cut it when you're at 12 HP and you're fighting for your life with a 7-loss streak along the way. You have to keep rolling here. You have to find ways to stabilize. And there are still some Exodia players where if you hit everything, you might still be losing to a board like this. Simply Wojtek, 3-star Rek'Sai, 2-star Belveth. I mean, a very, very scary board to face.
And here we go, Manatee, one of 4, 5, 6 players going, Ahri. I have lost count completely because there are so many. But unfortunately, because of all the contests, I think they may be going down to Fifex incredibly strong Noxus board. Will be down to 2 HP.
We're seeing the massive gap in the HP totals here, the different brackets. And this Aatrox trying his best. Will it be enough? 6 Slayer emblem on this Aatrox, both Titans stacked all the way. It looks like it's enough with the help of Senna as well, allowing him to get some extra shielding, extra survivability. Aatrox a few patches ago would not have been able to pull this off.
No, this buff's coming in pretty big, and those shields coming in both from the Shadow Isles on Aatrox himself, plus the Senna ultimates coming in from the back, was enough to keep him alive. We can see double full verticals coming out for the God in the Shadow Isles, and Slayer has finally figured out what this composition needs to look like, but 0 gold, 12 HP, still plenty of rounds to go.
Biggest problem here is the tank items are still in the Maokai. The Shen is still 1-star. You haven't gone for the traditional Shadow Isles emblem on the Shen as well, so if your frontline crumbles, you might be in trouble.
Here comes
huge
Manatee,
Zephyr.
Final round. Yeah, huge Zephyr, like you said, is going to spell disaster for them. So this front line starts to get chewed through, but Lilana comes in with the Azir, needs one more fire away. Not enough. Mana Zane for Manatee, popping off.
There's the burst potential of both the Lux and the Ahri with the Deathfire Grasp. Despite that front lane crumbling so quickly, still the burst came through in just a few seconds and melted the rest of Alana's board. Manatee now at 2 HP. The God still sticking with us at 12 HP. Is surviving, is maybe trying to finally reach that capped out version of his board.
Catalyst Living Forge has paid off quite well, I would say. Spyglass here, plus Sniper's Focus for Kalista. You cannot ask for better Ornn items for her. Doubling up the amount of spears that go into a target and giving a damage boost to her rend plus the auto attacks themselves.
Fortunately, the TG not fantastic on this Yasuo. Shiv, Rabadon's definitely not the way you want to be itemizing a carry like Yasuo who wants to dive into the backline, who wants to be dealing a lot of HP. We'll see now what this Yasuo can do, what the rest of this board can do really, because this might be the last line for Catalyst. 20 HP is really just 2 fights, maybe 1 if it's a big enough loss. It looks like it will be the case here, fighting up against this Aatrox, against this Slayer Kalista. It's too much to handle for the Ahri, it's too much to handle for the Kalista. She's a 3-cost, she can't do it all by herself.
Yeah, not a 3-star, 3-cost either. Catalyst maybe having a better time. He's going to get a chance to save himself if any of these items or unit pickups are good enough, but it's not looking great for him.
Juggernaut Emblem could be spicy here for anyone that has an Aatrox on their board to add yet another trade and help a secondary carry be a little bit more tanky as well with the damage reduction. Overall, some very good items here. Brambles for the late game crit damage coming through. Stoneplay if you want to have a little bit more for your tank. Maybe that Shen could have used it, for example, for the God.
Yeah, I really want to give props to the God this game. I think he has managed to assemble an Exodia composition out of several disparate components. Going for 3, 4 Slayer emblems, not something many players could navigate, but now he has Vertical Shadow Isle Slayer Aatrox plus Juggernaut for him on the same board.
This huge brain Heimerdinger with a Slayer emblem as well. Tarek once again Slayer emblem. 6 Shadow Isles, 6 Slayer. You won't be seeing that again today, or I think really any other day when it comes to tournaments.
Now, 5x board, this Noxus Samira reroll has been doing so well throughout the competition, still managing to pay dividends for him as he's just ripping through this front line. Ahri finally fires away, but unfortunately for Catalyst, it is not enough, and he's going to go down and claim 6th place.
That is how these fights tend to go against Samira 3 with Trickster's Glass. So much armor reduction, your front line just absolutely melts in a few seconds, and your back line does not have enough time to scale to get those casts off in the case of Ahri. Catalyst unfortunately taken down. Wojtek is still doing so well. 45 HP for the Polish player. And Fifik as well. Yeah. Both Polish players up top.
There we go. Polish rep coming in for you, David. It's just for you. It's just for this cast.
Makes up for Alan ZQ's 7th place in game 2. I'll take it.
It was rough. It was rough. I'll give you that. Volta now has finally found that Ahri now that he's not being contested 4 different ways. So that'll give a lot of strength to this board that now has 4 5 costs on it. 5 rather.
I think we found our winner for this tournament, or for this game rather. Volta trying to go level 10. And I would not be too surprised if time allows it that he might be hitting a 3-star 5 cost. He's done it before in tournament on broadcast back in the Super Bowl in set 7. He might be trying to do it again.
He denied it from Dasik very famously in an ASOL game. But it looks like the God's composition is going to hang in there pretty solidly. This Aatrox still remaining pretty close to unkillable, even for this Bel'Veth.
Now Volta will feel some pressure to level and to roll and to try and find the most capped out version of this combo he can go for.
Oh, and just naturaling the Senna, of course. It's a gross composition, David. This is disgusting.
Really just the Heimer that he's missing, and this is pretty much the most capped out legendary board you're able to assemble with some key trait bot units like Tarek and the Karma, allowing Ahri to really become the absolute star of the show, getting Sorcerer online, getting the Ionia bonus on the Ahri as well.
That thing just melted. Dear God. All right, this is going to be the level. And a natural Cassante as well. He is just hitting everything Rise Pair in the shop, rolling down, trying to find a little bit more. Maybe Cassante, maybe Scion to pick up there. Rolling through, finds the Heimerdinger, passes over it, interestingly.
Has a Sunfire already, so it does make some amount of sense. And the Spark, so it doesn't really need the utility from Heimerdinger. I think instead of trying to cap out around some of these, not the Ahri anymore. Hassle the Ahri, going to add in a second Bel'Veth RFC.
Interesting. So maybe trying to go for that double Belveth to cap out his board, running into Lilana's Azir Lux board. And I don't think Lilana's chances are good, as that Ahri still stable in the backline, hasn't been touched yet, but also hasn't even needed to ult just yet. And there goes most of Lilana's board as the Scion solos down the Azir. And that's all she wrote for the British champion. Gonna take down a 6th place, or 5th rather. 5th.
Well, 5th in the end, 5th. In with that Samir reroll with the Trickster's Glass, ends up 4th place, and I'm not surprised. I think in some lobbies that would be a winning board, but in this lobby with Scuttle Puddle, with level ups, with you know the chances some of these players have had, the God as well, for example, to cap other boards in a spectacular way, it's hard to really do more with just a 1-cost reroll in the end.
It's a super high cap lobby, the highest one we've seen today, with all of these 5 costs coming in for Volta. The double Prismatic plus Scuttle has allowed this to happen, and made some really magnificent boards to watch, frankly.
The Karma 1 frontline, if you're wondering, that is just so the Ionia bonus goes on Ahri with more consistency, as Karma will not be taking any of those bonuses if she dies right away, and just some extra frontline, extra stall for Ahri to do her thing. But looking at the God now, he's trying to fight for his life. 12 HP, 6 win streak, 6 layers, 6 Shadow Walls. Can it do enough against his Rek'Sai 3, against this Belveth?
Everyone focus firing onto that Aatrox, doing so much damage. Belveth survives, but it looks like the backline for the God still together. David, this might be a win for the God.
I did warn you, 6 Shadow Walls is one of the highest, vertical trait caps in the game. And if you out of nowhere add 4 Slayer emblems to the mix as well, I'm not an expert. I haven't played this board myself, but I have an idea that it could be pretty strong, Niberia.
Yeah, it's looking pretty gross as we go over to Wojtek's board, who is holding that Belveth 2 away from Volta as well. The strongest player in this lobby for most of the game, but now that the God has come up to play, it's looking less likely. This may be the last round for Volterix against Wojtek.
Still has a chance to go 9, still has a chance to find maybe a good unit on this next carousel as well, but we'll see what is the case here, how much damage Wojtek will take, or if he's able to somehow win this fight with a wraparound from the Rek'Sai and the Belveth killing off some key units right at the start.
You see into the backline now, that Belveth looking for damage. Sejuani, like you said, getting knocked out. One more ultimate. There she goes.
The Mega Tank is gone. And that's a huge hit for Wojtek. Catapults from 28 down to 8 HP and down to 3rd place.
Yeah, just getting sent into another postal code there for the poor Sejuani. Getting close for the God, David. The end of that fight was not looking super solid.
Another one?
Another Slayer?
You already have 6 Slayer and the 2 best Slayer units on your board. It actually is not correct. You cannot go for it. Maybe for the memes, but for trying to do well in a tournament game rather, not going to be the best option. Going to go for the blue buff instead. TG for Volta has so many units that he can itemize. Why not an extra TG?
Yeah, this is pretty gross here for Volta, as we do see the level up finally coming out from Wojtek, but nothing really to put in. Picking up a 2nd Ahri, and the Rise, it looks like, will be the choice, alternating between that and... Oh! There's an Ahri too!
That's the Subtle Lissandra, or one Lissandra at the very least. The TG items, not going to be really ideal. A Kangi Ahri, sure, you can maybe put her in the front line, but not going to do much in terms of damage with itemization.
Here comes the God, brand new Slayer on the board in that Ahri, but it's all going to be down to this Aatrox. Meanwhile, on the other side, Volta with that legendary soup is doing so much damage to everyone else. This is the God fighting for his life. This 8-round win streak could end here. Aatrox finally fully stacked, starts diving into the backline, but that Belveth still so tanky. Aatrox finally goes down. It's the first time this has happened in any of the God's fights, and Belveth dives into the backline. It looks like Gwen, not quite enough. Aatrox revives, but will finally fall, and even gods can bleed as Volta takes the lobby.
And Volta, a player that is known for knowing how to cap out boards, one of the best players in terms of going level 9 and really finishing a board in a way that it cannot lose no matter what comp is facing him. Even 6 Shadow Walls, 6 layers. Volta will find a way to assemble a legendary board that cannot be beat, and that was the case. Almost going for Belveth 3. Perfect itemization on the Belveth, on the Ahri, just an impossible board to beat, and I think only Scuttle Puddle offers you games like these.
I think what impressed me the most there from Valto was at no point did his play look panicky. There were some spots where it was a little bit rough, but at no point was he like, oh god, roll. He was in complete control the entire game, and that's what you expect from a player with that experience. And with that, we're going to be headed into a break for the analyst desk to break down the highest cap game we've had all day. And check out an interview with Chuso in the meantime.
My name is Jesus. I'm 20 years old. I'm from Valencia, Spain. I am currently qualified for the GSC. I think the TRC system changes are quite good because you are more likely to try hard all the tourneys that are related to qualify for the GSCs or just any EMEA related tourney. And yeah, it makes sense to play national TRC at the moment, at least for me, and that's the way I qualified for this GSC. The Málaga event was great. I mean, it was fantastic. I got to meet a lot of players that I knew from TFT games, I guess. I think these events are a big part of what the community of TFT could be growing. Like, these events, it's a meeting point for every player from EMEA that wants to play this game not only for fun but in a competitive way. So we get to meet each other, and then in hopefully future events, you know more people, you want to go there because you have some friends there. I would like to give a shout out to all my friends that support me on a daily basis. They give me support, they encourage me, they congratulate me when I win anything. Or when I get a bad result, they always like try to cheer me. So yeah, I shout out to them, and also to my family that also supports me a lot with this. And yeah, I love them.
Welcome back to our analyst desk. My name is Mix, and I'm here with Counterfeit and Troublelink, and we've just been treated to an absolute amazing game, I want to say. Starting us off with the double prismatics, defining the tempo, defining a lot of the crazy board that we saw, but something else finally happened, and that is we got a little bit more variety in the legends once more. One player that looked for a big amount of time like when I play Earth, is the god. For the longest time, Peter and I were disagreeing, talking about, the Earth and all of these emblems. He had I don't know, it felt like 20, probably like 6 Slayer emblems or something. And the the fact that he was able to pilot this, I think is exceptional. It looked like he got a little bit dizzy in the mid game. There was a lot going on. We even had like 7 Slayers in eventually. And then in the end, being able to bring it all back with this Aatrox carry, chef's kiss. I loved it so much.
I mean, honestly, you said it yourself, right? It's a very high tempo lobby, especially when you've got a couple of prismatics and adding Scuttle Puddle to it, which means your econ is going to skyrocket. This is why, as you can see on the highlights right now, a lot of the boards looked absolutely capped. But the fact that at the very beginning, he had a choice, either Shadow Isles or Slayer, and he does manage to get the Shadow Isles. It has a very high cap. That shield that gets produced when you have 6 Shadow Isles, it's very difficult to penetrate, and that constant mana that you get means that your units are casting over and over and over again. And champions such as the Shen, for example, is impenetrable when you have him in the front line. Of course, it kind of worked with the Aatrox as a carry as well, but all in all, 6 Shadow Isles, if you can get it through Earth, is just so good to play.
I think I was less. I guess I was less upset necessarily by the sheer amount of Slayer emblems. I felt like getting for the Shadow Isles emblem a little bit earlier was an option offer to the goal, which would have been a huge spike in power a lot earlier on. But far be it for me to second guess the choices being made here, because they are working out pretty damn well. That lobby was absolutely cracked, though, and particularly we're playing in lobby 4, so these are some of the top players playing at the moment. This is the kind of lobbies we're going to be seeing the new innovations coming through.
And there was one player that we all kind of were a little bit excited about, right? And that is Volta, a player with lots and lots of history in EMEA. He's been one of our long-time standing heroes, and we're all a little bit worried coming into this set, coming into this tournament, saying, can he do it again? Can he come back after a set that didn't look like it was in his favor? But in the end, it all worked out, Trouble. That board, that was Exodia, probably.
Listen, I'm just gonna say I'm a little bit disappointed. Obviously happy he won. That was a great transition, but I'm a little disappointed when I saw the Bastion crest right there. I'm like, this is it. This is the 3-star Soraka, 3-star Kassadin, 3-star Ash reroll. It was not. He chose the level up as his second augment. He had incredibly great economy by 3-2 when he chose the level up, and he managed to snowball until he was level 9, rolled it down, and then he had the Exodia board that we all know and love from our Lord and Savior Aurelion Sol that now is a little bit nerfed. So yeah, he managed his economy very well, and honestly, I think players that managed to do that are to be celebrated, whether it's through level up or managing the economy through the game, or even playing these lower cost reroll compositions that managed to get to level 9 should be celebrated.
I mean, further to what you're saying, Max, just want to touch back on the Volta point again. He's definitely always been a player who's been kind of very much secondary behind players like Double 61, of course, who've taken the majority of the spotlight. Honestly, coming into the tournament, I really had on my mind, whether Volta's best days were behind, because he's had such great success before and hasn't really shown up recently, as you said. But I think this lobby shows exactly that there's still a lot of fight left in him.
Yeah, I think we should celebrate all of our players, and in order to do that, we are going to have a quick interview for you guys with Wägga, and after that, I believe our in-game casters will be ready.
Hey, my name is Swang, also known as Wägga in game. I'm from Germany and I'm 24 years old. My thoughts on Runeterra Reforged are that it's quite fun. There's a lot of diversity. I quite enjoy that there's a much larger team working on the game now. They really care about the game. They put out hot fixes if they need to be done. I think the TRCs are a good addition in general, though I think there should be less spots for each TRC to get free GSC buy-ins, since if you look at the snapshot for this GSC, the ladder went crazy. One of my friends, Dark Hydra, he set at around 1.46k LP, and he was rank 4, and then after a few days he was rank 30. It was so scary for the people going for snapshot. And I'm lucky, since I'm in the TRC, I got a spot for free. I'm just chilling in Grandmaster. Appreciate the German community a lot. You've heard it a lot of times already Memo. Now it started in his small stream. We had a small Discord with only a few people, and it grew out of control. Like all the German people just came to us, and I think that's part of why Germany has been so successful since we've been growing quite close. We've improved as players a lot together. So big shout out to Memo, to like OG friends from there, like Marx, Leah, Zaza, all these people. There's too many German people that are supportive. I can't name all of them, but I'm grateful for all of you guys. And I'm also grateful for my girlfriend. She tries to watch if she can and support me as well. So thank you for that.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Golden Spatula Cup number 2. We are moving to our final 2 games of the day. My name is Catavit, alongside Impetuous Panda and Trouble for these final 2 games of the day. Gentlemen, friends, we are about to lose half of the players in the competition, and thus we are headed to Lobby 9, which is right in the middle there. Our players fighting for their tournament lives.
It's really hard to beat what we saw in Game 4. The combination of Scuttle Puddle and Prismatic Augments does really create some game states that cannot be replicated very easily. One thing I'm still looking forward to is someone picking Caitlyn as their legend. We haven't seen it yet today. I'm playing on ladder, I'm loving it, but apparently no one else is.
I'm glad someone said it. And you know what? Screw it. Aurelion solo as well. This is like your life on the line. Well, is it though?
You've had enough legendaries, Trouble, please.
People keep hitting that level 9, but honestly, if you can manage to get there first and roll down these units, it's your last life. So you might as well be a little bit more creative. If you roll back into a lobby with 8 Orns, that means that everyone is relying on getting direction from the Orn item, and it's just not it if you're just trying to get through the day.
We'll come back to Legends in a second. We're going to take a quick look at our standings. So these are not all of our players. These are our players currently in the top half, the players who will make it through to day 2 if they can stay here. And we can see that there's very little points differential between a lot of these players.
And as usual, the cutoff will be around 27 points. That is a magic number most of the time with tiebreakers, which will be total tournament points. In day 1 will be just the wins overall you guys have been able to get. So getting first place is very important, both for accumulating points in these kind of high-risk situations in the last 2 games, but also for tiebreakers. And Og.
You know what, man? I don't know. Us Greek people are so good at TFT. I'm just kidding. Og is just insane.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I just had to put a little bit of national pride in there, but I'm just so happy that I'm finally joining a TFT broadcast and a Greek player is doing so well. You go.
Oh boy, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, for our players, they will not be getting any specific advantage of finishing highly on day 1, apart from just the safety. Again, as we're heading down to Lobby 9, that sense of safety is very much not there. As David mentioned, these players need to get a lot of points if they're going to carry on, but we shall see. Several big names ready to play.
These strong players that maybe are the only player defending their national pride, like Cuban, for example, for Denmark. In the case of NTMB, not the only player, a little bit pro from Netherlands, also being just really stellar in GSC number 1. But in this case, NTMB is one of the strongest players from Netherlands that are playing in these GSCs.
Wow. Okay. Scipeus was the only one sitting on the Placidium library right there, and he is actually where they're gonna get into, that means you can actually pop on a scroll of knowledge, as it's called, onto one of your units and get an emblem out of it. So who fancies 6th layer again?
Well, we know exactly what we've seen later on. Yeah, we were just saying you want to see some Aurelion Soul coming through. We've got the chance to build up for some pretty scary verticals going on, whether or not that's Shadow Ours and Slayer like we saw before. These are much more guaranteed than the Toma traits will ever be.
Consideration here, maybe for kill, reroll Slayer Emblem could work out in trying to find a little bit more damage for that kill later on in the game. Also, Challenger and Ione Emblem, I think incredibly great at 3-5 especially. This is where you hit that huge level 7 roll down spike. Having the +1 Challenger, for example, is massive and stabilizing, and getting that 6 Challenger online.
Yes. Yes, baby. You know what? I never thought, in my lobbies, I don't like seeing this, but in competitive lobbies, seeing Aurelion Soul locked in for Tatman is so cool. And I wonder if every single one of the augments is going to be that Aurelion Soul, if it's going to be that fast 9 or just a fast 8 you stabilize and then you look for the fast 9. But I'm glad to see a little bit of difference right here. Not everyone going for the Ornn. Now, onto the Spatula talk. I'm really digging Zone when it comes to being able to get one extra emblem, because that explosion on the Jarvan is just chef's kiss. It's uncounterable and it's just so fun to watch. Not so fun to experience.
So we've got sort of two broad things to approach here to get to our first emblem. It will be gold, so we're not going to be seeing any level up coming through. David, as we wait for our first augments to get picked, from where you're sitting, and I'm sure I'd like to bring trouble in on this one as well, why have we not been seeing Aurelion Soul getting picked?
It was a nerf overall, and I mentioned it early on in one of the casts. You take a lot of damage in stages 2 and 3 now with the way that these huge tempo comps are back in the meta, with Noxus being incredibly taxing to players who are just trying to go fast 8, fast 9, and not really play a board until then. It is much, much harder to make it to that point in the game. Some portals like Scuttle Puddle help quite a bit with this, but in most normal games, it's just so difficult to have those things work out.
Ooh, and actually there's so many econ augments that I'm seeing right there. Skipeus going with the all that shimmers, getting that shimmer scale item. Anyone who like Dragonlance, here we go again. Lots of gold, you can make really great economy. I also saw a Deathblade, which has a chance on kill to give you some gold. So Dartman going with the patient study right there. You're right, Panda. He might go into some really high roll compositions right there that will take a lot of HP out of you. The boss as well spikes really hard on stage 3.
Just a quick word about the boss, of course. Not one we necessarily see a huge amount in the tournament stakes, so once that set drops below 60% health, he will exit the field to do some sit-ups and come back in with extra attack speed and ability power. Thank you very much, Reduction, for showing us there. I mean, I guess this opens up the question again. Gobestor, definitely one of the players who's trying to push up his potential going forward. Do we think this is the augment he can do it with?
I believe yes, but in maybe an unusual way. This is going to sound very unintuitive for most viewers, but in many cases, you can play the boss with set 1 and make it to level 9. It is very odd, but it can occur, especially with Noxus we're seeing here. This might be a very, very quick fast 9 if Gobestor decides to not reroll the boss, as is maybe the more normal way to play this out.
So, I mean, I think that bears a little bit more explanation than maybe it was given there. So, no, I normally expect to see people, re-rolling set to be able to get the maximum benefit by, if he's regenerating maximum health. How can it work with just one, with a set 1 or a set 2?
You're just very stable around set, dying right away, coming back, especially if you position your units all on the left corner of the field. When set comes back, because you've drawn your opponent's front line into the left quadrant of the field, set comes back and sometimes walks directly into the opponent's backline and kills off backline carries without having to chew through the tanks at all. So if this player has expertise on the boss as an augment, he might be deciding not to reroll at all, where you might just not hit and go bot 4 and just, cry. In this case, you might just going fast 9 instead, which I think is an option for sure with his current board.
I'd like to speak about the other side of the coin, which is you reroll Samira and Cassiopeia on 5, which means you have a pretty high chance of hitting a bunch of sets anyway. So if you do end up high rolling the set, might as well go for the set 3. You usually just want to use him as a front line as well. He's extremely tanky. So I feel like with a reroll comp where Honestly, Samira and Cassiopeia 3-star only need 3 Noxus to shine. You can just have your set as a frontline, maybe roll him to 3-star, and just snowball also to 9.
One player who is snowballing right now is Scapeus, bringing out the Gambler's Blade, which will be dropping extra gold as it goes along, managing to find a Callista to pair with it very early on. We know Scapeus is a player who's very, very confident coming into today, but here in Lobby 9, no player can be sure of their footing.
There was no single player with a bow, and there was a singular bow in this particular carousel. You bet everyone was gonna run for that one. And that's the unfortunate part, that a lot of the comps that you're looking to play require to have that bow in the build. So whoever is lucky enough to be going for the loose streak on stage 2, and in this case, I think it was Wägga, managed to grab that first bar.
And there's one thing that's well to note with Young Walden Pre, an album we haven't seen, I think, picked on broadcast today, but is incredibly impressive from a high roll position, especially at 3-2, being able, like you're mentioning, Trouble, to bypass the idea of, hey, I'm win streaking, I cannot pick my item components, I might low roll and not have the right items for, you know, a Samira or a Darius. That kind of augment really fixes this, and it's something that I think all Noxus players hope for at 3-2.
Well, nice try, my bad. NTMB has the beginnings of what could be a Noxus build. We've got the Spyglass to allow a second Samira into the mix. Has put together a decent win streak. We can see from Gobuster's side of things, the contested one-cost unit slowing down the putting together of what could be not just the win streak, but also the Noxus stacks coming in.
Don't do it to him, Set. Oh no, not Jin, who can't cast for 25 years. Oh, it's too late.
Wow.
It's been known. I'm gonna take a little bit of my League background, and it's been known that League players do not read patch notes. I can tell you right now that TFT players do not read abilities of the champions they're playing. If it looks good, if it does a lot of damage, we played. Well, a lot of people might be wondering why Tricksters is so freaking good on Samira, right? Because your Samira 3 would usually, or 2, would usually need like base items to do a bunch of damage. This is such a strong unit. Well, the wondrous thing about Samira is that every time she hits you with the ability, she actually reduces your armor. Now, this can stack if you have more Samiras. The same way as Tricksters is also pretty freaking good on Callista, because Callistas proc from each other's spears. So the more Samiras that hit the same target with the ability, the more that target's armor is reduced. Same thing with Cassiopeia, she reduces healing. Therefore, if the ability is already applied, she deals bonus damage. So these 3 champions rather, are so good with Tricksters because they proc off of each other.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's why we're seeing so many of them across so many different boards early on. But David, you know, I know we've talked about the idea of Samira being more of a transitionary unit than necessarily a re-rolling one. It seems like that could well be the case here in this lobby as well.
Yeah, I think it's more just the upside of Samira 3 outside of Trickster's Glass, for example, which is a very niche option, isn't really worth the extra gold you have to spend to get there, considering how much Samira 2 already offers. The biggest thing with this Noxus board in stage 2 and 3 is how cost effective it is in terms of how little unit or gold you're investing in your board and how much strength you're able to get out of it. And this is really the problematic thing about Samira right now. It is correct to play her sometimes over 4 cost units in the late game because of how much she offers for your board.
So taking a quick look across, we've got ourselves coming out of stage 2, both Epic and Scapeus on win streaks. You can see the consequences of that on the other end of the table. Assad and Tartman both down, taking very heavy damage in the early going.
You have to check the zone, man. It's mandatory. Pick up the Warwick and pick up the Jinx and check your zone, because you know what? You're playing the boss anyway. You hit the robotic right there. You've got the Juggernaut. The boss is gonna be your frontline as well. You're being chilling, but no. You know what? I admire Gobo. I'm now his #1 fan for his resilience to not pick up the zone and check the mod.
That's one way to twist the narrative, Trouble. I commend your ability to do so. I do think it should be a habit you should, have for every game, just to have that information, just to make sure you know if that option arises. And as you're mentioning, the boss is actually a comp that you can play into Zon as well. I've seen a lot of high level players pivoting or just using the front line from the boss and just playing around a very traditional Zon board.
Just a moment to talk about Tartman there, actually just breaking his loss streak. Is, of course, again, the only Aurelian Soul player in the lobby, has been taking some very harsh losses, but has propelled him up in the XP charts as we head into our next augment. We're going to be Prismatic.
Noxus Crown does lock you in fully to Noxus and makes it much harder to pivot into a legendary board later on if that's the option you want to go into later on. It is very strong now, though, of course. You're going to get a Darius, you're going to get a Sparring Glove as well. Freaking Friday, also an option, though. But yeah, will be the Noxus Emblem could go on set, and you could be looking for a 6 Noxus Spike very, very soon.
Ooh, and also finding 6 Samiras right here. I mean, he's still level 5, right? He can say, screw it, let's just play reroll. It's only 3 more Samiras to hit. A lot of players would pivot over the Samira anyway.
And we're back into Shadow Elves.
Oh boy, we knew this one was coming. And again, this is Scapeus with the Gambler's Blade board, so he's had an enormous amount of free gold dropping in. We're getting even more gold as more comes in. The Challenger 4, of course, helping emphasize that even further. And if he can continue to get the wins in while also boosting his economy, the sky is the limit.
And alongside Piltover, I think All That Shimmers is an augment that is absolutely an insta-pick for every single player. I think it's the one augment at 2-1 that you are correct to not reroll your other options and just instantly pick it. There is nothing better in most cases, and especially with most boards, like we're seeing here with the Callista. Even Callista 1, Gambler's Blade, prints money like it's no one's business, and you're able to reach a very capped out level 8 board very quickly, especially something like this with Shadow Owl's Emblem as an option. 6 Shadow Owls plus Shen, just almost unbeatable, as we saw from the God in game 4.
You know, is this Echo shining a little bit too yellow, or is it just me?
I think yellow is the correct color. I think I'm not colorblind as far as I know. So that will be my final answer.
Thank you, so much. Thank you so much, observers. It is indeed robotic arm. That's what I was alluding to. But of course, you're already committed to Shadow Owls. Scapeus, honestly, you're right, of course, about the All That Shimmers. Great economy, level 6 on 3-3 with 63 gold. At this point, you have such a stable board and you're printing so much money that you don't even have to go level 7 on 3-5. You can actually wait and naturally it over and be level 8 at 4-2 and then roll down all your gold. Oh! Very
on top of this as well, Scapeus, that's his first loss of the entire game at 3-3. I mean, you know, to be able to have all of these things put together speaks very well of Scapeus' chances. Again, we are in Lobby 9, so players need starts like Scapeus have had to get those really strong finishes and push up beyond the cutoff.
Can the Kaisa make it to Scapeus? Surely not. Kaisa pair at this stage of the game would be so huge for someone that has so much money as well. But no, NTMB saves the lobby, doesn't allow Scapeus to snowball this lead even further with a Kaisa that Counterfeit has already a Shojin and a JG, the 2 best items on this unit.
I mean, it's going to be absolutely nightmarish. Everybody else feels like they're going to have to just exist in the shadow of what's possible. Tartman, so up to level 17 you mentioned before, this is our Aurelian Soul player, but I do start to wonder if maybe this is going to get too far out of control. Only down to around 30 gold or so. Akshan's going to do a lot to try and soften these losses and try and allow Tartman to move up to level 8.
22 would be big. You have the Shurima online here as well. Maybe trying to pivot into 5 Shurima with a Talia or just an emblem here on the board, but could just be Freljord instead. Going for the 4 Freljord power spike, the CC coming in as well, but so many 1-cost units or 1-star units. Will it be enough, Peter?
Well, it's a really good point to point out that we have got the Scroll of Knowledge coming in, so we'll be checking out how much these have affected the comps going forward. As you can see, just getting the extra tip across the line into the really absurd version of these traits like the Freljord 4 can make all the difference and perhaps turn a player's fortunes.
I had completely forgotten about this emblem coming in, so Scapeus is going to be even quicker. Just 6 Shadow Owls, going to have 2 emblems potentially to work with if that's the choice he ends up going for, which I think would be the correct one. Maybe potentially going more into Slayer, as we saw from the God, to find a 3rd carry outside of, or maybe a 4th carry outside of Callista, Gwen, and Aatrox in the late game. But as I mentioned, and as we're maybe seeing now, set 1 is allowing Gobo to have a 3-win streak and potentially go fast 9. I'm only saying this and mentioning this very odd thing because I did it myself a few days ago, and it's just, I could not believe how a singular 1-star unit is able to get you all the way to level 9, but we might be seeing it here as well.
I mean, maybe that's part of the reason why GoBuster is attracting so much attention, is he's got his finger on the pulse of exactly what is possible. I mean, you know, if you get knocked out in day one, you've got no more chances. You can't keep your tricks back for too long. I mean, this is surely going to be making an impression on some of the other players playing the tournament if they hear about this game specifically.
The thing as well is that Samira takes down so much armor that once that comes back, he just starts punching and one-shotting everything outside of his own scaling. The one thing we haven't talked about yet that is a potential downside for Set is the fact that Samira exists as a unit. And so his armor is reduced in the time that he is solo frontlining. And the moment he comes back, he's not as tanky as he should be because his armor has already been reduced previously in the fight.
That's a really good point, and you know, Samira very much the bane of these single big units you're building a comp around. But the GoBuster managing to put it together, the only one on a significant win streak at the moment. We can see NTMB sinking down with a loss streak, and most everybody else only managing to keep very shallow streaks for themselves.
The Darius 2-star here going to be doing, again, a lot. This is kind of the decision point where you're playing Noxus and you've hit certain things so easily and you have still so much gold to work with that you think, why would I drop down more where I can just, you know, go 7, roll down there, try and find stability around 6 Noxus, and potentially just decide not to play reroll at all.
We have got the Juggernaut emblem coming in, which will put us up to Juggernaut 4. Of course, Darius and Set both will be enjoying that immensely. I mean, GoBuster, I really like what we're seeing here. But we'll move across and keep an eye out for some of our other players. Looks like Assad has got some fairly big changes on his mind as well.
Oh, yes. The Jarvan, the Chem Tank, robotic on your carry. This is going to be a capped board once level 8. Or, so usually the theme is you have a pair of something, you can donkey roll level 7 and hit that carry. But right now, Fuego is sitting there with not a single pairing of his carries, no Urgot, no Jarvan, no Zeri. So sitting level 7 and rolling is not the most optimal. Plus the strength of the lobby is not that huge, where to the point where he actually wins versus one of the highest HP competitors in the lobby as well. So it's looking pretty good so far.
Final augments coming through. Gold in the end, so nothing too crazy. Portable Forge could be huge if he finds that Defiance for this Urgot, but no, will be tons of stats instead.
I don't hate it, and as you say, getting a little bit of rolling in to make sure the board holds up. But I'm with you here. We've got 4 players at the moment, all around 40 HP. All the same as the 2-star Urgot is found. That's absolutely huge for Assad. And the 2-star Sejuani as well. They really couldn't have done too much better than that.
That was so well played right there, because you're usually like, okay, I'm below 50, I'm gonna roll down to 40. Down to 40, you find an Urgot pair. Then you have to send it, because this Urgot is, if you hit that Urgot too, it's gonna carry you throughout the entirety of stage 4, which is then in turn going to allow you to go to that level 8, since you do know that you have beast mods anyway for your composition. Not only the Urgot 2, but also the Zeri 2 with robotic. That board is giga cap. The only thing you're missing is some HP items on that Jarvan.
Yeah, that would be the final ingredient that would really make this comp pop, but I'm with you. Assad getting some incredibly good rolls there, especially as we see with Epic that this is a somewhat contested composition. While Epic isn't going deep into the zone tree necessarily, we talked about right at the opening of the show, Zeri having the different ways to approach the game means that she is going to always be a high priority unit.
Seeing the board now from Tarman, we see so many players with 4 failure. I think it's, if you're playing AD, one of the easy outs when it comes to the Scroll of Knowledge. You just know it's going to be good. You know it's going to do a lot for your front line and the extra CC and stun. You can get probably your 3 in if you don't have Sejuani yet as well. And in this case, I think it's just a default for most AD players. We're going to be going into a bit of a pause here. We see great tank items though for this next fight. TG giving Warmogs and the Stone Plate on an access, same items on Sejuani.
Man, I'm a little bit disappointed with how Tartman's augments have gone. Because you go for the Patient Study, you're looking for the Reliant Soul augments, you're looking to go fast 9. He's currently 4-3, level 7, 0 gold in the tank, going for that action 3. You're 3 short as well. Your economy is not doing that great. Your HP is not doing that great. There's very few outs you can get to possibly get into that top 4 scenario where you can contest for the victory later on.
I mean, you've still got the trickle of XP coming in for the patient study, but you're right. I think being in this kind of situation with not the board you want, without the economy to be backing it up as well, I think it's very bad time for Tartman. And I mean, maybe we're seeing some of what you said, David, that this just isn't the right or isn't the right legend to be bringing into the current scenario.
And I feel like a lot of players going into AD with Zeri as the potential carry, Aphelios if you really can't hit, but that's not ideal in any case, especially not in Game 5 of a GSC. And with so many players contesting each other, they might be in trouble for the future.
Ah, great. So we got the mods for Assad's board. We got a little birdie telling us Robotic, of course, on Zeri, Chem Tank on Jarvan, and Implant on Ergot. Implant, in general, any hybrid that you can put on Ergot is so good for him because he acts as your tank, but also he's your secondary carry. And currently, he fits into so many comps, the Deadeye, the Zeri, the Zones, like pretty much anything. And he's such a stable, even frontline due to his shields and healing.
I mean, it's, absolutely unfortunate in that case there. He wasn't quite able to get the dash away in time. But he's usually one of the units that's more resilient to getting knocked off of the board. Still, for Assad, I think in a pretty solid spot to continue to rise at the table. We noted before there were the players all around 40 HP. That's now gone to, from 4 players at 40 HP to 5 players at 30. We're seeing the pace of the lobbies start to pick up.
You know what? I'll take it back for Tartman. He has 2 small Nikos on his bench, and he's literally 1 action away from 3-star. He has base items on his action, so if he hits during stage 4, going into stage 5, he does have a pretty good possibility with 30 HP. As you mentioned, the whole, almost like more than half the lobby's on 30 HP, so you hit that 3-star action here, you're pretty much guaranteed the top 4.
And we saw it in Game 3. From Skaramis, from the Croatian player, was also enough to rank a top 4. So Akshan 3, despite the nerfs, despite not being this, boogeyman that you used to hate seeing up against you in any stage of the game a few patches ago, is still a viable AD carry that at 3-star can carry you into a top 4, maybe even a top 2.
The question does become, how far will Tartman fall before that last action comes into place? As Gubbister will find a 3-star. This is the lobby picking up the pace. And these Juggernauts, they're going to hurt a lot. This is not what Tartman wanted to see.
Mind you, though, this Darius is holding a TG. So yes, he's lucky at this point that he did get the double healing item, but it's not going to be the case at every single fight. And when you have a 3-star carry, you want them to have the ideal items, especially when a 3-star carry is a 3 cost as well. It's not a 4 cost. So we'll see how these fights are going to pan out later on, because Zakatarina does not have items, about to hit 3-star as well, and so does the Darius.
I'd love to say I was right, and you're going to go fast 9 with set 1, but no. You just got very unlucky. You rolled down so much gold at 7 and did not find 2 more sets, unfortunately. Akshan 3 is found, though, for Tartman. He has a pretty suitable frontline with Lucky Gloves onto this Nasus as well, going to be doing a lot of work. Sejuani, though, still being 1-star is a problem, especially with her holding the Stone Plate and the Warmugs here.
We know everything is going to be a real tightrope for Tartman to walk out here. Really needs to be getting us some wins in, because the patient study is slowly ticking him up towards level 8, but it's going to take a while to get there, and the losses could be coming. At least we do have the action able to do some damage towards the backline with a Deadeye procs and the Frail Lord 4 kicking in as well. Manages to thread the needle and deletes the Zeri. That's exactly what Tartman was hoping for.
Honestly, I'm so happy to see that Zhonya's Hourglass onto the action, because it is, it's such a cool item, because action very rarely, especially as a 1-star, gets to cast a second time. 1 cast will take a unit to the edge of the board. The second cast, the action will most likely be dead. But not only is he carrying more HP due to the Frail Lord crest, but also the Zhonya's allows him to cast for a second time, not being targetable and not died, which means one of your valuable units is going to get kicked out the board. So I think this action board does have a lot of potential for a top 4 now.
And I'll say it now, Zhonya's, I think, one of the most misunderstood Ornn items, the worst item from the stats. Everyone says, oh, this item is terrible. If you have to pick it, you low roll, but it is actually very good on the right users. Cassante, I did not know about, but it does make sense. It does seem like it is working out. But definitely the Azir and the Kaisa, they both work so well with Zhonya's. If you have a chance to try it out in your games, definitely do. I promise it will give results.
All right, well, our players are definitely trying to fight for those results right now as 2-star Lux comes in, who we haven't seen a ton from before in this game from Denmark. almost getting towards the Sorcerer 6 board, has got the Sorcerer Spatula already completed, but is pretty much out of HP and out of money. Our players, particularly towards the bottom, are spending aggressively to try and stay alive.
I think in general, this lobby looks a little bit low in econ. It wasn't a particularly very high econ lobby. Oh, the Zephyr here is really going to hurt as well, especially since your front line is not as strong as it should be. And once the action casts, your entire front line might as well be gone.
His Lux is good, but I don't think she's quite good enough. The Akshan does come up in the end, and Ruben gets taken down to 1 HP and a dream. Last stand, but without the stats, unfortunately.
Without the stats.
A little bit worse.
I mean, it's not insurmountable.
Reserves without the gold or the experience.
It's not an insurmountable thing to come back from this point, though. I mean, we've still got Zulanash and Topman on relatively low HP. Assad as well. Yeah, we're only talking a difference of a couple of rounds to maybe see Hubin, leapfrog up to at least maybe a 6th place finish.
Oh, and Zulanash, I maybe understand why the 14 HP. He has been cooking quite a bit this game. He has a Hull Crusher, Shen, Invoker emblem on this Taric. It is 6 Invoker, but you don't have the Karma 3. You're maybe too far away from having the right DPS to actually carry you through these fights.
This board is so unfortunate, actually. You need a Malzahar or an Ari to spike your board to 6 orcs. Instead, you've got a Teemo in for the 3 strategists. I don't know if the the AP or the shield are going to be enough against the Beast Zeri board.
Oh my gosh, it's so brutal. Even splitting the board up entirely to try and minimize the chance of getting your entire board blown up still didn't matter there. So we have our first elimination. Remember again, this is Lobby 9. This is approximately halfway in the competition towards the bubble. We will lose half of our players when today is done. And going 8th at this point almost certainly make sure you will not see day 2.
I just wanted to say, if you can very quickly look at the zone board from Fuego, the fact that the problem is not that the chem tank actually explodes, it's that on 6 zone from 2 hexes, it becomes 3 hexes. It pretty much, if that Javan lands in the middle, it covers your entire board. So even if you have one of your carries right side corner, one of your carries left side corner, your Javan will hit both.
Uh-oh, and Gobo might be in trouble here. I was doing so well in the early game, took so long to find that set upgrade, and is now sitting at 15 HP. Might be in big trouble here, might be taken out if this Darius can't carry, and that's going to be the case, I think, it looks like.
That set has been doing absolutely heroic work, but Gobister goes down to 0. Tutman also up on the execution block here in this round, gets pushed down just to the Akshan 3, and that's still not enough either.
Anyone's looking at the economy? Skipeos with all the shimmers, level 8, 96 gold, speedrunning level 9 with an already pretty strong board with 6 Shadow Isles. You can cap around any legendary that you want at this point. I think he's got a pretty good chance at contesting to actually win the lobby because a Zeri board, like a pretty good Zeri board, a capped Zeri board, is one of the best boards that you can have, but a capped legendary board is even better.
So, David, I want to put this to you, and and to Trouble as well. We're seeming to be, we're seeing players who are having early success, then go on to continue that success and have a strong, a strong ending to the lobby, which hasn't normally been traditionally the sense. Traditionally you're going to sort of fall off as time goes on. Why do you think it is we're seeing players who are doing well early also doing well late?
I mean, if you're asking in Scapeus' case, it's really just all that shimmers. He just prints so much gold. He found the Shadow Isles emblem naturally at 3-2 and then had the next emblem from Scroll of Knowledge because of the Platinum Library portal. And it's just a very high cap, 6 Shadow Isles. And it's only temporary. He had the emblem on Kaisa, which I think is not ideal or not really great at all, to be honest. But that will be transitioning onto Cassante or a Shen, I imagine, come late game. And you'll have both the time and the gold to cap out so highly, as can this board, as we're seeing here, the explosion coming through. And the board, you blink and you'll miss it. It's just absolutely gone.
Yeah. Usually there's a way you can deal with this Javan, but it's a very painful way. It means that you have to bundle up 3 of your units on one corner and then your singular carry on the other corner. But that means that you're sacrificing half of your board just to redirect the Javan explosion to the other side and keep your carry alive. And in this particular case, your Soraka is pretty valuable on the board, your Kama is pretty valuable on the board. So who do you want to sacrifice just to not get blown up?
Yeah, there are no good answers. The Zulanash, though, along with Nice Try My Bad and Epic, all in potential peril as of this round. The Invoker 6 board from Nice Try My Bad contesting across the lobby, but it's a pretty good setup. We've got the Heimerdinger in. We've got ourselves the fully upgraded turret as well. It looks like we might even be seeing the exit of one of our Invoker comps right now.
The scripted showdown at stage 5-6. The both Invoker players facing each other, both contesting could not hit the Karma 3, which is the main DPS for this comp. It's looking so close to shielding and healing coming through, but in the end, looks like NTMB will be victorious and will be knocking out the Romanian player Zulanash.
Snip, snip.
I mean, it's pretty great news if you are contesting and you will manage to eliminate your other player, because, I mean, there was no chance of seeing a Karma 3 coming through otherwise.
Okay, Skipeus, listen, mate. Level 9, 54 gold. You have to hit a 3-star legendary. Like, this is his game. This is his game to high roll. Honestly.
For most players, if they just don't look at the board, it doesn't exist. It's just a temporary, it's a number there, but you don't really pay attention to the streak or the amount of HP he has, and definitely does not have, 60 HP over second place. No, definitely not.
Everyone's a single-digit HP. It's fine. Just roll down for a legendary.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
All right, let's see. Well, Skipeus got the back. How lucky is he at level 9? I mean, it's looking like the odds are pretty good to have an even stronger board than he's got right now.
Needs to get the Shen, needs to pop the item anvil, needs to try and see if he's going to have this emblem onto the Shen, on the Cassandra, just keep it on the Kaisa. Will depend on what he ends up hitting here. Not hitting really too much of anything definitive just yet, but has so much HP to work with, it does not matter.
Alright, deciding not to go down the Cassante route in the end, but does at least have a very good setup on the right-hand side. But looking to the left, we've got Assad fighting it for his life as Skipeus battles his fight. We're very close to deciding our top 4. We'll see if Assad Zeri is good enough, as we do have the dancing Argos swiftly going past each other.
Do you guys know the meme that says the person who they told me not to worry about? This is Fuego's board. It's like, I play Zone, but this guy has Zone with Beast mods and a Javan that explodes. Yeah, I wish I was him. And obviously Fuego is going to come up on top on this matchup.
You know what? This tends to happen to me in all my games, Trouble. I'm glad you're mentioning it. I just look at other people's boards and I'm like, oh, this is me, but with 50 more gold and a Belveth 2 at level 7. But yeah, it tends to happen in TFT sometimes.
It happens, man. Even in pro play, I'm telling you, it happens.
Well, we're down to our final 2 now because of how high roll this lobby has been. Again, we'd said right back at the beginning of the show, Skipeus was very confident coming into today. Does seem to be one of our players likely to make it out of here. And into day 2, has the level advantage over Assad. This could very well be Assad's final fight.
And the shielding as well from the Shadow Owl's trades need to help so much against the Cassante, and we're seeing it here. The Ahri still very much alive. Ballista as well continuing to farm gold, and that will be the end of the road for Assad Skipeus. A dominant, decisive win in Game 5, propelling him maybe up to a safe spot in the standings. Doesn't have to worry too much about the Game 6 result.
Honestly, that was a great game. Going towards the Shadow Isles, the economy was always great, especially from the Shimmer Scale item. And I think also props, it's really difficult to deal with a chem tank Javan, but the fact that a lot of the Shadow Isles units were actually melee and they were directed into the enemy backline, the Javan jumped backwards. And even when he jumped backwards, a lot of these melee units had a Shadow Isle emblem, which means the shield that they produced later on from the HP that they have, the Javan did not do quite as much damage as was desired. Very well played.
No, really good spot there, and Skipeus definitely a player who's notorious for finding solutions that nobody else can do. But we are almost at the end of our first day of the Golden Spatula Cup number 2. We have an interview with Little Bit Pro, or we wait for things to get back underway, and we'll have our analyst desk after that break. So stick with us. We'll have the final game of the day coming up.
Alright, so I'm Rutger, 20 years old, and I come from the Netherlands. My in-game name is Little Pro, that's also what I'm known for in the TFT community. I used to play
a lot of chess when I was younger. I also competed in some tournaments, stuff like that. And I'm like super addicted to TFT. So my thoughts about Runeterra Reforged. I think it's a great set, especially if you compare it to like set 8, for example. I think the set is great. The units are great. The traits are great. Overall, I think the balancing team is doing a very good job as well. Like sometimes you might have some build over issues or stuff like that. But I think in general the set is really fun. It's super competitive. I think the strongest TRC either has to be the German TRC or the French TRC. In every GSC or Super Brawl or whatever, you always see the Germans and the French players shine. They always make it with like 10 to 12 people to final day of GSC, which is really insane. Oh, the best player for sure has to be either Gambis or Enzo X. Gambis had like an insane run in Rising Legends itself. I think he won like GSC 3. He won the final of Rising Legends. But Enzo X, I think he finished like 5th at the World Champions. So I think both of these players had an insane run. And it's really hard to decide like which one performed better. But so I would say both. I'll give a shout out to a bunch of people. First of all, the Dutch Discord server. We've been growing a lot recently and hope we can really grow even more in the future. Also, a shout out to the German and the Tunisian community. I think they're very fun to watch on Twitch, stuff like that. And then some personal shout outs. So I want to shout out Suso, Lusher, TFT Chillout, Doodlenot, Noodle Burner, and also Snubble TFT actually. So yeah, with that being said, those are my shout outs.
All right, rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, I'm so bad. I lost though. What a mess.
I wanted to like have fun with this and like do a bit where we rock, paper, scissors, and since both of us host, like whoever wins hosts it, it makes us like, I'm just gonna throw. You're ruining my fun.
Sometimes you have to tactically it's important.
Me
like
and
a loss
every
streak,
ranked
but
TFT
IRL.
game. Yeah, exactly. We had a banger of a game. We got to see the boss mix, and I don't know about you, but I'm like a super big fan of all of the like hero augments this set, even though there's not as many. So I was really excited to see it. Kind of bummed that it didn't do as well as I would have liked.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I'm not typically into boss types, so for me, actually, this is one of the hero augments I don't like as much. I really liked Riftwalk when it was still a thing. I thought that was super fun. And I can still see the Galley one kind of come through, or the Ravenous Hunter, but it's not as good as it used to be. I was excited by something else, though. The Placidium Library allowing us to actually have a lot of very, very cool boards in this game. Like, we saw extra Juggernaut emblems. We saw lots and lots of Shadow Isles come through, notably for our winner board as well. Scapeus, known for cooking up boards where you're like, and it works. And he was dominating this lobby by a far. 60 gold and level 9. 50 HP above everyone else. I mean, you really don't need to say much more, right?
Yeah, it was pretty nasty. I think Scapeus is one of those players who plays incredibly creative boards, like you said, and I'm really excited because in Golden Spatula Cup #1, I felt like some of the games we saw he wasn't quite able to find the caps for the boards he was playing, and this game is the opposite example. This is a game where he knew what he was doing at all stages, was able to find that ultimate high cap at the very end. And like on Placidium Library, it's so much fun for a player like Scapeus. It's like having free Earth, because you just get to go, all right, Spatula time, baby. What do I feel like playing today? I think I'm going to have a little bit of Shadow Isles for dessert. That sounds fun. And he gets to play that vertical composition once he's sort of found his rhythm within the game. And I think for Scapeus specifically, you couldn't find a better portal.
I agree. I think with the Prismatics as second augment as well, of course, that did speed up the tempo a little bit, but for Scapeus, it was like, oh yeah, we just won the lottery, baby. We're taking it all the way. 2 Shadow Isle emblems and that Juggernaut emblem coming out of this round here, also printing gold. It was lovely to see. It was a really cool board.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Scapeus vibing out that whole game was like going for Callista 3 at one point during the roll down was like, meh, I don't need it. Gonna just throw it away, because that Gambler's Blade early on really was the deciding factor for his gameplay. Once he solidified the composition, he solidified his lead. But before that, he was getting so much free gold from that Callista. He had challengers at something ridiculous like 2-1. So he just like had the Gambler's Blade ready for the entire game. And it worked out so well for him. Really well played.
Absolutely. However, Matt, we now got into the benefit of having Prismatic Lobby after Prismatic Lobby after Prismatic Lobby, so much so that people in chat are asking if we turned the knob on the probability of how much Prismatic players are getting. No, it's all very normal here, but that also sets us up into a predicament of, if this last game is just silver augments, I'll feel a little bit disappointed.
Feel a little bit bummed. Feel a little... There are some silver augments that are really fun, though. I will say. Like,
Young, Wild, and Free?
Young and Wild and Free. Yeah, you knew exactly where I was going with it. That's so fun to watch, because it's just like, oh, are you stuck? No, you're sprinting towards whatever you're going for. So there is some fun to be had there, and I think what I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more of is those creative comps with the spats. I want what I can't have, Makes. I know this about myself, and I can't have a single successful game that involves a spatula. It breaks my brain. Something about the way I play the game, I'm like, no, I can't get that spatula, because then I have to swap a unit, and then the composition isn't right. It's wrong. It must be this exact way. So I can't do it, but players like Scapeus, players like the God, actually I could play it the way the God played it. That's how I play all spatulas. It's just like, all right, I can get 4 Slayer spats, ship it immediately. I know what we're doing this game, but it's just so fun to watch.
It absolutely is, and I'm like nearly crying because you're describing me. I remember at the beginning of the set, you know, after Twisted Fate, after Draven, I was watching a lot of streams. I usually am. I'm like lurking everywhere. And I was watching a stream of one of the German players, and he was playing Irvin. He was like, oh yeah, it's so good. You just do this and this and that. And I was like, okay, maybe I should be doing that. You know, I was climbing, and I played it. And I lost so hard every single time I tried to play Earth. My brain does just not work that way. I am not capable of finding these boards, but our players are. And I even think, like, what the God said, I don't think I'd be able to be like, oh, another Slayer emblem. Let's see what we do with this. And it's like, oh, now I have 7. Do you know how much it would have took me to hold back on that final carousel where he was offered another one? I would have been just like, bet.
See, the difference between us and the God is the God made it a tactical decision, whereas we would see the shiny. You know, it's just like, ooh, Slayer! I know that. I can play that. Let me just take it. Because we're the same, Makes. You and me, we play the same way, where it's just like, maybe this is the set. Maybe this is the set where I learn how to play that hyperflex. Maybe this is the set where I learn how to play emblems. And you start, and you have so much confidence. You're so, you know, bushy-tailed, bright-eyed. You can see the shimmer of hope behind your eyes. And then slowly, game after game, just fades to a dull sheen, and you're like, you know, what maybe about that Samira reroll? What's going on there? Let me maybe try that instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right, but of course our players are very much not like us, despite some of them sometimes clicking on those one-cost units. They do it when it actually makes sense. I do it because I like Samira. So very different priorities here coming out of us and our players. But we are getting those standings ready for you guys. In case you're wondering why Matt and I are just, chilling out in our own memories of being bad at TFT. But
you know what I respect, though, Max?
Waiting for those standings.
Yeah, we'll get them eventually. It doesn't matter. You know what I really respected that game? Tardamon, man, that dude has my heart. He was just like, you know what? I've got materials for a Deathblade. I'm just slamming the Deathblade. I'm slamming the Hodge. I'm slamming the Runons. I'm playing Akshan. You can't stop me. And I respect that because that's the only way I can play the game sometimes. The beginning of a set or a mid set, I'm like, I have to pick a composition and commit to it at like 2-1. And Tardamon, unlike me, can actually deliver on that and can actually turn that into a good game. For me, I'm just like, I'm going to play this reroll and I'm going to get none of them, but I am too stubborn to pivot out. And it's going to be a disaster, but it's a disaster where I feel like I have agency, It's my disaster. I have ownership of what has befallen me.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Tartman probably not very happy with that 7th place there. Personally, I thought the lucky gloves and only having TG was like only one. It was so unfortunate. If you have that prismatic, you want to capitalize, get as many of these Thieves gloves as possible, slam them onto everything. But there weren't enough of these little crit gloves to go around for Tartman to actually capitalize on it. I think that's what hurt him badly. I think this board could have gone much further than it did.
I really love the gloves augments, just like in general, all of them, because I really like just having as many items as possible. So I'll slam a Thieves gloves any day. I just want the chat to know. Trouble for the entire show has been in the green room asking us to read copy pastas. and just to thwart her, I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to let you all know. She is a woman of the people. I will give that to her. And she's grinning ear to ear. So she's happy with this. She's happy with the box I've put her in.
Yeah, there is no shame in being a Samira enjoyer. It is how it's supposed to be. And you can see her giggling here. Production. It's just like throwing her under the bus.
I like that they turned her into a ghost for that one. Because apparently she just got banned on Twitch for spamming.
Yeah, the thing is, the copy pasta with Samira is too long for chat restrictions, and we have a very strict chat bot. And so whenever you post it just nukes you for being like, oh yeah, I love Samira, she's so fun, pirate, ha ha ha, rawr. And then the bot comes in and it's like, no, you've done enough. Get out. It's too much.
That's glorious. Oh my god. Trouble living up to her name, I gotta say, man.
But with that, I think our final game has commenced. We should be getting our standings as soon as possible to make sure that every single player is going into the correct lobby. Because of course we are reseeding after every single game. Sometimes we'll have to wait for these outliers to take a little bit longer to start their games for several reasons. So we're just sitting pretty, waiting for them to round it up, and we are gonna get our lobbies just a little bit. That is we know the lobby that's gonna come. Do we spoil it? No, right? That's in-game caster.
Can we give them a hint? Can we give them like
one name?
Yeah. Which one do you want to pick? I'll let you pick it.
I want the first one.
You want the first name? You want me to leak it?
Yeah, leak the first name.
You know what? I'm not even gonna leak the name. I'm gonna leak 6'4" Swedish gaming machine.
That was perfect.
That's right.
We cannot
checked his
ask
Twitch
for more.
title. I checked his Twitch about page. I've done my research.
Very good. So we will have a very exciting lobby for you guys, as you know. 6'4" Swedish gaming machine is also in there. I tried to say it from my memory. I was like, oh, that's a lot of numbers.
I like the confidence you instilled into it. Just 6'4" gaming machine from Sweden. We got there. We got there. That's the important part, Makes. And we did get to the final lobby of the day, the last lobby of day number 1. We're going to toss it away to our casters. Guys, have some fun with it. Take it away. Thank you so much. As I said, we are coming to the very last game of day 1 of the Golden Spatula Cup. At the end of this, we will be losing half of the players in the competition. Trouble, now you're coming to us from the LEC, your first time joining us. Is there an equivalent kind of feeling for our players, what they must be feeling right now?
Well, honestly, I would say it's very similar to a best of 5, right? You've played 4 games so far, first to 3 wins, and you're on your last game. You have to play your best. You have to make sure your team plays your best. Of course, sometimes, especially in TFT, some people are in orgs, they have a team behind them. Some people don't. They just have themselves. And this is probably the game where you're either going to say one or two things. One, I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to go for the Earth to try and get the Zone spot or the Shadow Isle spot. I'm going to go into Religion and try to rush the faster. I'm going to go possibly Caitlyn to try and snowball through the early stages of the game. Or I'm just going to play the very slow, methodical, known game, which we have seen through a lot of the lobbies, which is the Ornn. But I would say the spirits are up there where it's like, it's make or break. Do I keep doing what I'm doing and pray that this time a high roll? Or do I just chance it all on a whole new legend and try to snowball like that?
As we mentioned before, and as David laid out for us, there is a certain amount of points our players need to have any chance of making it into day number 2. Right now, these players are not so close to that number. This is lobby 11, so this is not on the bubble. This is below the bubble. Our players need a really good finish to have any chance at all.
And in most cases, a first place here should pretty much guarantee you, I think even for 20 points, you'll be at 28, so that should be a guaranteed in for all of these players. For Gunmei and StopTech, maybe even less than that, a second or a third place might do, depending on their tiebreakers. But all in all, you have to have the mindset of coming to this lobby saying, I'm going to try and do my best. I'm going to try and somehow out-strategize these players, maybe get a great start in stage 2-1, get the right augment for that kind of fast 8, fast 9 playstyle, and try and assemble an Exodia board. That's the idea for most of these players, I believe.
Yeah, and from what I saw from our producer right here, top 1 is guaranteed. So you definitely don't want to be dealing with, any tiebreakers or making sure you have to wait for other lobbies for other people to finish. And if you have tiebreaker, who got the first? Now, especially in this particular lobby, from what I can see from the numbers, a lot of these players have gotten first. From what I'm seeing from Agarki, he had a pretty rough start, from an 8th to an 8th, and then he's gone first, second. He's really, really picked it up, but these first 2 games that he got 8th are really coming back to bite him in this particular one, so he definitely needs that top 1 finish to guarantee himself in, because he's had a pretty good run so far.
No, I think you're absolutely right. While our players are at table 11 right now, there's definitely a huge amount of potential there. I mean, Gunmei, with the joint Spain and Swedish side of things, saying he won't quit until he gets to Worlds. This is one of the steps our players can take to get to the Global Championship. But they have no chance of getting that 1 golden ticket from the Golden Spatula Cup number 2 if they can't even make day 2.
And looking at the portals, despite the pause, the portals will not be changing, so some extra time to analyze which of these 3 options players want to go for. Yuumi Zoom Zone, with the recent changes, I think most players I've seen on ladder are not interested in this portal at all, for whatever reasons it is. In this case, it looks like many players are hopping onto this Bandle City portal to try their luck. Hearthhome, a very classic one. I think it works a little bit worse if you have Ornn as your legend. Usually double dipping is not as good as just having that 1 Ornn item helping out one of your carries.
Yeah, Meg said it in our chat, you guys can't see, but of course, the Yuumi Zoom Zone is a very equivalent thing to kind of level up. It helps you with levels, so especially if you have patient study, let's say, or any sort of level up-esque or experience-esque augment, it really helps you get to these higher levels much quicker. So again, this is a make or break lobby. You need that top 1. So if one of these players does have that Aurelion Soul, they really get benefited from Yuumi Zoom Zone.
I would say actually it's maybe debatable that it's worse, because it devalues the XP you get from the augments, because everyone's getting more XP as well. Despite being easier for ASOL players to get to fast 9, it also allows other players to hit 8 with much more gold and stabilize and maybe, punish these ASOL players a bit too much. So I think it's actually, in a weird counterintuitive way, it might be worse for ASOL players in the same way that gold is less valuable in Scuttle Puddle.
Yeah. You get ASOL and you get ASOL and you get ASOL through the portal.
We'll have to see. I mean, we don't know yet what our players have brought in legend-wise. I think Trouble, I think you're absolutely right. If there's a time to see a lobby very different than the lobbies we've seen before, it is definitely going to be in the final round of the day, where you've got nothing to do but try to shoot the moon. If we do see more than one Aurelion Sol player coming in, I think we might be back into the same territory we saw in previous games of just having these absolutely ridiculous endgame boards.
I wouldn't be surprised to see what Panda wanted to see, which is the Caitlyn as well. A lot of the times, I understand that the Prismatic sucks in terms of it's very RNG on which champion you're going to get. Are you going to get a 4-cost in which you can carry and you can slam items? If you get a Sejuani, it's not that great. You might get a Nasus, it's not that great. A lot of people don't really play Azir anymore. You might get that. But you get a Zeri, you get an Aphelios, then you're really good to go. So maybe you just 50-50 your chances and you go towards something like a Caitlyn. Prismatic drops to take the 4-cost, try to snowball, make sure you get 100% that top 4 with having that 2-star 4-cost by stage 4, and then try to work yourself from there.
It is tough though, because even getting this force, you're down a whole prismatic augment essentially past the spike you get in tempo and in strength and maybe the first 2 stages of the game. Once stage 4, stage 5 rolls around, everyone matches you to some extent, maybe a little bit less HP, and in the end you're down to prismatic augment. You don't have combat strength. You end up losing out to these very cap boards that hit their board, but also have the extra power from combat augments. So it is tricky. I think starter kit, if you're feeling really lucky, go for it, but I would not pick it in a million years of my games. I do not like taking that kind of risk.
See, this is our difference, man. I'm actually taking it. I'm like, I can feel the Aphelios brewing, and suddenly get announced, and I'm like, well, we can just go next.
Well, Trouble, you did mention, previously your experience, playing against players that we got playing in this tournament, like Wet Jungler and the similar. What's been the impression you've gotten from the players you've played against in terms of what level of risk, would you think that they would find acceptable at this point in the competition?
I would say probably going for something like an Earth. It's not necessarily as risky as a lot of the other legends that you can pick, because there's just so many viable emblems that you can take anyway, right? Shadow Isles, Zone, yes, they are best because you can get 6, which you cannot get otherwise, and they really buff your team. But there are things like Juggernaut, you can get Noxus, you can get extra Deadeye, you can get extra Gunner. Running for Deadeye, running for Gunner is also pretty good. Yes, it's not as influential as the other base emblems that you can get, but it doesn't mean that it will devalue your composition by going through something like this. So I feel like Earth is like the more risky-esque of the other legends that are remaining, but also not so much. I think it kind of like lies in the middle.
So we have had a remake on the previous lobby, so that will change our portals on display. We've got some of the same but still in the mix. We've got a chance to have something a little bit different here, so it's looking like our players are favouring the Ecliptic Vaults, and that will be on the menu.
It was a full lobby restart altogether, so I was wrong. We are going to have new portals, and that ends our discussion about Yuumi Zoom Zone. We'll never know if it's good for ASOL players or if it isn't. We'll be a Wägga start here for Penka, not a Samira, unfortunately, but we'll see what this stage 1 offers for our players, what kind of direction they get. It's going to be so important for a game like this to have some kind of lead you can snowball. These initial orbs, unfortunately, are so relevant in terms of finding a Darius, a Katarina, finding things like maybe even an Akshan in some cases with Gold Collector or a cut above.
I'm just going to even look into the future. I think by 4-2, when you select your 3rd augment, you get 4 gold per augment, which means by 4-2, you're gaining 12 gold, which allows you to go, we say, a donkey roll on level 7, because you get a lot of that gold back, making sure that you hit those 4 costs. A lot of these boards will probably be spiking way earlier than they were supposed to due to the gold influx that you get on every single augment that you choose. Mind you, that's a +4 gold that you're going to be having on 2-1. And if you get a gold opener here, you can very easily snowball your economy.
Let's take a quick look through our augments with our players. They're in a very precarious spot. We've got a couple of Earths.
It's time.
And yeah, we've got Grudshik in. So
I'm going to bring it up, Trouble. Everything you've asked for somehow has come to fruition the next game. Everything I asked for, we don't see until 3 tournaments later. You asked for ASOL, the next game we saw it. You asked for Jarvan exploding on everyone's board, we saw it, and now you asked for Caitlyn, and here it is from the Lithuanian players. So I don't know what powers you have, but I'm impressed.
the big secret Aphelios Bastion strat has not happened yet.
That's
we
true.
are yet to see that.
There's a
Maybe
limit
it's for
to your
day
power.
3. Maybe it's for
We
day
got pretty
3.
close. We got pretty close, but yes, denied by the level up.
Yeah.
Will it be prismatic? It will be. We've got the chance for a starter kit. Will they prove David wrong here and now? We see the reroll on the right. We've not seen the reroll. Okay, no, we have to do the reroll on the left. We may well be seeing one of our very rare void comps coming through here. But no, instead, just the living force.
Glass.
That is so weird because usually players that do choose Ornn don't end up going with this particular prismatic because it's not as strong as the others. But just going Caitlyn, it becomes more valuable to you.
I think it was really just the high roll possibility there. He knew he had a Samira, he had a Noxus start. If he hits Richter's Glass in a game where you want a high roll, you want to go for a first or a second, that would, I'm not going to say do it right away, but it could be a very good setup for it. Same as this Piltover Soul here. So strong for the French player.
There's so many crests that we've seen Piltover, we've seen Noxus, we've seen Shadow Isles. There are 2 players with tomes as well who could gravitate towards one of these 3 that have already been selected as well. We've got build diff that we haven't necessarily really seen all day, and it's one of the most difficult ones to actually execute in this particular meta.
So we can see on the right-hand side, we have got several compositions that have already been locked in. We've got the Piltover from Kef here. We've got a Noxus crown already in play. We've got Shadow Isles crown already in play. Our players are staking their compositions from the very beginning of the game. Again, here in Lobby 11, they need to win, and their path is laid out for about half the lobby already.
And ideally, Gunmei and Tebi were setting up their boards to tailor their traits into having the chance to rip one of their tome opens at 2-2. Maybe in this round, they will have finalized what direction they're going to go in. Could be Shadow Owls, could be contesting other players. So you have to really scout and find out what spots are open and what spots can really give them that high roll.
Ooh, and as we can see, Penka is already preparing with the pumping up to play towards a Kayle. That is pretty good, because each round is basically ramping up your board. We all know that Kayle literally ramps up at level 9, so by that time, there'll be so many rounds to follow up, so that will be instantly ramped up to... I'll do the math and I'll come back to you guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of attack
2% times many stages.
I mean, when you put that together with something like the Gunners, which seems to be what Penka's perhaps got in mind from the beginning, that is absolutely going to be huge later on. But, of course, we need to actually get to that point. Can't afford to take too many losses.
Panda, you were asking about one of the 2 players. I'm pretty sure one of them had Ionia plus Sorcerer, so
That was-
from the tomes.
Yeah, that was Gunmei. Definitely going to be slotting into Ionia and using Ahri maybe as a carry with maybe 4 Sorcerer in the late game alongside Tarek and Ahri herself. We'll see what that ends up looking like. Going to be interesting to navigate the mid game because Sorcerer and Ionia, until you get Ahri, doesn't have that much overlap. So very curious to see how he plays it out. For now, the set will be carrying the emblem.
Yeah, Gunmei is playing it relatively conservatively, holding on to the 20 gold up against Keen, who's got a decent board being put together. This, of course, is the Shadow Isles board from before, making use of the early Cho'Gath and his maximum HP to get a good value out that shield.
I think this lobby is about to open up really quickly right here, because especially having the extra +1s on a lot of boards early on really spikes the vertical of each comp. So being able to hit 4 sorcerers or 6 sorcerers much faster. The Shadow Isles is a huge possibility as well. Only 1 bow on the carousel also means that a lot of the Zeri plus Aphelios plus anything else that uses a bow currently will be starving towards the top side. As you can see, only Kef and Penka have 1 bow.
Oh goodness, Stop Tech, Noxus Crown, Enjoyer does pick up a Darius with a sparring glove on 2-4 carousel. No one denies this, and that could snowball out of control like crazy if he's able to hit that Darius 2 early enough.
We're certainly seeing the levels coming in as our players stamp on the accelerator. Said, yeah, we know that there is gold coming in every time an organ gets picked up, a substantial amount of gold. So it's exactly as you said, Treble, a lot less reason to hold back on making the spends early on.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to get so much gold. You actually, since this is a prismatic, it's going to be super high tempo later on because the boards just spike much earlier. And since you do get the gold for the extra economy, it's going to be it's going to be a pretty high-picked board by stage 4-2. When you get that extra augment, when you get that extra 12 gold, when you are probably able to hit level 8 on 4-2 and roll down, we're going to see some big boards.
And maybe moving on to Tebi's board now, the other Spanish player, both Spanish players picking Ancient Archives. We saw Game's direction with the Sorcerer emblem and the Ionia emblem as well. We will check out now Tebi, and if he's managed to find a viable path that is not going to be contested, but that is really the biggest thing to think about right now. And looks like it will be Invoker and Targon. This is going to be a juicy combo. If he makes it to that 6 Invoker board with Shen, if he finds a Karma 3-star, he could perfectly win out this lobby.
Yeah, this is super, super strong together. It looks like our players as a whole have been able to find emblems that mostly work together. You mentioned Gunmay's not exactly perfect, but we've got everything activated for Tebi right now. The gold is decent. HP is decent as well. The only thing to consider is got Grozchik and Kinko, who are both on win streaks right now, applying the pressure downwards.
I'd say a lot of people don't really value Targon, but I feel like Targon is one of the most valuable, especially when played with things such as Bastion or Invoker. Anything that heals or shields, and Targon amplifies that, especially right here where you could potentially be able to have 4 Targon by adding an Aphelios later on onto your composition. It's going to be huge. Your front line is not going to be dying. Your Karma has time to ramp up. Soraka with the heals. Everything else in the front line with Bastion shielding. It's going to be a huge board. Even if you don't hit Karma 3, I think you have the survival ability here.
One thing to note, and we're looking at the HP totals, 58 HP for Kef and for Penka. Why do they lose so much HP? Because they're trying to defend their lose streaks by making their board as absolutely weak as possible, as frontlining kills, even as we saw there from Penka. And this really is a bad thing for both players because they're going to be losing so much of the HP right now. And still, in stage 3, when they face off, we'll see who ends up being, I guess, the worst player, or who has the worst board for that showdown.
Yes, who can present the weakest board? Perhaps it would be a more generous
It's a skill thing to do, Peter, believe me.
No, I would absolutely believe it. It would be a huge disaster for Kef if they can't keep that loss streak going. For Penka, it would be less, more of an inconvenience than anything else, and a loss of gold. Up at the other end, though, it's worth noting we did have 2 win-streaking players. We now only have 1. Grozchik managing to hold on to the 100.
Oh, here it comes, the KO roll down. Honestly, Penka did not manage to get more than 50 gold. He finished Krugs with 47, so there isn't much gold here to roll down. Again, usually you roll down to 30, 20 maximum gold, and you're looking to at least get 2 2-star KOs. Right here, the luck, not with his side so far.
Lots of Maokais, but this is the one problem with kill reroll. It does not matter if you hit a 3-star early if you don't hit the other 2 because of how the Yordle trait works and how you want this Poppy to become a 4-star tank, which really is what carries most of your stage 3, 4, and 5. If you're not able to hit all of your 3 stars, you're in big trouble, and he's so far away from Poppy.
So far away from Poppy, so far away from Kale as well. 5 Kales, you're going to be level 5, which means your odds are going to be getting lessened with the level up. Again, this is a prismatic lobby. You cannot afford to lose too much HP because boards spike earlier. You see the +1s over on the prismatics as well. So I think Penka right here is in a really peculiar spot. And even if you see the HPs and you say, yeah, Kef is in the same spot as well, no, because Kef has not necessarily cashed out yet. Oh my god, Tiny Titans saves you here.
Yeah, that would be a huge relief because, as you said, Penka and Kef are both continuing to lose at the bottom of the lobby, really driving them down into the doldrums of HP. The Tiny Titans will come in, which will pump Penka up at least towards the top of the bottom 4 players. Now we've got 3 players around the 70s and only Kef left down there in the 40s.
Okay, you know what I really find interesting? I always keep a track of a player. So now he's at 77. I just keep looking until they are down to 30 HP. And I'm like, now would be the time that they would have been eliminated had they not hit Tiny Titans. So I'm just going to keep my eye on Penka and see when he hits that 30 HP.
Looking at the augment options, I have some very bad news for any Spanish viewers. And as a Spanish caster myself, Gunmei has picked up Invoker Heart as his silver augment. The other Spanish player, Tebi, was trying to play Invoker reroll. I understand Gunmei's position. He had Ionia and Sorcerer, which do mix well with the comp for a level 7 roll down, having both Ionian and Sorcerer with a Taric. But if these players can touch each other, being from the same countries, players that prep together in some cases, it is going to be a sad sight to see.
No, it's always a huge problem when you get that kind of situation coming up, but our players ultimately do need to look out for themselves, especially when they're in a precarious position like we have in Lobby 11. Up towards the top, Magaki just losing that last round means Grudzik still remains undefeated. I mean, you guys pointed out from before, we're still a way off from Penka really managing to hit the composition fully online. Still needs to get a lot more before can really start moving up levels.
Something that we really need to keep a track of. I'm pretty sure I saw Pandora's bench as well. And I'm not sure if this is for a low-cost reroll or if it is going to be for later on a 4-cost reroll. Because on your big boy roll down, when you do hit a 4-cost 2-star that you don't really need, shoving it on the bench will give you eventually the carry that you're looking for or the frontline that you're looking for. So it could be a very huge weapon to use, and also a lot of people don't keep track of all the 4 costs in the game. So if you find that one that's rolled the least, you could potentially see a 3-star on a board.
It is for Tebi, so it should be just helping him try and get to that Karma 3, especially now that he is contested by Gunmei, or could be contested by Gunmei.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's pretty inevitable. But I mean, you said Gunmei looking out for himself there. It has put, he's putting out a pretty decent comp right now that at least is getting the middling performance. But I'm hoping we can maybe check in with Gruz in a little bit just to check in and see what has got us this far through the game, completely undefeated. As Stop the Queue will be trying to fight up and gain that win streak away.
Wrong side, Kev. Kev is looking for the cash out right here with a build over only 20 HP. And he low rolls the side of the carousel. The Zeri was on the other side. Is going to get grabbed away by Penka. Taking that away. You can use the Aphelios currently. If you do roll onto level 7 and you 2-star your Aphelios, you can use that one for a cash out and then potentially pivot into a Zeri. It is, after all, an Aphelios with a bow, so it's going to be a very, very useful one. And let's see, already a Zeri on the board, and here is the big roll down. Needs to hit the big guns. You need Ergot in, maybe even a Zeri 2. You have a Zeri pair. Now you have to roll it all the way down to find that Zeri 2.
He does everything in one shot. Doesn't buy the Jinx. Weirdly enough, was that a misclick? Or
maybe just too excited about the hit. We've got a big cash out coming for Kef as well, but needs to get the round win in. Only has 20 HP to work with, so if Tebi is able to hand out a big loss here in a 4-on-1, Kef could be out in the next couple of rounds.
That should be it right here. The Invoker board doesn't look as strong yet. Yes, the front line is pretty strong, but the Karma is not able to pump as much damage yet. And this should honestly be the cash out for Kev. 20 HP is more than enough for a built-over player to win the whole game.
The only problem is this is a prismatic augment start, and some players are going to be able to assemble boards that are able to tax you in stage 4 and stage 5. You're just not going to beat them because of, maybe some high roll or some units they found, some spikes they've hit. So it is risky for Kef. He does get a Fawn here. He does go right away to essentially level 8 and has 4s on and that Urga online.
Yeah, I think he's at such a good spot right here because he just doesn't have to roll for a Zeri 2 or an Ergo 2. He already has the Zeri 2 really, really freaking good guns.
But keep an eye on...
She has a gun. One gun.
She shoots assault at people. We try not to ask too many questions about how the itemization system works, but the careful, this should be the start of a bright new tomorrow. Has got the enhanced T-Hex, though not as strong as it would have perhaps been in other climates. Still good enough to hand out a loss to Magaki, who's got enough HP to absorb it for the time being. Penka's still fighting, takes an L to move down to close to the 20 HP as well.
And Gruz, 10 rounds in, has, well, I think I just caster cursed him literally in that split second.
Come on.
Loses the fight.
I asked for good stuff, they happen. You're trying to compliment someone and they just lose their win streak.
You're just finding out trouble. Believe me, all players in EMEA hate me. Every time I mention their name, they somehow get 8 in the lobby. So I've just taken that as a thing that I have to get used to.
I mean, Gruzchik's still in a pretty good spot. We've got the Living Forge just proccing for the second time here. I mean, if you're trying to play for longevity in the game and getting as many of these Ornn items as possible, there's no more that you can ask for than having this much HP at this point.
And I feel like this is going into a pretty good Aphelios angle right here. The Sniper's Focus with the Gunblade, the AoE healing coming from the Aphelios ultimate as well. You've got pretty good items if you want to slam them on the Ergot. You've got the well, Trinity Force. You can also slam that onto the Aphelios. Now Penka finally hitting some 3 stars, still lacking the KO. That's a
And this is
pretty
the turn
late 3-star KO.
where you have to find it. If you don't find it here, and I'm speaking out of unfortunate experiences, you are out of the game 100% of the time. Jarvan is online. You do find all your upgrades. You barely have gold to put in a Teemo to get the Yordle 4-star on the Poppy. Tough scenes, I think, with this economy, where it is right now in a 10-loss streak. Penka will not be making much further.
I think kind of lucky to not end up going up against Kef as one of the potential opponents. But we do have Keen, who's managed to get the Cassante online with the Shadow Isles emblem. A 1-star is still not the monster he promises to be later on, but certainly the threat is there. This time round, both Penka and Kef will get their wins, so we will not be seeing any early eliminations.
Oh, we already have Gunmei on a win streak right here. I wonder if he did manage to hit that 2-star karma, but we have augments. And what I'm trying to think, what actually bails you out from a 25 HP? Because you would have already been dead had it been for Tiny Titans. You need something to majorly bail you out to get you to level 9, but it's just so difficult. I do not think that the Demacia augment is actually going to help you majorly here.
You can see Penka's not going to waste any time, though. I mean, gets the last item slammed in. At least the gold from that last augment coming in from our Ecliptic Vaults will mean that there's a little bit more money to start moving up levels, but yeah, not a great situation at all.
Looking now, Gunmei's board does have the 6 Invoker online. Sorcerer Emblem on Shen, so big for how much he shields and how tanky he will be. I know it's counterintuitive. Sorcerer Emblem seems like an offensive emblem to have in a unit, but for Shen, it makes him an absolute tank. Even more so than just the 6 Invoker does by itself and Tarek does by himself. So a really scary board to face in this stage 4.
Now that's a real test right here because I feel like Kef just hit 4 gunners on the augment, which means he will be able to tear through. And it is so important because Gunmei was on a win streak and it's ended right here because that Piltover from Kef is back in action. That +1, being able to put that Tristana in for the 4 gunner, plus the crest from the last augment, plus the gold. He's on his way to level 8 pretty heavily.
My worry here for both of the 2 players on low health, Penka and Kef, is that they're going to have to go up against each other sooner than later. One of them's going to have to take the loss there at that point and move down into potential 1-round elimination.
We're seeing Tebi now making full use of Pandora's Bench, giving a lot more relevance to Tarek in this comp before the Shen itself, trying to get the Tarek 3-star with the Invoker Emblem on the Tarek alongside the Karma 3, but still a little bit far away, and there's no 2-star 3-stars on this Pandora's Bench just yet.
Yeah, Trouble, you were calling that out before as being the real maximum potential of the Pandora's Bench is once you can get those 2 stars re-rolling, but it seems like economically Tebi just isn't there right now.
Yeah, this is the thing with Pandora's, right? You're trying to roll to get these 3 costs, and currently you have 9 gold sitting on your Pandora's Bench. Now, at this point, it might not seem like much because he's about to make just 10 if he sells one of his other units. But the thing is, earlier on in the game, you still want to keep some units on the Pandora's Bench to get the ones that you actually really need, which means that you are constantly losing on econ. But currently, it is so much more important to hit that Karma 3 when you're only 3 away. Oh my god, Belveth?
With a bow as well. And there's a bow on Kef's component bench right now as well. We're seeing there. Or maybe that's the one that just got picked up and just got updated immediately. Regardless, Belva with a bow, very strong. Could be a Rage Blade instead of an RFC. All in all, a player that has to be stabilizing at this point. 20 HP is streaking, so I think we have confirmation he is stable. But for how much longer?
He just hit level 8, if I'm not wrong, as well. He was level 750. Yeah, now he's level 8, 64 gold. I mean, at this point, you can speedrun level 9. You have the +1. You're going to have 10 units on your board at 25 stack T-Hex. 4 gunner from the emblem. The gunner is onto the Air God, who suddenly just becomes a bruiser. That is a pretty stacked board.
It's looking real good. I mean, the 5-round win streak, again, might be going up against Penka. We're starting to see the HP being drained out of the rest of the lobby as Kinko drops down into potential peril as well. The rest of our players pumping the money into their board to try and make sure they do not go any further down. Again, our players need top finishes from this lobby. They cannot afford to be knocked out early.
With this board, I think Kef will be taxing most of the players in the lobby if he's able to continue this win streak. He has not used his gold to create some board strength in quite a while, so he might be losing some fights here, but in the end, it should be enough to go 9, it looks like. I'm very curious about Grustic's board as well. Trouble, you were mentioning he might be going into Aphelios. I think he had an angle to just go fast 9 with the gold he had and the general strength he had on the board. I mean, he's lost a lot of HP already, so I think this might be the consideration. Maybe I'm just completely wrong, and it will be a Zeri pivot instead. So going into line that is contested by Kef, has been able to hit most of his units though.
3-star Karma, 1 off of Taric. You've got 3-cost re-rolling. Very close. Back on the Grutzik, yeah, I mean, honestly, once you hit the Ergot, you can pivot into anything you want. Freljord Deadeye is a thing. Freljord Zone with Gunners is also a thing. So if you hit that 2-star Zeri first, absolutely you're going to play her. Observers, if you can also see what is slammed on the Zeri when it comes to mods as well, that'd be great to see what actually offensive mod you got onto the Zeri. It's a Virulence, so it's the second best mod, offensive mod that you can get. So I think the board is doing pretty well right now, playing into a Noxus board that's actually not doing that great. For Stop, the 0 gold, 6 Darius only, no Katarina 3.
Well, I mean, part of the reason for that is because Gruzchik was previously playing Noxus and stopping Stop from actually getting any of those units. Has made a really good transition to move to a different composition now, but that doesn't mean that Stop really, gets back any of that time when he'd otherwise be re-rolling and putting together his endgame board.
Very nice challenger shop there. Unfortunately, not what that player is going for. Kinko is going into challenger line. We saw the Kaito 2 upgrade a little bit earlier on, but still losing HP, now down to 19. I don't think he's been able to assemble the board that really he wants to at this point in time. Magarki in a very unusual, built different board. We saw Kaisa and Aphelios being the stars of the show a few patches ago. In this case, we're seeing Zeri also joining alongside Heimer, who benefits so much from the attack speed.
But what I'm seeing currently is usually you want a lot of 4 costs on your board that can benefit from the attack speed, and fair enough, Kaisa does. But actually having a Zeri 1 and an Aphelios 1 really hurts you. Also, the front line is so weak currently that a lot of people usually choose to go for full Freljord and then use the build if only for the backline.
No, you're right. This does seem like a big point of vulnerability. Magarki is slap bang in the middle of our players, but does find the upgraded Nasus, who should be able to hold on for a decent amount of time. As we check back in with Stop, as you noted before, they are really running out of runway, and they're going to run into a wrecking ball. But Kef has actually lost the win streak from before.
We talked about it. He was risking a little bit too much potentially to go 9. Not really. I'm not sure what he could have hit. I think maybe just the Ergot upgrade, but is still winning now at this point in time. We mentioned there are some Exodia-ish players who you will face and you will maybe lose to at this point in the game. You're so low HP, you could be in big trouble.
Actually, somebody who has gone completely under the radar is Penka.
He's still alive.
He has been actually winning every single round on the Kale. Level 7, quite healthy, almost 50 gold. You can sell the 2 Zeds at some point to make that 50 gold. So he's on his way also to level 9. Usually, you want to be level 9 at around 6-1 or 6-2. This is the most normal that you would see with economy and a pretty strong board. But due to the fact that he did find Kale very late and had to roll out his gold 2 to 3 times, I feel like, in stage 3 and 4, we might have our first elimination though here, and Kale is part of one of the 2 boards.
Oh boy, Stop with the Noxus board, which we saw from before, in some major trouble. Expecting to see Kev probably still do relatively well as the Kale board falls to pieces. On the bottom side, on the left-hand side of the screen, Stop gets absolutely destroyed, though, by the Aphelios board of Magarki. We will be seeing that elimination coming through.
And Penka now down to 1 HP. This is really the scary moment you're going to be in, because you're going to have to make to 9 without losing a single fight up to pretty much onto stage 6, and maybe even then you won't make it. Sitting now at 4 gold, forced to level here and lose all his potential economy for the rest of this stage to get the Slayer in, to get the Zed in, and try and get some more damage for the kill. Maybe it'll be enough.
See, Magarki though just hit his Aphelios too, and he is in the pool of Penka. You've got a Karma player who's probably hit Karma, has hit Karma 3 at this point, and it is going to be indeed the Aphelios 2 hit. Let's see if Aphelios 2 is enough.
No level 9 on the cards for Penka with all that money spent, so the KO will be about as strong as she's ever going to be. The Aphelios building up a full head of steam in the corner, but Kale is not targeting the Aphelios. I think by the time it turns around, you see the Penka is out of runway and out of chances.
BT, harm assist, diff. Right there for that Aphelios. The 1v1, the shielding, the healing that came through was absolutely massive. Ionia, Ari, are you kidding me?
Our Invoker players are eyeing this and saying, thank you, Mortdog, for the blessing. I definitely needed exactly this, both the emblem and the unit to cap out my board.
Good grief. But hey, this is what we expect. We are at the very end of day one. I mean, these will be the stories our players will carry forward from this point. Saying, you know, maybe this game just wants me to be a top-level professional player if it's giving me boards like this.
There was a Zon emblem as well for Gruschik, who was on 4 Zon before, could be leaning into 6 Zon, could be fulfilling Trouble's dream, who apparently is able to get it happen every single game with Jarvan exploding on the enemy boards.
Level 9 as well. He did have a bunch of gold. Unfortunately for Gunmei right here, he's been rolling 6 Ionia, 6 Invoker. That's a very, very strong board. I don't know if it's strong enough, though, to face a couple of the other boards that we've seen, the Zone board and the Aphelios board.
We've definitely not got the Karma up to full strength as of yet. And the Ari is going to be very slowly putting out the damage that she needs to be. The Aphelios on the other side is just a completely different kind of creature. And Gunmei is going to miss out on top 4 in the final game of the day.
Wow, again, guys, to reiterate right here, top 1 is guaranteed. Top 1 means you have to absolutely win this lobby to make sure that you're in. If you make top 4, you still have chances, but you're going to have to wait for other lobbies to finish first to see if there's any tiebreakers, to see anything about other points with other players.
And these Heimerdingers with Mechanic Swarm, so bad for these Invoker players, for these players that are getting anti-healed, basically. Their Shen is not going to survive as long as it should. And unfortunately for Tebi, he has to win this next fight. If he does so, he's able to go 8. And with Gunmei dying, all of these Shens are back in the pool. He's going to be able to hit not just Taric 3 and Karma 3, but potentially also that Shen 2-star.
Well, this board is pretty terrifying. Magaki's still at level 7, though. Despite that, has still got the 2 stars online. The built different board is proving to be pretty effective. With 22 HP left in the bank, I think the Aphelios is just about good enough. Has the lifesteal to be able to punch through all of that damage and hand out the loss. Not quite good enough to get the elimination.
Can I reiterate that was 7 units versus 10 units?
No different is once again a thing.
7. Yeah, Magarki is level 7. Kev is level 9 with a +1 with the spat on his bench. That was 7 versus 10 with a Jarvan 1, Hammer 1, Ari 1. Build diff is nuts.
Traits are fake. We've got it confirmed.
I was gonna say it was a French TFT thing, but they were both French, so I will not bring up that point of France just doing things that other countries and other players are not able to do. So Magarki, of course, a very veteran player, knows exactly how to play this augment once it's come back into the meta after recent patches, and we're seeing it here. Maybe finally able to go level 8 and continue capping out his board a little bit more.
Able to even rearrange some items for maximum efficacy. Tebi has got up to the 3-star Taric, the 3-star Karma. This Pandora's bench has been doing its work. This board not going to get, I suspect, too much stronger than this.
Senna doing so much, so the shielding with 4 Targon is just, this is really the absolute cap you can hit as soon as you upgrade both the Shen and the Senna.
Ari's going to get the Archangels. I mean, these 2 boards are absolutely stacked.
Tebi fighting for his life, but the Mechanoswarm, the anti-heal right onto the Taric, going to stop at least some of the healing. Will it do enough, though? The Ari Blast coming through, Taric just barely hanging on. Karma now moving up into position, taking down the Zeri as well, but the Senna is out of control with double Razed Blade. Not going to be enough, though. Tebi survives, and Kef, our Piltover player, is finally taken out, despite the cash out.
Okay, I think this fight was less than 10 seconds long. This Taric cast 4 times. That Invoker emblem on the Taric is absolutely crazy good for the current comp, because when you only have, honestly, the Shen and the Lissandra and the Galio are pretty fake as a frontline currently because they don't have base items on them, but that Taric casting 4 times, redirecting the damage to the shield, making them immune, is such a huge steal. Casting 4 times in under 10 seconds has saved this board.
Well, Tebby, we saw from the damage chart, doing around 13,000 or so damage out of the Karma last time round, up against Grudgchick, who is on a win streak. Lithuanian player definitely impressing heavily in this lobby, but it's so hard to tell whose boards are stronger right now because they collapse so quickly moments into the fight.
And Magarki on the left could not do enough. The Kaisa had backline access to the Karma, could not kill those DPS units, and the French player in the end goes out. Unfortunate, but not too surprising considering built different isn't really an augment that you play to get first and second. You can off of a huge high roll, but Magarki was stuck at level 7 for so long. I think he's happy enough with a third. I'm not sure if it'll be enough to qualify to day 2.
This should be our final round. All right, final thoughts, Trouble, before we get into it. It will need to be brief.
We'll need to be brief. I don't think you can break this Taric. You can try double Javan, explosion, whatever you want. I think there's too much shielding, there's too much healing. He casts too many times. Let the fight begin.
Lithuania versus Spain. The absolutely titanic Taric will not be moved. Gets the shield, which cannot be broken, but gets blown to pieces. We've still got the Zorn explosion waiting to go off, but the Karma stands strong in the corner. Heals up to full health, and it will be Tebby from Spain putting Lithuania's Grudgchick down after an absolutely incredible last game of day 1.
And Tabby had a great result in the first Master Cup this set in Spain, won that, and cemented himself as a player that is looking to elevate himself when it comes to the more international or European competitions in EMEA, not just in Spain, and maybe has done so with a dominating win here, qualified to day 2 as well. And we'll see what he has in store for us tomorrow.
And obviously, congratulations to him for guaranteed to go through. His finishes were not the greatest on the day, but he manages to grab that first at the very end of the day with a filthy comb. I really hate the Invokers, but that was so well played. Getting that Pandora's Bench, you do not see Pandora's Bench in a lot of pro play, but now you see why it's so pivotal, especially if you are getting contested in the same lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a great reaction to having Gilmay move into the same line of play. But general friends, that brings us to the end of our final game, but we're not completely done as of yet. We're having a break and an interview with Xperion. When we come back from that break, we'll have our final analyst desk, an interview with the winner of day 1, and the revelation of who will be playing in day number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Alexei, you know probably me as Xperion. I'm from Toulouse in France. I play TFT since set 1 and I play for Solary right now. I really like Runeterra Reforged, it's a very good set. We have a lot of competitive thing we don't have in the previous sets. It's really good to play it with different meta, different map, different way to play the game. Okay, for me the best player in the ladder is probably Solo Gesang. He had a really good experience about ladder and all the sets he touched the rank 1 a lot. So I guess it's the best player of ladder in UW. For a tournament I practice for sure in ladder and I try to have a plan when I come in the game. With that I go here, with that I go here, with that I go here, and I don't improvise on the tournament. My objective is for sure to go at the World, to do my best, but my goal is go to the World and represent Solary. I will say thank you to all people who support me, thank you to my team Solary, and thank you to my parents and my girlfriend. They're always here for me and I'm very thankful.
Welcome back, baby. That's day 1 in the can. Let's go. Max, how are you feeling? How are you feeling about the game? What's your thoughts?
Lots of thoughts. Okay, first off.
Okay, lots. Cool.
First off, Penka, with that Kale, it took forever to come online. I thought it was over. I thought it was Jover. Yeah. I thought the pumping up could not save him. He did, however, manage to claw out a couple of slots there. I don't think it was enough to do anything here to qualify. We're going to see the qualified players later on. But lots of stuff going on. And finally, my girl Karma coming around once more. I was just discussing with a fellow co-caster a little bit on that competition between Tebby and Gunmei. Because Tebby, of course, with the Ancient Archives, finding this Invoker and Targon direction right from the get-go. You knew that this is what he was lined up for. So for Gunmei to find that Invoker heart on the second augment, it's just unfortunate that it led him in this direction. Would have probably done better with a little bit of a Challenger Iona's variation. The way it was, both Gunmei and Tebby lining up for the Karma, it just didn't work out. There's not much Karma to go around.
Yeah, Gunmei and Penka they let him cook and they burnt the dish. But Tebby coming out and had a really successful run. I want to first touch on Magarki, though, because Built Different this set has been much worse than it has been in pretty much every set since it's been introduced. Until now, that Prismatic Built Different, I'd been hearing whispers that it's suddenly viable and good, and I was like, okay, I'd be interested to see if it's actually going to be played. Magarki showing exactly why it's so good. With the 4-cost carries and tanks that we have available to us this set, that additional attack speed does so much for them. Getting the Nasus online, getting the ultimates from the Sejuani, from that Shen, and then having 3 incredibly strong backline carries that are strong enough without fully being itemized necessarily, did wonders for Magarki's composition, securing him a 3rd place when I frankly expected very little. Once he picked it, I was like, this is going to be cool, but it sure ain't going anywhere, and I have never been happier to be wrong.
It definitely depends, right? There was a small window where Built Diff was good, and that was immediately bad again, and now it's back to being decent-ish, I would say. I don't think it's like the best of the best, but I think it's in a spot where you can pick it confidently, and if you get those units, you'll be fine. There's also a little bit of a variation what things you can play. Some players going for the Kaisa, others optimizing a Zeri or even a Gwen, which I love. But for Magarki, it all worked out. He even remade some of the items that he had put onto the Kaisa, moved over the ice cream cone to Ari, which I thought was really cool. And Gruschik also with the Zons coming through a comp that I believe Trouble was really excited about to see. We saw it once more with that Zon emblem coming alive here. Of course, on the back of the Prismatics as first augment. Lots and lots of exciting stuff.
I have it written down as Zeri nonsense, which is how I feel about a lot of those compositions. You know, he came in with that Samira and then ultimately pivoted it into the Zeri in the later stages of the game. I also want to briefly touch on Kef. We'll do Tebby first, since he was our lobby winner. We mentioned it earlier. Started off with that Targon emblem plus Invoker. Got a second Targon emblem later on in the game, and using the Pandora's Bench, which I frankly, I want to have a frank discussion with all of the TFT players right now. Can we pull the camera to me? All right, excellent. Y'all been maligning Pandora's Bench. I think we saw why it's good. I think we saw why Pandora's Bench deserves to be considered a real augment. That was really well played by Tebby, lost some economy for it, but was able to store up through several rounds, get that Taric 3, get that Karma 3 through the contest of Gunmei, because he just had more chances to roll for it. And I thought the way he navigated that game, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I kind of want to pull back a little bit. I don't think Pandora's Bench is the best thing ever, but I think in a situation like this where you are contested, it just gains value because you're much more able to get units that you're looking for. Those 3 costs, that Karma, you really wanted her, you got her. That Pandora's Bench is going to help you get there. But Matt, I believe our standings are ready.
That's me doing a drum roll. You can't really see it.
Yeah, and we also couldn't hear it, so it just looked like you had a little bit of a pitter-patter, but it's okay.
Damn Discord.
Lococo and Double 61 coming out on top here. French domination, as if it was ever the case.
Yeah, and some familiar names mixed in with some newer names. Of course, we know Og, Memo, and Jimray Vomendeth from previous competitions, but we have newer players like Daerondas and Elusive Zed, as well as Pitypali, up here in that top 10 position, who are making, one of their first appearances, if not their first appearance on broadcast.
I'm really excited. I'm just looking at all of the names and trying to take it all in. Volterix made it through Dark Hydra. I know you're excited about that. We see Dasik here. Lots and lots of familiar names. Every single one at this point is like, yeah, I know that player. I know this guy. I know all of these guys. And I'm very excited. However, our cutoff is at 64. 64 players are moving to the next stage. We have 2 more of these to see who actually made it. I believe Matt Black was a player you shouted out, saying that you're really excited about seeing him. Lelouch, Scapeus, Ogi, all of them coming through here once more. Let's see what that last page looks like. Is it actually last? Is there another one? No, that's the last page. See, I know how to do numbers.
Making it in.
Manatee. See, that's what I was looking for. I was like, did they make it? They did. Very excited for that.
And much to Trouble's chagrin, Wet Jungler, number 50. Her mortal enemy. Her nemesis. She wasn't even paying attention. And I just kept hammering away until she looked up. Thank you for humoring me, Trouble. We appreciate you. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what this day 2 looks like, because I feel like we are getting more established players with some consistency this set, because one of the things that's always been simultaneously cool and a little bummer at the same time is we have a lot of players that we have a huge history for that don't always make it into the next competition. We'll have players like Double 61, our most successful player of all time, full stop, not make it into a Golden Spatula Cup. And that always feels weird. It always feels kind of strange. But now we're seeing more consistently those players that we know, those players that we love, perform up to the expectations that have been levied upon them. And I really love to see it.
Yeah, I think sometimes it comes a little bit back to the meta and how much work players are putting in. Of course, many of them are competing in their regional tournaments as well. So sometimes stuff overlaps and they're like, I was prepping for Hex League. So really, I kind of forgot that GSC was happening, which I don't forgive you, but it's okay for now. You'll come back and you'll do better.
You'll make it up to us. I believe in you.
Exactly.
That's the teacher in you coming out. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I expected better from you, and that feels bad. But you know what feels great, Max? Every single time we get to talk to one of our lovely players, and I believe we have one of them on the line right now. I heard the Discord ping, and it's our very own Vomendeth coming in. Vomendeth, it's so great to see you. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm fine, and you?
Good. We're good.
Yeah. Getting to see your lovely face on screen. We've gotten to see you play a couple times previously. How'd you feel about today? Obviously, you placed incredibly well. What are your thoughts coming out of that game?
I was picking on and hoping to have Samira too. That's all.
That's a good game plan. I cannot blame you for that. I think
alone.
Many players went exactly that way, but for you, it worked out. Now, Vomendeth, this is by far not your first time competing. You have lots and lots of competitive history to look back on. But I want to hear from you. What are you doing so that you can win the golden ticket to finals this time around? What's the game plan? Don't give me that Samira nonsense.
Okay. So I had a plan with Yi and forcing Garen, but for now I don't play it. And there is another tech for Azir, for Bastion with Vladimir and Azir. But it's till the final.
Okay. It's a secret only us and chat can know. I got you.
Yeah, dark technologies. We always love to hear them. Vomendeth, one of the questions I have, you are, I think, on the up and up as a player. You've been showing up more and more and getting these higher placements. what has it been like for you making that transition through the ranks as a player? Have you been learning from the higher level French players? Has it just been sort of your own reflection on your play? What's that process been like?
So yeah, actually we played as a group of French players, along with like GoBuster, Clemulagra, and Yaroi that are currently in the GSC as well. So we like to practice together, and then we review as well other regions such as North America with a streamer like Dishops and Suko, and a lot of Chinese players like Xungze, Lilio, Juanmi, and 60 Seconds, and they are by far where I had the most knowledge, I think. Chinese player, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to look at former world champions, right? That's not something that can go wrong. Really good tech coming through here. But Vomendeth, I have another pressing question for you, because our producer just sent a screenshot into our green room. You cannot see it, but I'll describe it to you. You got a second place with a comp that looks like an Aatrox with a gunner emblem?
Yeah, it was... I was playing the Zero comp, and in level 8 I had a gunner Urgot, but so in every other lobby, if I would have stayed on the Urgot, I would have top 1, but since the other player was playing Kale and was level 9, I had to play Zeri, but go level 9 and try to do a semi-Piba. So then I dropped the Urgot for Aatrox 2, and so that was it. That was the item.
Cool.
He did some damage, but at the end, Kale wins.
A second place, I think, is nothing to be sad about, and I like this board. You've been cooking.
yeah. I cooked a lot, and it was my second game. I played the 7th Surima, and I had like 2 K72 on my board and 2 Sion, and a double Ginzu Azir, and I did a top 1 with that. It was pretty funny.
That's the other screenshot we got.
Yeah.
I had a guest.
I had like a Zephyr, and I put the other Zephyr on the far opposite, so and 2 Cassante on the same side, and I went straight on the Zeri and kicked out the first second of the fight. It was funny.
Nice.
It sounds like you've been, having a great time in these games so far. Is this typical for you in competition? Like, do you have fun on the day, or is it like really stressful during, and then it's afterwards where you're like, okay, I qualified. Time to laugh about everything that happened today.
It depends on the first game, but since I started pretty good, I was feeling really okay.
Awesome.
Vibing through it, we love it.
Is there anything you can share with players that are watching and maybe are thinking, I would like to compete in Golden Spatula Cup one day? What's one advice, if you can give them one advice, what would you tell them to do to get to that road of being a professional in WoW and TFT?
Play more and review.
Good. That's good advice.
Just that simple.
Yeah, train, play, and be with others as well. Don't work solo. Try to have a group.
Good.
Awesome.
We love to have friends. We love to have groups of people to play with. Now, Vomendeth, thank you so much for the interview. Before you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to? Friends, family, fans, all the French players that you've been practicing with?
Yes, shout out to Gros Boster and Clemul.
Okay, I can see a little bit of memery going on.
Yeah.
I got you. My French is bad, but I got this one.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vomendeth.
Bye.
Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Good luck tomorrow. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again.
Thank you. See you guys.
The French players all love GoBuster, it turns out. They're all pretty high on the dude. And you know what? After he played the boss, I am too. That's all it takes for me. That's all it takes for me to be a fan. Just play something fun.
I mean, we talked to GoBuster, I think the last Golden Spatula Cup, and we heard about his mom being an artist and painting giant paintings that look really cool. So I was excited
he
about
had to hide because he wasn't sure if it would meet Twitch TOS.
I was trying to omit that information. I'm glad you brought it back.
That's the best part. That's the funniest bit, Makes. You gotta be there for the bit. And of course, we're not the only ones in it for the bit. You guys, right there in chat, you have been competing. You had a contest. You had to pick top 3 tacticians that you wanted to make it to day number 2. But it's not about being right. It's about being entertaining. So we did have our victor here, Silvastri, on screen. Makes, do you want to read this one out?
Yeah, of course. Javali, because it's similar to boar in Spanish. Robin Food, because he will steal food to feed Chunk. And a yellow tomato, because it's Nico, disguising as a player. I think particularly the last one, he might be onto something.
He might be. There's something there. We'll have to do an investigative report and get back to you guys. Maybe keep an eye on the Twitter. We'll see if anything happens there. But congratulations to Silvastri. Enjoy your eggs. We will, of course, have more contests going into the rest of the Golden Spatula Cup. Keep an eye on our socials in order to do so. Makes, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'm starting us off by telling you to look at this beautiful lower third that you can see here, which is telling you our Twitter handle at TFT Esports EMEA. But fret not, if you're not on that page, we're everywhere. On Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Yeah, we have a YouTube. Go check that out. It's at PlayTFT. And then, of course, we do have the socials of all of the casters, which I'm now realizing you set me up to do. And that is at Impetuous Panda. No, I got it. Impetuous Panda.
all right.
That's the first one. That's a very hard word to spell, but you got it. Then we have Counterfeit Cast. We have at Niberia. Myself down here at Makes with an underscore. And then, of course, our newest addition to the talent roster this weekend is at G_Trouble Inc.
So drop everyone a follow, check them out. That was a great job, Makes. It was really funny because we could see in the run of show our producer rapidly trying to find them and then paste it in. We had it covered, Carlos. Don't worry about it. We got you. And we've also got more TFT action tomorrow. Make sure to tune in once more. August 12th, that's tomorrow, 4 p.m. CEST for day number 2 of Golden Spatula Cup number 2. And in the meantime, have a wonderful rest of your day. We will see you tomorrow.